201 I am here. Yesterday, Trinity Empire shameless attack on our westward along the railway. The railway management personnel massacred me. Our arms attacks along the train. Alanxia was premeditated surprise attack magical world countries. Face to with countless microphones. Chris spread out the speech and started his speech righteously. Message has been confirmed. The Dragon Knight Trinity Empire has undeclared war, destroyed the railway westward, and struck Alanxia railway staff along the railway. Says of the city has been erected a huge stone, inscribed with this despicable attack on a list of railway staff Alanxia sacrifice. The top of the monument, a 64,831 number striking and blood red. Now, this is a humiliation stone monument, which represents all those Alanxia losses in this attack. Chris against those microphones can put his voice to spread in all directions. Looking cold opening, he said, before that, I have had to hold the principle of peaceful coexistence. At peace with Trinity Empire, Alanxia selflessly contributed many advanced technologies to help all the surrounding countries get rich together. Said that, when his voice suddenly sharp up, however, they got from the Emperor Trinity country sinister undeclared. Fight the despicable means to attack our people killing innocent. History will remember today. This attack is a long-planned attack. It is a conspiracy against Alan Hill. The Holy Demon Empire betrayed all mankind in a despicable manner. Betrayed all the heroes who are fighting the Magic Eye Demon. He who lies will no longer be trusted. Alanxia will make every effort to punish those who would tear the world to resist the Devil War Demon accomplice. From that moment on, Trinity Empire is no longer supported by the national human itself. Starting today, Alan Hill will regard the Holy Demon Empire as a country that supports the demons. I have not easily end the war, must be blood for blood. Only those completely destroyed Trinity Empire careerist, to heal the wounds of our hearts. While others cannot see his actions, but he raised his right hand, waving vigorously. I, Alanxia middle. Chris, Alanxia Emperor, all Alanxia armed forces of the actual owner. Now officially orders. Order all the Empire's armies to adopt all means to defend, and to counterattack immediately under the conditions within their power. No matter how long it takes to defeat this premeditated betrayal, the righteous and brave people of Alan Hill will surely gain a complete victory. I guarantee certificate enemy will pay with their lives. I guarantee that blood can only return for more fresh blood. I guarantee certificate Alanxia never compromise. I guarantee that this world will eventually justice is done day. Speaking here, Chris dropped the speech in his hand, scanned the staff in front of him, and shouted while propping his hands on the table. I'm here. On behalf of Alan Hill, form an alliance with Graken and the Eternal Empire. The Three Kingdoms Alliance is formally established. Any attack on this alliance will be crushed. He solemnly announced the decision of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, and then resolutely raised his long sword to the enemies. I am here. On behalf of Alan Hill, officially declare war on the Holy Demon Empire. I am here, on behalf of Alan Hill, to officially declare war on the Puppet Empire. Gods bless, Alanxia win. Finally, the Emperor Alanxia heads held high, standing in the speech before the podium overlooking the front of the ministers. Alan Hill, long live. All these ministers pressed their arms to their chests and sang along loudly. Outside the castle, in the square where the stone stele was erected, countless people of Alan Hill raised their hands high and shouted the name of their country loudly, with waves rising louder than ever. Alan Hill, Alan Hill, Alan Hill. No. Nickname, Trinity Eternal Empire to Empire declared war. Puppet Imperial Army into the Eternal Empire. Eternal Empire defenders crumble. A newsboy desperately waving his hands in the newspaper, selling the most loud Campbell News today. Eternal Empire declared the Puppet Empire war. Drew Icon declared war on the Empire Fortress. Allied Comprehensive began to fight back. His hands junior partner waving another newspaper, also in selling the desperately Eternal and Imperial line overall fall. the southern region occupied Puppet Empire. Grekon issued a statement condemning the Puppet Empire for the betraying mankind. One by one the world's best news ever appeared in newspapers' headlines, with the continuous development of the telegraph, each message from afar, and now have become immediately able to obtain a quick news. Along with North Puppet Empire of Upside Potential, Eternal Imperial Retreat, another mortal empire in the southern region has also entered into the field of vision of Aelanxia. This empire is called the Baemar Empire, and it is an iron ally of Kashyyyk, the Magic Empire, including the Empire mortal and low national level magic, including the Empire have stand in some countries seeking refuge with the Puppet Empire. Some countries have begun to stand Aelanxia. The Normu Empire sent an envoy to Aelan Hill, expressing hope to join the allied group. At the same time, they also brought a very bad news. Kashyyyk Empire and Baemai country seeking refuge with the Puppet Empire, formed a so-called alliance. Immediately after the entire world began to become chaotic, the war completely turned into an uncontrolled melee. Baemai Southern Soul Imperial State Parlek Empire to declare war. His Majesty the Emperor Palak announced that he would join the Treaty of the Allied Powers and ask Aelan Hill for help. Then, Kori Subsection 5 Sects Regiment Army was ordered bound for the Southern Front, ready to help Parlek Empire strikes back attack from Baemixia Empire. As a result, at this time, the Southern Kingdom and the Kashyyyk Empire declared war on the Normu Empire. The Normu Empire was defeated and asked for help from Aelan Hill. In order to stabilize their southern front, to keep his rubber as well as oil resource supply, Aelanxia emergency deployment of the 1st 4 Sets Regiment troops near the border Normu Empire. The speed at which the two forces declared war on each other was so fast that it was too late to react in many cases. Therefore, Aelan Hill first declared that all countries except the neutral countries and the Allied Power Group were all the enemies of Aelan Hill. Ujaruikan with the same kind of declaration of war against all countries outside allies. Yesterday morning, last not involved in the war Sinuo Empire, the Emperor suddenly announced that we Aelanxia to declare war. This world war has no innocents, and your Majesty. Paramataluokai Chief of Staff of the Ministry to Seek anxiously handed a report to Chris. With this country's participation in the war, all neutral countries on the battlefield have disappeared. Every country here has stood in line, and every country has participated in this war. The first 6-set group army was advancing along the railway to the southern region. Courier General Call said just give him enough fuel and ammunition as well as he could in a few weeks, defeated Sinuo Empire. Luokai pointing to the positions of the various army groups on the map, he explained Aelan Hill's counterattack plan to Chris. Department of Defense Custer Carolina also face looking at the map, seriously wondering supplies mobilization of their plans. Modlai Sol 2 army troops have been passing due Osna. I have in the south the railway line was too short, so combat operations in the Normu Empire were mainly defensive. Modlai Sol is not suitable for defense. Let go Boolean Jose Norma. Maud put Lyle army tune up to concentrate superior forces. Trinity Empire played the innings. Chris stared at the map, opening ordered. Yes, sir. Luokai nodded, took down His Majesty's command, that the North First Line of 7 Sets Group Army, and 10 Sets Regiment Army press in together. We will form a 3-line advance in Voronezh and oppress the Demon Empire's defense line. If the Puppet Empire is unwilling to lose the Holy Demon Empire, then their main force will give up entering the Eternal Empire and go north to enter the Holy Demon Empire. The Empire is fighting with me, then. Group of damn puppet, almost into our range of nuclear weapons. Chris teeth, holds boxing head he said. I understand, Your Majesty. Luokai nodded and agreed to Chris. The General Staff has really been so busy recently that it collapsed, and Luokai, as the Chief of the General Staff, is also in distress. Reference to Seeker Division of the Ministry is prepared in advance battle plan. Luokai and his staff are indeed numerous sets of pre-war program. However, in the whole big world before the outbreak of war, who would have thought that this war against the devil, will eventually evolve into full-scale fighting a human world. Inadequate planning and insufficient scale of mobilization are bothering the high-level commanders of Alan Hill. Everyone is not ready to participate in a world war. Who can immediately adjust their mentality to face such a chaotic situation? Fortunately, the loss put down a prairie the Dothan Empire before Alanxia. Otherwise the situation will now become even more treacherous. Looking at how miserable the Normu Empire is sandwiched by several empires, you know how important it is for Alan Hill to win the war against the Holy Demon Empire under pressure. First hit the north, resort south, lead your people north, south hold coastline. This is our basic strategy. Rest of the things, it is to mobilize the department to do it. Chris, hand on the ground on a map. Set the strategic direction of Alan Hill. I hope that in the next month, I can have a new 300 Wanzing irregular forces. These forces will join the fight to regain the initiative in war. Then he would look to the side of Germany. Rushed back, says Purcell. War is wealth. From some kind of meaning on meaning in terms of, I have a fortune. 7th offer more. Ling Long stay up all night plus more, as well as behind. Not 2, and so we look at it tomorrow morning. 202 It's all over. Listen, say it. Alanxia and we declared war. Business bleak pub inside. A man Trinity Empire against the bar. Very bored looking at the empty seats of their own, bad to the extreme. The business is full of despair. He is an open wine shop. The good economic times. We are willing to drink in the pub. And now the war broke out. He had frequented this pub. Alanxia railway workers have been killed, so business is deserted. It makes people want to cry. After scolding the stupid Grand Archon 1,000 times in his heart, this poor civilian of the Holy Demon Empire still chose to support the war. After all, he felt that he was a citizen of the Holy Demon Empire, not an Alan Hill. There are not a few people who think like him in the small town. Everyone is unwilling to go to war with Alan Hill. But after the war broke out, they reluctantly chose to support their motherland. They themselves or let their children go to the battlefield, to the border war-torn area. Listen to say Alanxia counterattack is not as imagined so intense, so the beginning of 2 days, everyone hanging in the heart gradually put down. Many people think, is Alanxia subsequent fatigue? There is no ability to attack the Holy Demon Empire. There was quite a touch of escape, and everyone began to resume their daily lives. Except for the closure of a leather shoe factory in the small town, no one has noticed any difference in life. And that inverted closed shoe factory, I heard that they deserve. The old man who ran the factory was originally the elder of the town, who was respected and made a lot of money with everyone. Can anyone know this old guy does not know what the wind pumping? Even when the war broke out, the possession of the 30 Ming railway workers to their factories. The result is his neighbor whistleblowers him of harboring the enemy, so that this old man and a 30 railway workers together dragon's breath burned to death. Yes, I heard say, things cannot be sold, profitable business is over. The children also may go to the front to die. This is really bad news for people. Collapse. To the wine shop to drink, a man said sadly. He had just helped out near the railway before, and he made a lot of money every day. With the money in hand, he subsidized the family and improved the living conditions of his family. His mother parent serious illness, or a railroad worker from Alanxia help with some medicines come. The only cure. On the day he was attacked by the Dragon Knight along the railway line, he was still thinking about saving people, but when he rushed to the platform, he could only find the body of the young Alan Hill railway dispatcher. For this matter, his mother complained to him for several days. If it weren't for staying at home, he couldn't go to the tavern to waste the little change. You know, when there was a place to work, the money for this glass of wine was really not a big deal for him. Now it's fine. After drinking this glass of wine, maybe he will be hungry for a long time. Freeze speak you anything? Opened wine museum man, and now even the bartender cannot afford their own part-time at the bar. The hand prevents other complaints. Opening murmured. Can Freeze said he would be arrested. Get up. Interrupted his friend's words. This tavern owner spoke and said, "It heard that we got the assistance puppet of the Empire, great combat troops, might be able to recapture the eastern province. Do you think it's possible? That place is now called Veronza. I really can't think of how we can defeat Ellen Hill. The only drinking guest shook his head, saying that he didn't believe that at all. He often helps out at the train station, and naturally he knows that the total amount of arms transported by Ellen Hill from Velenza to Gricken every day is countless. It was a number he had never seen before, and it was shockingly large. With his superficial insight, he could not think of how such a terrifying army could lose the war. They have hundreds of tanks, hundreds of thousands of cars, and countless artillery and guns. A plane covering the sky. He has not seen the army of the Holy Demon Empire. How can he win victory in front of such a powerful army? The combat effectiveness of the two sides is not in an order of magnitude at all, and the Holy Demon Empire is like a jumping clown. I have had over the past more magic core, but the core to these magic puppet empire drained. Wine Master Museum is clearly informed that, but listen to his past Trinity Imperial soldiers about a lot of things. For example, he said in the holy city of Bly Trinity Empire, do not listen to disposal of large consuls were overpowered and killed by magic. The streets were filled with blood, and many magicians lost their lives in an effort to reason. Another example is that the Trinity Empire had tried to attack Saria, trying to recapture the eastern province, but their offense obvious failure, loss of a lot of people. Big Consul was summoned to try in the border areas build a strong enough defense line. Just so she spoke. The open pubs Trinity Empire civilians, as if their own are themselves convinced, and I have a more powerful army, equipped with Aelanxia weapons, so that we have more than Ellen Hill is more powerful in combat. The glass of wine for a drink can do. Drinking Man did not want to continue to debate this issue. He threw the money on the table and walked out of the tavern without looking back. In his opinion, this should be the last time he has come to this place for a drink. It's one thing to have no money, and it's one thing to have no good wine, but the host's disagreement with his appetite is what makes him most annoying. This is all said by the great consul. As for what Ellen Hill has, do you know? He sighed, walked out, while quietly muttered, he who has candy, champagne, there are all kinds of goodies, just these, almost already won. Over the past year or so, in the northern part of the Holy Demon Empire, there have been many areas affected by Ellen Hill. People like the benefits of Ellen Hill. They share the various delicacies produced by industrial progress, and enjoyed the benefits of lower food prices brought about by increased production. Grand Prairie area progressive scale produced meat products, as well as bring marine fisheries thrive, and Aelanxia itself fresh and canned food processing technology, making the daily lives Trinity Empire steadily, because of convenience has brought the northern railway traffic. Aelanxia positive penetrated into the Trinity Empire interior hinterland. Many locals have no ill feelings for what mortal, even Aelanxia young man to win the street, the girl of the Devil Empire. However, after the outbreak of this war, the advantages of commerce and transportation in the northern part of the Holy Demon Empire ceased to exist. A large number of commodities were slow to sell, and the local fragile industrial environment collapsed overnight. The depressed economy, desperate people, and the fact that I don't know when the full-scale war will truly break out. Ellen Hill's counterattack has not arrived. This also puts all the soldiers of the Saint Demon Empire on the front line under tremendous pressure. The street outside the door was also bleak, in sharp contrast with the lively scene of people coming and going before. Why does your country want to provoke a war? Isn't it good to just live peacefully with those mortals like this? I questioned himself in his heart. The man squinted his eyes to the cloudless sky. After the rainy day, it has always been such a good weather. In the past, in such weather, I could always see the hordes of Ellen Hill. The transport plane crossed here to go to Gricken. Prodigious C-47 transport fleet is so far looked spectacular. But now, such a scene will never happen again. When those planes appeared in the sky again, it is estimated that the Saint Demon Empire was defeated like a mountain. Hey, he sighed, and he had been standing in front of the tavern for a while without knowing it. He was busy just driving, busy recalling those good times when he went to the train station before. When he returned to God, when you see yourself standing in front of two cute little boys. The two little boys raised their heads and squinted their eyes to the sky, as if they were looking at some very interesting scene. He involuntarily followed and looked over, only to find that some dark shadows were flying neatly in the very high sky. What's that? He narrowed his eyes narrower, and then vaguely saw the black shadows on the 10,000 meter altitude. Before he heard the fire station where an officer mentioned, and those C-47 transport aircraft are not the same machine, called B-17, is a can carrier with many terrible bomb aircraft. Now, he once again see these B-17, in the sky, the entire Sarkozy arranged formation, a set of three, a group of three, sprinkled with dense P-51 fighter jets from flying over the town slowly. He didn't need to see it really. He knew that the wings of these planes must be painted with beautiful golden eagle patterns. You don't need to hear the throbbing engine roar to feel the power soaring in the sky. Alan Hill's counterattack has begun. The war has broken out completely at this moment. Those executioners who slaughtered railroad workers will eventually know that the killing 2 days ago was not a war. But what happened now, at this moment, is, Uncle. The two children in front of him looked curiously at this man who looked up at the sky like them, and asked curiously, so many planes, where are they going to fly to? I do not know too. I think where they go, we're completely finished. A man of Lowland looked at two beautiful children. Bitter opening replied, everything is finished. 203 Jialin He's war. Trinity Empire Northern City of Jialin. A Mofaxuitu panic rushed into the room. Santo, terrified, and shouted, bad flocks. Convoy of aircraft blotting out the sun. The city lord was having a meeting with a few generals stationed in the city, when he suddenly heard the news. His eyes widened. Jialin in Northern Trinity Empire, due to near West Railway, so the recent very prosperous. The population here is more than 1 million, and there are dozens of large-scale factories. Because of the convenience of raw material transportation and mechanical maintenance, many factories in the Holy Demon Empire are located in Garling. There is even a large-scale power plant, a workshop for producing bullets, and a production base has just been built recently, which can produce parts that supplement many factory machines. That is why to this, Chris decided to counterattack at Trinity Empire. Launched in the north of the storm, the air forces took the strategic bombing of targets set in the Jialin. This is a rare strategic goal worthy of large-scale bombing of the Holy Demon Empire in the north. Automatically start city defensive magic barrier. Fast. Santo went to the balcony and opened the window to see the overhead has reduced the height of B-17 bombers. These bombers obscure the sky, and the numbers are uncountable. He could even see that the huge bomb bays had been opened in the belly of those bombers. Boom. In the suburbs, the factory facilities that first entered the bombing range have begun to explode. Numerous bombs from the sky set off a sea of flames, shrapnel splashing everywhere, and ruined walls destroyed by shock waves. Plant in shock move collapsed. Machinery and equipment is explosion lift to fly into the sky, with expensive imports from Alanxia, expensive cost of stamping machines, among jumping smoke slowly fall. Immediately afterwards, a huge explosion overtook the smooth roads around the factory and blew up the branch railways that were connected to the westbound railway. Before the twisted railroad tracks and the broken sleepers had fallen to the ground, the huge platform built at the end of the railway was destroyed in an explosion. The devastating explosion made everyone around him speechless in shock. The bomb instantly engulfed the beautiful platform, blasting all the imported cranes on it for loading and unloading. Before these shocked people turned to avoid them, the falling bomb slammed in front of them, and the instantaneous shockwave engulfed these onlookers, tearing them to pieces in just a few microseconds. Fried shells after those feeding the dragon's lair. Giant tree build-up offense. There are hundreds of pieces of dragon eggs inside a variety of state of maturity, have been crushed. Bomb. The hatched young dragon struggled and wailed in the sound of the explosion, and then no one cared to be swallowed by the flames. At this moment, The magical defensive barrier of the city was rising, and the huge magic circle covered about an third of the city. Due to Jialan recently a year developing too fast, Here's defense construction did not keep pace with the rate of expansion of the city. Originally it was thrown up outside around civilian areas, and now is already far from the edge of the city. But now the factory area is really at the edge of the city. At this moment is already a sea of fire. Can this defensive barrier support it? A magician who put his hand on the magic spar and injected magic power into the defensive magic circle, felt the vibration of the building under his feet, and looked at his companion a little uneasy. His body side handle is also a female magician pressing on the magic spar is also very nervous, because for hundreds of years, they have never been started in the city close to the direction of the mortal magic defense system. This magic defense barrier built hundreds of years ago, when you could build a very casual, it would have been for the magic city will be defensive magic of the test into account, was hastily built. Who would have thought that the safest hinterland city, the city close to the mortal empire, would encounter fierce attacks? I am afraid that this kind of thing was said 3 years ago, and no one wants to believe it yet. People now believe that the mortal empire will attack the magic empire. But what use is it? Finally, the first dropped bomb hit the magic barrier. The huge explosion left a circle and then a circle of fluctuations on the magic barrier. These magic ripples spread, causing the entire magic barrier to shake. This terrible explosion made everyone in the city uneasy. They thought that there was a magic barrier above their heads and they could escape. But now it seems that this barrier is not very reliable. The second explosion followed one after another, followed by the third, and the fourth. The civilians who were frightened by the explosion suddenly realized that such an attack did not seem to have an end. Finally, the magic barrier began to weaken its light while trembling, and it was of no avail to let the magicians inject their magic power. The magical barrier of this city is about to collapse, and all the magicians who are trying to save this magical barrier know it well. But he was still afraid to give up, because if this barrier is really broken, it seems that the city would be gone. Finished. All is over. Santos, standing on his balcony, looking up at the sky, had been gone. A touch of magic, mouth whispered. Fen Yizong's effort not to bomb penetrated the magic, the explosion in midair in the process of decline. Subsequently, more bombs passed through the magic circle and landed in every corner of the city. Huge explosion accompanied by magic tower began to collapse. Housing top falling rocks hit the streets, setting off a sky of dust clouds. People are terrified, screaming everywhere, fled to escape. The bombs fell from the sky. The whole city was shrouded in despair and panic, with fire and dust everywhere. It was simply a doomsday scene. Explosions have not gone far. Has been loud explosion near the play. Thick smoke burst into flames, and buildings were razed to the ground one by one, and countless magicians and civilians were swallowed in the tumbling dust. A group of soldiers in armor ran aimlessly on the street, hoping to find a safe place to hide, but a huge building fell down and swallowed them in an instant. The people around, there is no way to save these people, were buried, because the next second, they were torn apart by another explosion. Contaminated napalm bombs in the streets of combustion. Flames are then raised high. Explosive bomb was blown shockwave in all directions. There are even some gas bombs in the mixed bombs, which makes disaster relief a joke. The first wave of bombing have thousands of pieces of fried bomb was dropped, followed by a second wave of bombing is entirely in washing. At an altitude of more than 4,000 meters, Alan Hill's bombers could no longer see any targets under their feet. They could only see heavy smoke, and the ruins that had been exposed occasionally by the explosion. Not before, these harbor anger Alanxia soldiers, or their firm's bomb button is pressed. The more bombs thrown at the poor in this city. There are no air defense shelters in this city, because they are too old. Most of the sewers are not enough to withstand the impact of the explosion. So, in the face when the strategic bombing of Alanxia, this city of any target alive, is no place to escape. When disaster strikes, all beings are equal. Amidst their crying and cursing, they ushered in Alan Hill's revenge and trial. A deep-fried shells hit the city's newly built power plants, The huge turbines is still running in. It was destroyed. The component that was rotating at high speed flew far away, smashed the wall of the factory building, and landed in the yard with the flesh and blood of the workers. Lush large trees have been uprooted. A bomb fell on the lake above. The unattended boat overturned. This low-precision bombing involved everything that could be affected. Off to intercept the face of hundreds of Dragon Knights escorting P-51 Wild Horse fighters, bombers and even expulsion cannot do. He had only looked at those as an impregnable fortress of the aircraft fleet's eye, a little closer, and have been a man of countless flares education. Some magic division also try to use magic to attack those empty bombers, may finally have a magic ball on those planes, but because the distance is too far unable to tear magic defense barrier on those aircraft. The cruel fact that Alan Hill's bombers also had magical defense barriers made the magicians unable to bear any resistance. They can only follow the civilians and the army to flee around, using magic to protect the people around them. In almost a little after the continuous bombing, Jialin finally restored calm. Those far-away bombers lost all their bombs, leaving only a despair in the city. Compared with what the Holy Demon Empire did along the westward railway, Alan Hill's revenge was more like a slaughter of the weak and the strong. Countless houses were in ruins, and hundreds of years of buildings collapsed. Hundreds of thousands of people disappeared directly in the bombing, and the rest were destined to be displaced. Garling lost power, lost factory, lost everything that could be lost. Now there are only refugees who are full of despair. Why, what on earth is this? The city lord, who was lucky enough to not die, stood in the ruins in a dusty magic robe, looking painfully at the people struggling in incendiary bombs and thick smoke, and wailed. Corporation is not the time to be nice. Why go to the trouble? Alan clear it. Well now, all is lost. Everything is gone. He jumped stagger forward to going forward. No matter who lay in ruins, the corpse of the officer in the middle, regardless of the stumbling subordinates, walked away without looking back. 204 Another countermeasure. Put down the hands of Wang. Telescope. Wilkes looked to the side of the chief of staff. More than a long time. Reference to Seek looked down at his watch after a long hearing problem, then replied, probably half xiao shi up. Why? Casey nodded his head, then the hands of the telescope gave his adjutant, opening ordered, gun. Strike can stop, make up troops, to fool those corpses. Boom. Finally a cannon shells landed on the front of Trinity Imperial Garrison. There has been enveloped smoke a long time. Issued in attack after attack command, Wilkes in non-stop shelling defense Trinity Empire, and left his air force strangling all of Dragoon nearby. Right now the subsequent supplies have been mobilized, and the real attack can naturally begin. The soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire in the trenches pulled away the floating soil that covered them, squinting their eyes, and stood up from the trenches that had been half flattened. Looking around, this line of defense, which was once full of trenches and cement reinforced in some areas, is full of potholes. The craters were next to each other, and most of the trench layout had been destroyed. The machine gun firepower point had long been gone, leaving only the corpses all over the floor, already broken. He struggled to help dig his comrades in arms out of the floating soil. The other party said hastily thank you, and the two began to look for other survivors. Behind the 130mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery positions have long been wiped out, and Alanxia army belongs to 203mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery on the Trinity Emperor artillery in the country after proved their bravery, and hurries to go. Grim Reaper reported to him. The difference in firepower between the two sides is simply a world of difference. On the one hand, it is the strong roar of the strong man, and on the other hand, it is like a little girl who wants to refuse and meets. For the border guards of the Holy Demon Empire, life is real. It seems like a strong X, so I can't resist. So I can only enjoy it with peace of mind. Probably 20 before the bell, you hear the guns of our own people. Alanxia there has not yet begun to attack it. Finally men from the earth dug out of a Trinity Empire. The Knight Commander shook off the mud on his body, frowning and complaining. "He were ordered to repel the enemy attack. The enemy cannot attack it. They will all die here on the clean." Such a huge gap, but also to play what kind of awkward, sir. The enemy. The Alan Hill people are rushing up. A soldier leaned on the helmet above his head, staggered and ran over the long collapsed trench, breathlessly reported. The officer was taken aback, and quickly picked up the telescope that imitated Alan Hill on his chest, wanting to take a look at the situation in the distance. As a result, he discovered at this time that his telescope had been broken and the lenses had been crushed. He ripped observation telescope, bitterly hit in the feet, watching his few remaining men, loudly ordered, and Alanxi, a group of people who fight for the Empire to Trinity. Victory. In his cry, a Peliang M4 tank explosion tall body broke down the formation of smoke. It easily passed a small crater, and the track rolled up the soft soil and rolled forward slowly. Heavy artillery on the anti-shield repair long barrel Majestic, the first hollow bird on the armor plate eagle emblem, also gives a strong feeling of constriction. Side of the tank car, another car M4 tank same kind of broke down the smoke, exposing its magnificent body. The first three sets group is a single number that military army, 2, is the famous main army. Because weapons and equipment have been stationed in the industrial zone, they have been stacked to the extreme. For the first charge in the Battle of the Frontier, Wilkes invested a tank division with more than 300 tanks. These tanks cover the body of the 33 Division Mechanized Infantry, crowded rush the Trinity Empire defensive positions. The first counter-fire shot finally sounded on the Saint Demon Empire's defensive position. Then, in response to this gunshot, it was the sound of the main gun firing on the M4 tank. Immediately afterwards, at least 3 tanks followed and fired, hitting the shells near the trench where the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire who had fought back were located. There was quickly enveloped in a piece of gunpowder. And this time Alanxia M4 tank has been run over the first line of Trinity Empire defensive positions, run over the bodies of those who have long been broken in sufficiency. Following these tanks was a piece of Alan Hill grenadiers carrying bayonets. Their leather boots made a creaking sound when they stepped on the soil that had been softened by the shells. Countless bright bayonets formed a sharp forest. The grenadiers of the 33rd Division stepped forward slowly, screened the places they passed, and did not miss any targets that were still breathing. A surrender of Trinity Imperial soldiers hands high lift, kneeling on the ground. Beside him, Alan Hill soldiers passed by one. These attacking soldiers ignored the kneeling enemy because they disdained to stab their deadly army against such an enemy. On his head, has been hovering IL-2 attack aircraft engine roar. These low-level enemy position passing attack aircraft as a god of death. As long as the activity of the target will see bursts through, play the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire were miserable. For the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire on the border, the air supremacy had been completely lost yesterday. All the Dragon Knights who dared to take off to face off have been wiped out by Alan Hill's fighters. The lost Dragon Knight troops have retreated, and everything that can fly in the sky now belongs to Alan Hill. With such an obvious difference in combat power, the only reason for the Holy Demon Empire to stick to the present is that Alan Hill's ground attack is only now unfolding. 2-2. A Maxim machine gun position suddenly opened fire, and the bullet hit the front armor plate of a tank, leaving a row of paint-peeling marks on it. Several stubborn and strong Trinity Empire with his soldiers are pouring their own hands and ammunition were last time. Then, in the next second, they were sieved by the coaxial machine gun on the tank. Trace a bullet hit the dirt, thrown a piece of white smoke. When the white smoke dissipated, the machine gun and everyone around it had become parts. A few minutes after the bell, track tanks run over here. No one is concerned about the foot of mud has become a corpse. The Alan Hill soldiers behind the tank steadily moved forward with their weapons, receiving scattered surrenders of the Holy Demon Empire. 4 days after the Holy Demon Empire attacked the westward railway line, Alan Hill's ground counterattack officially began. The first one-set group army under the command of General Walter, along West Railway Transit Day forward the 100 kilometers, The first two sets group army under the command of General Rashid, promoted the southwest about 80 kilometers, Kessi the army in the south line of the advancing 90 kilometers, forming a huge package enclosure, and all the Saint Demon Empire troops in this encirclement can only be forced to retreat, abandoning the defensive positions they have built. It's a pity that the speed of these troops retreating in a day is only about a pitiful 50 kilometers, which is not as good as the Alan Hill army that surrounds them on both wings and is constantly attacking. On the same day, the southern line of the Eternal Empire continued to be defeated. The troops of the Puppet Empire used Alan Hill's weapons and equipment to sweep the southern line of defense of the Eternal Empire, annihilated a large number of active forces of the Eternal Empire, and gained another battlefield. All-out victory. The other side, Normu Empire stiff resistance north of Kashik Empire. The two sides battle in the southern plains. Empire Normu Empire victory, hold their footing. In Bamizai Urtai country and Jess underflank Promise Empire, Lake Imperial retreat, lost all areas south of the Nanwakadon. In this time of war is very close, but the offensive Drew I can resist the devil alone. He did not participate in this war than all the countries in their own way to play strike with their enemies. In this regard, Alan Hill, who has a strong mobilization system and a nuclear weapon, became the biggest winner. Although the Holy Demon Empire's sneak attack on the westward railway caused trouble to Alan Hill, after a short pause, Alan Hill, who fought back immediately, firmly grasped the initiative on the battlefield. The first 7 sets Regiment Corps and 8 set of Group Army, and the second is north of 4 set Group Army, 3 as a reserve in northern Alanxia, even at this time is not a member of Assault Front of it. In other words, this time, Alanxia Breath to Empire prepared Trinity 6th set Group Army. This is Alanxia since the establishment of the country, have not been a huge build-up of troops in the same direction. From top to bottom, all the high levels of Alan Hill also know that this time His Majesty the Emperor is really angry. He has no intention of letting the Holy Demon Empire, a country that has always been opposed to Alan Hill, exist in this world. On it, you are a puppet empire, promised me things will not be honored, not right. Big Consul stared at the man in black, opening some impatience, said, if then let Alanxia advancing hundreds of kilometers to the west, that this legendary nuclear weapon is about to fall on Bellevue's head. Do not doubt the credibility of the puppet empire of the things we promised, when cash had not. That black people smile, not got nervous and said, you do not have been seen yet. Our troops he has crossed the border for a long time, soon arrived at the front. By the time those from Alanxia negative people know the power of the puppet empire. The first batch, I have had to reinforce your 300 big army. Alanxia, how many people? When they wiped out this 300 Wanda army, we can reinforce, give you 1000 Wanda army of. Hey, that black man with a smile blame said. He later then he looked at the big consuls, verbally comfort, do not worry, we have another set of measures, not necessarily to involve the entire Trinity Empire, have become a battlefield. What countermeasures? Big Consul actually very curious about this argument, the eyes light up, verbally asked. The man in black did not conceal it, and replied, the rise of Alan Hill is due to the Emperor Chris. As long as the Emperor is not there, the ministers who hold power will naturally they are killing each other. At that time, will they still have the mind to attack your Holy Demon Empire? Ha 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 ha. Everyone knows that the Emperor of Alan Hill has no heirs. In a sense, this may be one of the few remaining weaknesses of the powerful Alan Hill Empire. Laughing happily, the man in black withdrew from the chief consul's room, followed by a terrifying laughter echoing in the corridor. Drew Icon, Magic Holy City of Kalanox, a magician of Sullen walked into a domed hall. Standing on crutches, long Sadler mage behind, whispered, cautioned, I have sensitive to fluctuations in magic. Puppet empire out of God. Is remote controlled. Estimated meter goal is, immediately a telegram to inform Alanxia aspects. Our side. Pumping tune, not too much of a magician to help. Let Vivian few of them go. cannot let the puppet empire threaten to Aelanxia the safety of the emperor. Yes, sir. Long Sardley I mage sir. That magic division respectful curtsy, pulled out of the room. Terra Dervis. My old friend. Aelanxia attack, which is what you want out of the way, shook his head. Long Sadley large magister face again the trace of a smile. What are you at that time? Can you become more honest? Several small after time, Vivian looked at the airports have started the engine of the B-17 bomber, tilted his head to look at her standing beside Capit Middle. Luna, this is what you can find, the fastest your plane. It can fly. Transport planes are flying less than the height of the Empire Trinity. Nothing can intercept aircraft. Take it, much faster than the transport plane ride, and secure multi. Luna the opening. Buddhism and Taoism. Vivian nodded his head, then looked to the other side. A few companions, on the plane can fly right gentlemen. 1 meter of altitude, I have been able to save a lot of magical energy. All right, as you wish. Has-been face magician nodded with a smile, that led the way to the aircraft B-17 bomber. The chubby woman followed him, and the thin wizard walked over. On a ear century old magician rubbed his neck, hunched side. Oh. Me this old bones, but also was this sin? Really? After all, he still walked towards the bomber. Vivian against Luna smiled, then put a mask buckle in the face, obscured beautiful face goes Empress Dowager, re-see, and then see. Luna at her and waved, watched the bomber in the engine sky roar in, this turned to leave. In fact, she is very sad, because she does not have the powerful fighting power of Vivienne. And she can't rush back and stand in front of that great man. Originally wanted to continue to add more changes, but the state is not good, so I sent out what I wrote to everyone 4,000 word chapter. Add more, let's do it. 205 evacuation. Says fire station, with countless valuables of the family. Duck the train guards are under the arrangement, they have to leave the city of refuge. Those who can gather here are all important talents in various fields. Every family has been checked and reviewed. In the chaos, as long as they are qualified as engineers, they can immediately get in the car and leave. Of course, the fire car is seriously overloaded state, no one has to sit ticket, just about as Spring State. In the past, under the command and arrangements guards, who carry important documents as well as property, embarked on a train evacuation. Many secret bases in Ceres have been completely closed, and many materials have been boxed and sent to the transport plane. The non-important materials that were too late to be transported were buried in the secret basement, the latest computers were destroyed, and the doors were closed with molten iron. At the same time, the whole sky Aelanxia have been completely regulated up. The latest radars have all been turned on, monitoring the entire sky. The latest anti-aircraft weapons have been ready to meet the enemy. The most advanced fighter has also started patrolling in the sky. The entire Aelan Hill has entered a state of combat readiness, and no one knows what enemy is about to fight. Your Majesty, the airplane is ready to go. An empty army officer standing behind Chris, opening softly cautioned, police provided from Drew Icon reported time point of view, absolutely safe escape from your time there is a critical about hours. You must leave now. Chris nodded his head, looking at the door to the secretary, all the information was not being taken away by the whole boxing. Yes, Your Majesty. Study, as well as a library of books so the factory of top-secret documents, drawings, have been packing away. Secret book Monsieur replied, some second the core information has also been sealed in a secret basement, and it is not easy to find it out. According to me to master the intelligence, and Drew Icon analysis, we identified each other survive here soon. He who could not be here for a long time to find such confidential information. They have to deal with, or Your Majesty. That secret. The book looked at Chris and explained cautiously. Cannot leave them any valuable information. Drawing. There is also information. After I left, the evacuation must continue to work, if possible, to evacuate this city of all people. Chris aside towards the door, while opening ordered. Yes, sir. Your Majesty. Nearly Guard's forces will be the last to leave. Retreat after ensuring that everyone leave. Chris has been with the body side of the Guard's officer assured. He who knows, this city has a nuclear bomb. This is the last attack scenarios. If this attack plan is launched, the city that has symbolized progress and prosperity in the last 2 years will become the least suitable place for human habitation in the world. No one wanted to see this result, but including Chris, thought that the secret of Aylin Hill could not be handed over to the Puppet Empire. So they would rather destroy one of the most important city. It is not willing to let the Puppet Empire to take away those precious expensive and technical drawings. Of course, this terrible battle plan called the Zero Plan is the final plan that will only be activated at the last minute. In fact, before this plan, Aylin Hill had more plans to welcome those god puppets from afar. If the outside of various forces around the puppets know stopping those words, from Druigan magician who will be at war with those puppets of God. According to the general analysis, this battle should be the victory of Gruken's magicians as long as the god puppets are eliminated. Chris does not need to launch a nuclear bomb and let Ceres and the puppets die together. A machine waiting on the outskirts of the field of C-47 transport aircraft already started the engine. Krishna's Emperor car was parked on the edge of the lawn, and the Aylin Hill guards who had been waiting around stood at attention and saluted the car. Secret Book opened the door. Chris drilled the car, saw the distance filled with drawings of aircraft as well as a file being a takeoff. And the plane in front of him was a modified transport plane. It is Air Force One of Aylin Hill. The magic circle on it is more exquisite than the magic circle on other planes, and the interior decoration is even more luxurious. Aircraft will be in 30 geo under escort fighter, non-stop crossing the city. Imperial Navy flagship HMS Dreadnought been waiting in there. Has been seen by waiting inside the aircraft. The Navy commander took the aircraft. Chris Lovens, Lising salute Huey reports. In fact, a fleet will accompany Chris to sea. The 2 submarines on patrol will also immediately rush to the relevant waters to join the fleet. This fleet will stay as far away from the coastline as possible, and escort his emperor to a place far away from the Eye of Magic. According to Gruken's speculation, even if the god puppets chased this place, they could not use magic to fly and pursue Chris' fleet. Even Mayan Strong can catch Kerry Adams just entering the submarine dive refuge. That god will lose puppet pursuit of the goal. Ultimately, his depleted magic crashed in the sea. Chris nodded, and then took his seat. Most of the high levels of Aylin Hill have already left early, and some have already arrived in Ferry City. I have really high-end combat power is weak can. People as long as the move several puppet of God. We do not even have to give up the capital. Chris some frustration with the fingers pounding on the table before him. A face-pained look. No on his state how the development of technology, the ability of individuals in the face of those magician, is still worth mentioning. Although he can develop people fear nuclear weapons, but a range of temporary because the problem cannot form an effective nuclear power deterrence. Even if you really have nuclear power deterrence, it was only just as long as the other party in spite of these deterrents, that Chris can only accept the outcome of mutual destruction. I have, after all, mortal, your majesty, can achieve success today, has been a miracle. Genesis actually do not think this situation what is wrong. At least he has been regarded as the most basic naval use-up. If after such a situation more and more, that the Navy will become normal development Aylin up at least, should build a powerful fleet is absolutely safe majesty, right? Do not know, Vladimir how to Lensberg a study carried out, and if he can work out the results we want, then we can at least have a way to enhance the combat capability of the man. Chris remembered Farfrensburg in Voronezh. In his chatting when the plane C-47 transport aircraft has been slowly taxiing to the runway center of the UNUP to climb. It has taken off in other airports. 51 Wild Horse fighter waiting in a nearby, such as the plane C-47 flew to the specified height. These aircraft will come around. A close guard on surrounding these fighters. Noisy engine noises are well isolated from the outside. This aircraft had modified C-47 really very comfortable and pleasant. Chris penetrated through the portholes, looked at the foot of the earth. It is not willing to, wondering how this arrow of revenge, as a monarch, was forced to run away. Several puppet, it can be considered a great insult if he doesn't find this place back. Even he himself will feel extremely frustrated. Stenosis of people feel stuck on B-17 inside a bomber, co-pilot, and crossed the narrow channel. Loud machine gun fight on the side of the waiting room of Vivian cautioned, "I have the oil soon exhausted. In a few minutes, we are about to land at a nearby airport." Vivian transported him, who is a B-17 reconnaissance aircraft. The aircraft has been modified, the linear range up to 4,000 kilometers. Because it's not carrying a bomb, the aircraft can be loaded more than a lot of oil, in addition to a huge cameras outside. It's also normal weapons configuration than the B-17 and less due to take pictures, but also installed navigation equipment, so this huge guy cancelled on the back as well as belly turret, eliminating machine guns on both sides. Also abolished the self-defense firepower, the tail. That is why to this, so the interior space of the aircraft fairly spacious. 6 people can sit down. How does not seem crowded, can reach across the entire Trinity Empire controlled area, already saves us a lot of trouble. Vivian opening said Xi, and then his companions, and said, "I have already arrived at rest. The road is up to us to walk on our own." The plane B-17 on field airport near Weilong Sa landing, the landing gear huge impact on the ground, so that the aircraft fuselage on the runway slightly shaking. Soon the plane stopped at the end of the runway, and the door was opened from the inside. "I hate this kind of thing. It's too noisy." The hunched old man tremblingly got out of the cabin, squinting his eyes to feel the bright sunshine. Behind him is a man like that high, followed by a fat woman and a thin magic teacher. Then the still smiling man got out of the plane, and finally Vivian in the magic robe. "Here magic atmosphere. Really thin up. I do not have to breathe coming." Fat woman ugly face complained. Thin magic division also think is hell, and they grew up. Drew Icon completely different. The air magic atmosphere pitiful. He even felt magical energy body is rolling. It is necessary to suppress the kind of dedication the restlessness from one's own soul. Don't complain. Don't forget what we are here for. Vivian also felt that she was uncomfortable, but it was not the first time that she felt this pain, and she forced the magic Laura in her body to surge and said. While this time a war airport officer came over and stood in front of the magician, spoke and said, "Their aircraft ready at any time, can take off." 206 Ming is actually a thief assassin. The other side, in Alanxia, the central region, the group had just crossed the Alanxia with God Trinity Empire Puppet Theater, just to get together. God watched a puppet led by one of God's puppet Scars. Open asked, "How am I encountered what hemp trouble? I hit some interesting flying equipment. Their firepower is quite fierce. I had to destroy those tails that are fast and always follow me." The magic robe had bullet holes and one arm was slightly twisted. The god puppet replied. Along the way he shot down more than 30 Alanxia fighters. Anti-aircraft fire was also intercepted before. Some of the panic, it is normal. You have been a sayers not go. This state, there will come basically is the limit. Headed by puppet looked at the wounded puppets began. I have crossed the theater, more or less have some losses, must add some magical energy. Another puppet coldly said. That wounded puppet stretched out his hands, spoke and said, I see you. I have swallowed. Continue to move go. Several god puppets stretched out their arms and pressed against the injured puppet's body, absorbing all the magic Laura lingering on the puppet's body. The god puppet, which had no energy, instantly slumped to the ground, and several people walked northeast without even looking at it. He had to be rushed to go as soon as possible, says, because god puppet once dispatched, because of the strong magic touch. Drew icon detection magic will certainly find. So they must hurry up and find what they want before the senior wizards of Guru can arrive. He had a few while walking to the northeast, while an opening to discuss said, there are a reminder of Drew icon, The Emperor will certainly hiding. On time will not be as easy to find. That's for sure. I have to go this time. If you can find people, kill the best. If not, find people. It can only execute another plan. Another point of God's puppet head, he said. He had certainly know that once God enabled puppet, Druigan will obtain the relevant aspects of perception. So the main purpose of these God puppets is not to kill Chris, but to steal more Alan Hill technology. There are more than a dozen God puppets used this time, which can be said to be the largest long-range combat power that the puppet empire can gather in a short time. After all, making God puppets is time-consuming and laborious, not to mention, manipulating these sophisticated puppets also requires a high-level magician with high magical attainments. Just as not everyone in Graken can reach Vivian's level. The advanced magicians of the puppet empire are also scarce resources, and they certainly can't be found casually. The third puppet never thought to really find Chris. He was more sure of another thing, to find more technical art drawings, those drawings to take home. I hope I can find something more useful. Relying only on the periphery of the collection technology, it has made us stronger, and if they have more technical art, led by the puppet, began to imagine they have got the Loveland. His latest technology looks like it. In many ways, the puppet empire has its own unique advantages. For example, their country has a large number of puppets, and these puppets can accomplish many things that humans cannot do. Puppet can be day and night in dangerous work under dangerous circumstances, maybe logging, mining. Tireless does not need to pay, it will not be lazy, simply the best workers. Even in mastering the processing station after the arts, these free workers can produce the same lines as standard parts. They are the natural production of robots, which is why Puppet Empire in a short time, a copy of industrial civilization Alanxia's reason. These puppets make new puppets, and the new puppets produce more puppets. Under the control of special magic, they can be copied continuously, and the number is desperate. The direction Alanxia being studied, is also looking for ways to use these puppets' technology to create their own industrial robots, if only the most simple robot, but also allows Alanxia huge speed boost production. Both sides are coveting each other's technology, but what everyone needs is different. What the Puppet Empire wants is the development direction of Alan Hill, and what Alan Hill wants is the technological precipitation of the Puppet Empire. His body of another puppet fantasy side followed up. Weaken invincible, I have always said, is the inevitable trend of human development. Puppet of those idiot Druigan also reluctant to admit. Something real proof. Puppets indeed inevitable direction of human development. Alanxia Technologies. The future of unlimited development. Puppet, led by God Puppet, nodded agreed. Suppressing the restlessness of his magical energy, the God Puppet leader walked forward and said, "At that time, we can defeat the devil and become the closest existence to the truth." "I have been the closest to the truth," his companion corrected him. "Yes, I have been the person who is closest to the truth, and won the Alanxia technology after. We are not closer to the truth. And the truth itself is." Another puppet of God also says, "He ha he. Ha 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 ha." The headed God puppet laughed, and then suddenly stopped when he was half laughing, and began to struggle uncomfortably. Damn it, damn it, damn it, bastard. Forbearance and tolerance it. As long as those great big technology art to take home, we are suffering, it is worth it. Ha. Ha. As if the respite in the big mouth, led by the puppet, finally stopped struggling, returned to a normal state. Do not go waves. Charge time. After that, he adjusted himself, then suddenly rose into the air and flew quickly in the direction of Ceres. Following him, the remaining 11 Puppet Empire's most sophisticated god puppets. These people flying rapidly in the sky, also left a vague trace on the Alan Hill air defense radar. If a person is flying alone, because the reflection area is too small, it may be hidden in the radar filter. But if they fly with a dozen, in a radar probe measured on the screen, the reflected signal will form a similar birds-like. It is such a signal, which will naturally arouse great attention in the air defense forces of Alan Hill that are already on high alert. Thus, In the remote within a field airport far, interception-piercing alarm echoed up. Already embattled combat pilots quickly run to their fighter. These not 51 nor 109 screw propeller fighter, but a Lanxia just mass production, represents the strongest MiG combat Air Force 17 cut blow dryer. The new jet fighters naturally represents a new tactic. The fighters hung carrying large E-caliber rockets, also equipped with 4 men 30mm cannon. It is spawn. It is for the interception Vivian, and now, they have to fulfill their mission. In the midst of the busy schedule, the first jet fighter flew into the air, followed by the second wingman. The whistling sound of the engine is several times louder than that of a propeller fighter, and the speed of these fighters has also reached an incredible level. Patch of strange birds have entered the airspace to intercept. They are very fast. Careful, you are about to encounter. No radio. The ground command center officer pressing the call. A reminder has been lifted off interceptor troops. And in the sky, the god puppets of the puppet empire flying with them were surprised to find that they were discovered by these humans. I remember the last time they came, humans could not find them. These thieves who have not mastered radar technology will naturally not know the difference that they were a puppet when they came last time, but at this moment they are a group of people. So, in shock after surprised, they had to once again face the same as the tide flooded over Alanxia the Air Force. It's so fast. Just a fasto face. These god puppets realized that the Alan Hill Air Force in front of them was completely different from the piston fighter units that intercepted them on the front line. These more noisy airplanes have very beautiful swept wings. Although I don't know what these backward-leaning wings do, these gods still feel the pressure of these strange new airplanes. Alan Hill is still improving. Even with the development of such a glorious civilization, the mortal country is still making continuous progress. This shock was placed in front of every god puppet, making them involuntarily exclaimed. Unfortunately, not wait for them to marvel at the past, the other first round salvo of rockets to intercept, then clouds of him to fly over them. Relying on their agility, these god puppets scattered to avoid the rockets falling into the sky. Then when they had just stabilized their figure, the jet fighter had already approached them and spewed deadly tongues of fire at them. Unlike piston fighters, jet fighters can place all their cannons on the fuselage, which makes aiming more convenient and has a more focused trajectory. Moreover, because the layout is more reasonable, the amount of ammunition carried by the aircraft guns has also greatly increased, and the combat effectiveness of the new jet fighters has completely surpassed the old fighters. Because as such, only mastered the technical performance of these old fighters god puppets. The first exposure to Alanxia jet fighter force, it is because for the careless eating a boring loss. Today, Longling adjusts for a day, takes a break, and offers 2 more changes. Everyone does not have to wait. 207 Don't run away. 4 men 30mm caliber cannon aligned with a puppet god of fire. When this god has not had time to open defense puppet magic, he originally wanted to use his magic to resist the MiG-17 aircraft cannon attack, but when these aircraft shells hit the magic circle, he realized that he was a little bit too big. That was almost endless 30mm caliber cannon artillery shells are not pathetic infantry 7.92mm caliber sub-bullet, nor is it before the equipment on fighter aircraft machine guns as well as 20mm caliber cannon. In destroying the force injury, gun enough to leave this hole in the steel plate, suddenly with a powerful force, crashing the magic puppet defensive barrier in front of God. Something indeed. Such a magical defensive barrier in fact in most cases is defensive magic attack, unable to hinder the pure level of shells hit, but some of the features that came with nothing. With this magic machine gun bullets to defend that is more than enough, but this defense magic defense barrier to 30mm gun, which a little too good to be true. In just an instant, the cannon of this MiG-17 fighter penetrated the magic circle in front of the god puppet. The shells that followed hit the god puppet who had no time to escape, directly smashing the opponent into a sieve. Huge cannon shells tore up all of a sudden its body magic robe, then broke its arm, went through its trunk. The magic aura contained in it suddenly leaked out, and this god puppet also lost its power and fell from the sky. So his companions were instant god puppets among down immediately began to avoid those tracer bullets hit, and with a more advanced magic defensive barrier, to deal with those shells too late to escape. He had not underestimate the enemy, because those fast and extremely fighter, really brought them unprecedented pressure. The opponent's speed is too fast, they can only use their flexible body to avoid those terrible attacks. But whenever they want to continue on their way forward, these planes will use their speed to dive into harassment and interfere with their marching route. Although after fighting for a while, they shot down about 7 MiG-17 fighters, but they did waste a lot of time. According to him, their plans, before they should be to quickly pass through here, go Alenxia hinterland, says directly into the city, looking for those drawings as well as the assassination of Chris technical information. But now, they were still in the air over the Arendt region, and they were entangled by the constant flow of Erenhil Air Force. If they continue to waste time, probably to the Sez city, we must face those magicians. Drew Icon came up. Don't waste time with these damn airplanes. Disperse and break through. Get rid of these damn interceptors. The headed god puppet commanded loudly. These god puppets in the sky heard this shout filled with magic, and immediately began to disperse. But these Alenhil fighters, like bone necrosis, followed behind these scattered god puppets. After all, whether it is a Mustang fighter, a Me-109 fighter, or a more advanced MiG-17 fighter, the speed is about the same as the magicians flying in the sky. With the body wants to throw off the speed per hour 600 kilometers of the first into the fighter. Of course, not an easy thing. In other words, this is simply impossible. These god puppets finally felt the horror of the human sea tactics after entangled for a while. The opponent seemed to be endless, and before the returning fighters left, the reinforcement fighters over there had already joined the battle. The Puppet Empire, which has been using the human sea tactics, finally experienced the feeling of their enemies at this time. No matter how they rushed from the left to the right, they couldn't eliminate all the enemies in front of them. As time went on, more and more Erenhil fighter pilots seized a rare opportunity and gave a fatal blow to a god puppet who frequently casts spells. He drew to a very close range and rewarded the opponent with a row of large E-caliber tracers. Due to the relationship is behind the attack, but also on fire at close range, the attack was very successful. All of a sudden God has made this a puppet army's each second huge success. God puppets are dispersed sense should be the kind of atmosphere to the fall of his companions. They saw a second puppet of God fall, came along the way. They have destroyed 3 puppet of God. This is already a fifth of their combat power, and if they lose some more God puppets, their mission may not be completed. You know, he had this time the task is clear surface to kill Chris. They have a secret mission to gather information as well as technical parts. The first task, as long as there is one person killed Chris Adams even finished, after a kin of any task must be to go to human handling. Even if they are transformed into magic balls of knowledge, they will have to be a huge pile and need to be transported by special personnel. After all, it is the most complicated science and technology system on this continent. It is estimated that there are hundreds of thousands of magic balls filled with knowledge. Slightly noticeable awkward these gods puppets eventually with a strong mana won the respect Alenxia Air Force. Compared to the Puppet Empire where only 2 god puppets were shot down, Alenhil was shot down more than 30 planes. Most of the war actively MiG-17 fighter jets, and a few joined the battle circle Me-109 and P-51 fighter. Suddenly around successful puppet who finally escaped these fighters to intercept them, and then in a special location set not up. Immediately afterwards, they found that chasing soldiers were coming one after another. They didn't even have a chance to breathe and rest. They were caught up again and surrounded. Fighting broke out again. and the MiG-17 fighter jets equipped with American Advanced Combat Sighting equipment had a considerable improvement in attack accuracy. And these intrepid Airland Hill fighter pilots are using their lives to defend the airspace of their motherland. It's not a way to go on like this. If I didn't guess wrong, those goddamn Gurkhan magicians are already waiting for us in Ceres. The god puppet headed by him retreated to himself after avoiding the entanglement of a fighter plane by one of his colleagues. How should I do? This god puppet outline of a huge array of magic, blocking the fire over the Me-109 on the fighter 20mm caliber cannon artillery shells. Opening asked. Headed puppet sigh. Discuss, he said. No way you take 7. A god puppet says go there with him. They fight to the death. He sighed. Throw a fireball, driven back over the two want to close by P-51 fighter, while continued. I took the rest of the 3 god puppet, to find that damn AI Lanxi East Emperor kill him. At least we didn't waste precious god puppets this time. Did we? You are right. Then do as you said. The god puppet nodded and agreed with the arrangement. With the care of god puppets immediately divided into 2 parts, continue in the direction of Ceres galloped away, followed behind them, and a large number Alanxier fighter. And the other part of these god puppets, or a small part, rushed towards the coastline and the direction of Ferry City against the increasingly sparse interception fighters of Alan Hill. The closer the east, the thinner the Alanxier air power. After all, a long time, the direction of their coastline is no more than a small Viagra threat of safety. So he had here do not like to deploy fighter jets stationed here in the Air Force forces also relatively weakest. Except for the MiG-17 fighters deployed in the central region, most of the Eastern Air Force only have relatively backward Me-109 fighters in their hands. These aircraft are equipped with an earlier 20mm cannon, more powerful than the small. Not these planes to intercept or take off. Crossing the city rushed to consume 4 god puppet empire. Yes, really effective interception, already unstable because god banned puppet magic field restrictions, the final 2 in their harassment. Magic exhausted crashed in a mountainous area within it. The remaining Tolike state is very bad. They struggled to ferry arrived in the city, but has no tough arrogance of the world. Even after reaching the sky above Ferry City, they had to land on the ground because of their magical powers. At this time, they couldn't get close to Chris, who had already gone to sea. Under the siege of countless Ferry City's defenders, these 2 god puppets, who were almost as few as ordinary magicians, could only be forced to fight and be surrounded and destroyed. On the pier of Ferry City, I did not expect, timid Alanxier Emperor actually run so far. You fight for such a coward. Worth it? Quilt Bomb break his leg, headed god puppet struggled to sit up at the dock, asked for the Alan Hill Grenadiers who had surrounded him. He knew that his plan of action this time was destined to be unsuccessful, and the Emperor of Alan Hill had escaped to the sea, which was the far end of the forbidden demon realm that they could not reach. Basically, the puppet of God the most far from the fighting, near the coastline is in Alanxier, where, puppet empire often inaccessible. Chris could not hurt nothing more let him depressed. Those intercept their Druagan magician who, in addition to those God will wipe out the puppet steal Alanxier technical information program. Almost equal failed. Set end up with so much god puppet, launching a campaign of immediate concern Alanxier, hoping to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, only to end up losing the fate of 15 puppet of god. Think is really sad. You are the emperor, is only hiding a coward. Ha 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 ha. I see countless gathered around Alanxier soldiers, led by arrogant puppet of god laughing, shouting mischief. The crowd parted, and an officer walked up to this god puppet who had no strength to fight back and sneered, enough. I hope that when we come to you with nuclear weapons, you have the courage not to run away. 208 Who saved who? In Ceres, in front of the huge basement door of Ceres Castle, a god puppet stretched out his arm toward a door. Then, his weak arm hanging down, fell from the grand place only a few centimeters of the door. Behind him, Vivian retracted her magic circle and adjusted her magic aura. She is also uncomfortable fighting here. After all, This is the real forbidden domain. The activities of magicians, especially senior magicians, are too much restricted, and even their breathing is no longer smooth. The arrival of the god puppets is already at the end of the battle. Compared with the previous one, this time the god puppet troops used too much reserve energy in advance to cross the line of defense. When he had time to escape the real and true icon magician war, which god puppets have fought for far too long, been forbidden magic inside the field. They saw the Griken mage, who hadn't used much magic along the way, almost even if they could only accept the state of failure calmly. These magicians from Griken had all come back by plane. Compared with the time Vivian came to Aelan Hill before, they saved a lot of magic. It is not a strange thing that Vivian and others can easily win the puppets waiting for these god puppets to come. Kansu v. Chris, the Sears crisis lifted. He could let him come back. Vivian penetrate through the gap on the mask, not far from the same look to the just ended the fighting companions. These are all Aelan Xiacore secrets are in the vicinity and no one. I have put away the brawny covered in flame. He puts aside a puppet of God's hand holds a skull. See to Vivienne, the urn said with anger. In his opinion, the main reason why Aelan Hill is strong is these weird drawings and technical information. If these things can be brought back to Griken, the rise of Griken is only a matter of time. Moreover, besides them, there are no people from Aelan Hill at all. Even if they really stole some information and brought it back to Griken, it would be absolutely unknowing, and it would be impossible for anyone to find out. After all, everyone different position. This time to steal a chicken, some small means, definitely a reason that, of course, no innocuous choice. Vivian shook his head, spoke and said, I have Drew Icon magician and should not be the same as those darn puppet empire. We should have our insistence. We should have a right or wrong judgment. Vivian, too good. Mortals if once strong, destroy Drew Icon is nothing impossible. We really put their own destiny, delivered to this group of mortals. Zhuang Han some unwillingly stared at the door that seemed to be close at hand, and began to persuade him. Hear each other's words, Vivian moment. Then it is struggling a bit tangled, followed shook his head, opening the negative and said, I had comfortable with everything. This is our Drew Icon magician faith. I have really comfortable with everything, so we should frankly face their own choice. That's Wang Han went to the door, reached out and want to open the door seal with Aelan Xia's secret door. In the big door behind the door, is a mountain of Aelan Xia technical information. Is a one neat shelves are stacked inside numerous temporary research data. There are many research results of the project. As long as he pushes the door open, he can see everything inside. Take all this away, they can have more than half of the latest technology in Aelan Hill, and even have a variety of pre-research directions. Institutions of higher learning just inside the Royal University of Science and Technology as well as Royal Roads University, and University Aelan Xia inside says graduation on paper. The value here has been incalculable up. What's more, behind these mountains of information, there is an electronic computer that is too late to move away. This closed door is a technology unheard of in this world, and it is the world's most cutting-edge scientific and technological achievements. Tall Men Magic Division rests in the hands on the door handle of that door. He could even feel his heartbeat. It is a coming joy of success. It is a hopeful expectations. However, before he had time to exert force, a delicate palm was pressed on his wrist. Vivian stopped his reckless behavior, and took off the mask from his face with the other hand. Her beautiful and picturesque eyes were sharp and cold, and the eyes were cold. Let go. Goo boom. Swallow a mouthful of saliva. Tall men know Vivian angry. If she were not angry, she would have said more than this time. He had 6 people inside. Vivian magic combat is not necessarily the most powerful, but between the two of them, Vivian is indeed a relatively strong one. If the two of them fight here, it will be hard to see if he loses. Let alone mention this matter, this room will almost certainly be over. You are so willing to give up the rise of Drew Iconov? The tall and strong master magician afterward, once again stressed that the opening asked. I don't think that stealing other people's things is rising. That is falling. So, let go. Vivian replied firmly, her voice echoing in the dark basement. At this time, an abrupt voice sounded from behind the two people. The Grykan magician, who always had a smile on his face, stood at the entrance of the basement with his hands on his back, looking at the two people who smelled like gunpowder. Ahem. Excuse me, can you clean up your messy magical aura? Vivian withdrew his hand. Not through magic. Atmosphere around her seems to be more messy up. That's Wang Han looked again on the huge iron gate in front of him, ultimately unwilling to withdraw his hand. I do not know who will not regret it, but it really is. I have the best chance. Really real, is our best chance, however. I have no way to determine. This is not the world's best opportunity. Face man with a smile in front of the two men walked, spoke and said, Drew Icon, the future of this world is not necessarily the future of this world. I have to restrain their own desires, defending their own insistence, to comply with their beliefs. Always smiling man on her own hands, like a gentleman general. So, I can go up, you gentlemen. Vivian gave a gentle salute to the magician who had been smiling, then put on her own mask, and walked towards the exit without looking back. Tall male magic teacher sighed, looked at the iron gate in front of him, toward the same exit. A face-smiling man with the back of the two men, overlooking the one lying on the ground, has been completely destroyed. A puppet of God, did not leave any problems found, behind two people, took to the stairs at the exit. This what a dirty place. Drew Icon, no magic teacher will love this place. Although all of the industrial equipment are stopped, all of the chimneys no longer spit smoke, this like a dead city, but still let the magician who discussed. Everything here is covered with a thin layer of black ash, and the thick scorching smell in the air here burns the trachea of all life that can breathe. Everything here is cold and hard, representing Alan Hill's stubborn character that has been integrated into the bone marrow. There is a word all over his face. Smiling magician, he never said he did not like it here, from beginning to end not like it here. He didn't know whether his choice today was right or wrong, which made his heart numb. Hope. Drew Icon, future, will not destroy your own choice. This time is now. In the bottom of his heart, he prayed with the most pious heart. Mankind's greatest war machine, made of huge steel, is riding the wind and waves on the endless sea. The majestic body of the battleship Intrepid, the real sea steel behemoth, was driving against the wind, and the thick black smoke from the chimney drifted away with the sea breeze, looking extremely heavy. Your Majesty, it's windy here, you should return to the cabin to rest. Lawrence walked over, stood beside Chris, and persuaded him. Chris leaned on the railing, looked in the direction of Ceres, and asked, is it right that the winner is divided, and we can go back? Yes, in the telegram that just arrived. The magician of Grykan wiped out all the god puppets in the city of Ceres. You are already safe, Lawrence replied. Then he stared at Chris, some doubt soap, and asked, he had these Drew Icon magician, so we really so selfless? And more information on their eyes. They are not tempted to despise? Still say, this is a test. Chris interrupted Genesis, then looked at the undulating waves of the sea. Opening replied, if he were tempted to move any evil thought, that everything will go on a different road. From my point of view, he had the choice to save their own. Hand in patted on the shoulders of Genesis, Chris left the side of the ship towards the direction of the cabin. Commander, fleet can return there. The more over the endless sea front, the ferry across the city, across the main, in the city says Castle, down the long stone steps into the basement of the wreckage lying puppet, behind the door of a huge iron gate, in the full cabinet next to supercomputers, and on a bigger than human cone, yellow and black radiation warning sign composed of the following warnings also crowded. A gate connected to the detonator is the meticulous work of There are only 2 changes today, so don't wait any longer. 209 There is a kind of responsibility. Your Majesty, if the nuclear bomb was detonated, Vivian others after leaving Genesis, steel spliced into the cabin. The Chief Secretary Chris Luther asked if Deans, the Minister of Internal Affairs, is the tycoon in charge of all internal affairs. This Luther is Christ's private person, a shadow who serves His Majesty completely. He holds hands near the core of the guards. Luther is absolutely one of Christ's henchmen. In the mid-level selection of countless guards officers, his loyalty even surpasses that of old ministers like Deans Strider, because for the selection of officers from the system, or the Lutheran Captain Chris bodyguards around, basically about the existence and refused to leave. Although there are not many Luther figures in the national decision-making level, he is an indispensable member of the Allen Hill high-level group. With the world's most prosperous city's funerary also be memorable to die of it, Chris was silent for a long time, watching the sea outside the windows, without turning replied. As is an emperor, his friend in the world is really pitiful. Although he was about to get married once, but the person who got married is now fighting in the faraway Griken. So, Chris is successful as an emperor, but as a person, he may not be happy. He was under infinite pressure before, and now his life is still in danger. This is the driving force for him to move forward, and it is also the reason why he must be bored. There are too many people to pay life to him. There are too many people standing on his shoulders and he was traveling with. If he is tired at this time, maybe the world will stagnate or go backwards. Luther sometime, as an emperor, is a tired thing. Feeling is not necessarily the physical exertion, but tired heart. Chris Wry smile, still without looking back to his confidant, he said, "Your Majesty." Luther looked at the heroic figure in front of him, trying to persuade him, but found that he really couldn't persuade him. The Emperor's Majesty stood like a god in Allen Hill, so he must also endure loneliness of a god. "Look, I have a friend in Ceres, but I still left 2 nuclear bombs there. I was even afraid that my friend would not die, so I prepared a second hand." Chris smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. Then he returned inside out. "Look to Luther, in your eyes, I am also likely full of poor people are jealous of it." "No, Your Majesty." "Contrary. I have eyes. You are a for Alanxia, devote all of the great emperor. Your choice is for us, for the whole country." Luther firmly replied, "It is my honor to be able to follow you." Chris didn't struggle with him on this issue there, because after all, he didn't really want an answer. It was just that using nuclear bombs to guard both Griken and the Puppet Empire at the same time, which made his heart a little tired. Almost, he would gasify our familiar friend in Griken. Then, the capital of Allen Hill will become dust, and it will become history together with the magicians of Griken who have come to reinforce it. And then, the 2 countries will come to die endlessly enemy. Even eternal empire are likely defection. Allen Hill is the enemy of the world, and has to fight the whole world to the last minute. Even the chain reaction will be to develop the first 9 sets regiment army destroyed in the distant foreign land. Their Quasicard Princess Paoluna likely to be killed or captured. His Majesty the Emperor of Allen Hill has once again become a quasi-bachelor, and his personality may develop in a more cruel direction. At the same time, the fight against the devil drew icon because of the collapse of the nuclear bomb washing. The devil will enter into various regions throughout the continent, the wizarding world will collapse, part of the zone Alanxia are not spared. Even more interesting it is, because as nobody stopped those puppet assassin of the Empire, only Chris fled away overseas, in the absence of the completion of the more powerful industrial development, did not dare to return to Alanxia. Fortunately, none of this happened. The city of Ceres remained there intact, and the wizards of Griken didn't make any choices to make things out of control. Maybe most people in this world don't know that they have already walked around the Ghost Gate because of a choice. In another intersecting time and space, they may all have to pay the price of their lives for an uncool choice. The secret laboratory built in the pit of the abandoned magic concentrate in the Volova Mountains has been activated. Our secrets can be better hidden. Your Majesty, as our army grows stronger, we will not happen again. Luther did not know what Chris was thinking, secretly guess measuring a long while before opening to persuade the road. Using abandoned mines to establish new R&D bases is something Chris has always insisted on. As Ceres became more and more insecure, he deliberately transferred some important R&D work to secret bases in the mountains. Due to the evacuation of large numbers of people do not, so these R&D base easy to arrange self-destruct system, security system and more stringent at least, the problem of mixed puppet empire spies will not be easy. Something real on many Alanxia are preparing projects, we are here engaged in intense. For example, said that the birth from 50 early age C-130 transport aircraft project of this transport project were high hopes, is eliminated Me-323 transport aircraft, and C-47 ultimate transport aircraft program lose machine. Grasp the future development direction of Chris clearly. No, C-130 transport machine can even spend a good many years, after modernization from the 50s remained in service until the 21st century. In his crossing of that year are not any to be eliminated signs. Also you can make do with a surprising 50-year transport aircraft. With the kneecap know that it is worthy of being built. Large-scale production of a good thing. The same sample was selected, where the start of the design, but also a famous 50s aircraft MiG-17 after continuous models, powerful performance and durable MiG-21 fighter. Because this fighter was produced by the Soviet Union, the technical difficulty is even lower, and it is sturdy, reliable, and low in cost. What's more interesting is that it is simple to maintain and is a very powerful frontline fighter. Who would have thought that when the Mi-17 fighter jet was mass-produced at the Allen Hill factory, the design of the MiG-21 fighter jet was basically completed? Who would have thought that Allen Hill's Air Force had already begun to equip a large number of advanced radar aircraft? Chris is not worried that taking the old Soviet fighter jets will affect his technical judgment, because his mind is full of advanced technologies from various countries. As long as he is willing and electronic technology develops, he can switch his weapons and equipment to the more advanced European and American systems at any time, and then those familiar advanced fighter jets will appear one after another. As technology advances in surgery, Alanxia gradually increase the processing level, a steady stream of new weapons and equipment to the natural time. Chris can use the F-16 and F-15 replace MiG series, continues to rule the sky. Speaking to Chris suddenly remembered another important project, in his view a very interesting project, then open asked, "Doth that? How about a launch base side of the building?" See His Majesty the Emperor against some like state, quickly opening Luther talking about this topic. Doth together to establish a 4 launch sites, we have no choice. All the experts have identified the location are adopted, not over, of which there are 2 launch sites because there is no relationship Unicom Railway, we do not yet available. Speaking Luther felt His Majesty the Emperor really deep pockets only child make choices, to all adults. He paused, continued to talk about topics of interest to Chris. Your Majesty, transport carrier rocket design has been completed. We do now have a manufacturing base begun. Rocket ship 1 how? Launch base. I remember, if nothing happens, we will have an experimental launch in more than 10 days. Chris thought of some details of this plan and asked with satisfaction. Yes, Your Majesty. The experimental launch is scheduled for the 20th of this month. If all goes well, we will have the first artificial satellite next month. Luther felt very proud of this matter. Sense. Look at me, I'm mortal. Although I can't fly, the aircraft we can make can already fly to places that magicians can't fly. While the first satellite launch practicality is not high, but Chris is full of a sense of anticipation, in terms of his efforts to promote technical art progress, research and development and better performance of the launch vehicle. On the other hand, he does need space technical support to develop more powerful weapon systems. For example, say with satellite navigation, He-guided weapons can be more precise targets as technology advances, even thousands of miles away, smashing windows puppet His Majesty the Emperor, nor is it cannot do, think are a bit small bowel move it. Today, those bastards from the puppet empire forced him to move. It's time for him to find his place in a few days. When his strategic missiles and guidance technology are perfected, he can make the entire puppet empire panic all day long. I hope you have a puppet of God, in close proximity to the eye magic. There are interception 10 sonic head times more than the subject of the ability to think here. Christ's mouth began to unfurl nasty smile. Because as he is a person through, and all those who come from across China, and in their hearts there is a familiar slogan that is a slogan that people can give a knowing smile. There is a responsibility, called Wind Express. The mission will up to 210 females seeking taste. A dense crowd crowded in front of the checkpoint, and the woman carrying her luggage and holding the child's hand was looking curiously at the guards who checked everyone's documents in front of them. Waiting at the side of the step is carrying a gun sentries, but added these guards did not intervene to check the documents of work, they just stand around, watched each ready to return, says civilians. After the evacuation of massive field of action, of course, it is followed by a huge scale to move back the tide. Everyone didn't know what happened, but because of the order, they let go of their work and left immediately according to the order. Fortunately, Allen Hill has always been in a state of production similar to the wartime system because of its development model. The factory and the State Department controlled the civilians in every detail, so that such a migration operation could be completed smoothly. If it were not for the continuation of this warlike system, it would be an impossible task to relocate such a large number of civilians in a short period of time. Please show your credentials. The guard sitting behind the desk didn't look up, mechanically repeating the order they had repeated countless times today. The woman in her turn put her luggage under her feet, then fumbled out a document book from her pocket and placed it on the table in front of the guard. That police guard opened documents, and then looked up. The top goes black and white photographs, and the woman in front of the contrast a bit. Husband at once at regiment military service, rank of a sergeant. Police guard checked the family situation. The top covered with a seal, then handed the documents back to the woman in front of. A sense of thank you to the action cooperation in China, welcome home. Thank you. The woman nodded her head slightly, and then led the child by her side through the checkpoint. The child she led looked at the guard with curiosity, and the guard also gave the child a smiling face in a hurry. The two passed by, and then there was no intersection. The woman walked with the child on the street full of people going home, listening to the constant complaints from around. Such inexplicable to leave their homes, camped out in a few days' time, and this is somehow allowed many to return to their homes. Any who were tricked such a pass. There will not be any good temper. It's not kidding it. We can really lived at home, just a command. Let us leave now to just say what attacked a puppet of the empire. An old lady aside walking, while on the side of father complained, where is there any attack? Look, it looks like it's been attacked. Well, old woman, shut up. Now complain about what is the use? The old godson of impatience walked forward. Chatter about their children along the way. His wife was very unhappy. He also suffocated his anger. After all, Ceres didn't look like he had been attacked. Moreover, says but his a complete underground air defense system was built quasi-modern urban design, the attacks on the general level, no need to evacuate all people, so launching a campaign as long as the air raid sirens sounded, allowing people to enter the bunker refuge on it. So the strange order this time is a bit unreasonable. After all, not everyone has seen the appearance of an atomic bomb, and not everyone has a complete and sober conceptual understanding of nuclear weapons. Listen, said the great Imperial Majesty. Street over the houses were destroyed. The attack was not just some of it is estimated that serious. A man showing off to his companions he had just heard the big things. Look, very complacent expression. The other man who walked with him was very interested when he heard this statement, and asked, really? That is the most beautiful street in front of the castle, destroyed? God puppet, of course not without a fight. He had an Druican magician who made an unprecedented scale war in this magic over the city. Both sides used a lot of powerful magic, of course. Some magic hit the buildings in the city of Ceres. Some buildings were destroyed, some have been affected, a mess on many streets, but says Castle because Druican magic teacher who try to protect, and there is no damage. Although before the order for the civilians to return to their hometown was issued, the army had entered Ceres in advance, sorted out some ruins and wreckage, confiscated the corpse of the god puppet, and fixed the nuclear bomb hidden in the city of Ceres, but it was still able to do so. In many places, traces of fighting have been seen. Vivienne was waiting for Chris to return to his capital in Ceres Castle. This great migration, including the Emperor, basically did not affect the battle on the front line. The Palak Empire fought hard in the south, resisting the two-sided attack of the Jesno Empire and the Bama Empire. Alan Hill provided a lot of arms support for it, so that the empire could barely support the war with the accomplices of the two puppet empires. Although the Palak Empire fought very hard, the two mortal empires responsible for attacking the Palak Empire did not gain much advantage on the battlefield even though they stormed the Palak Empire. Except for capturing all the territory south of the South Wukadon River at the beginning, the Palak Empire has not lost a bit of territory, and even vaguely has accumulated power to prepare for a counterattack. In the territory of the Normu Empire, the Kasich Empire's offensive was miraculously defeated by the Normu Empire. Normu Empire in the original defeat, the birth of a young commander. This is called Hidekalenan Generals, led by Normu Empire 1-1 troops, miraculously hit the defeat of the enemy 5 times. Norma stabilized the empire situation. It is also due to this a local campaign, the situation stabilized the southern front. The pressure Palak Empire plummeted. Alanxia reinforcements have entered the time Normu Empire. Of course, the bad news is not unavailable. The Puppet Empire slaughtered all quarters in the Eternal Empire. An army of countless puppets defeated the main force of the Eternal Empire. Most of the Eternal Empire fell. Seeing that the capital, Karameeks, will become the front line. Up, the border between Gryken and the Puppet Empire was quiet. Gryken was unable to attack the Puppet Empire, and the Puppet Empire seemed to have no intention of attacking Gryken. Alanxia frontline offensive touches on the way to triumph. The first one set after the group captured the border town of Jalachiami, stormed all the way west along the railway line. Because the railway line has not been completely destroyed, rebuilt engineers' speed is very fast. Then the first one-set group of army troops surrounded the tanks of Sri Lanka. Here is the empire north of Trinity, important industrial base. It is connected by railway to Alan Hill, and because there is an oil field, the degree of industrialization is very high. Alan Hill has invested in many chemical factories here. But the Alan Hill people who came to work are no longer there. Maybe even the Holy Demon Empire hadn't expected that the border defense line they worked so painstakingly collapsed so quickly, so the oil equipment here is well preserved. In a sense, it can control Ducey's city and Dalen intact. Hiliza imagine picking up less than a bargain. Who would have thought? Trinity Empire stupid destroy only some of the railway, killing some Alanxia workers, cut off the first 9 sets regiment army's supply lines, but did not damage anything further then, but to attack Alanxia the many important equipment of amazing value left by the Ukrainian troops. Repairs completed, railway support, the supply of General Walter, mechanization of the best one-set group army back to that day in the city, says Chris. Captured the largest city in North Central region, Nuobeya Trinity Empire. This basically be opened up along the West Railway, as long as the first one-set group advancing army of several hundred kilometers further to the west, they can be completely opened up to the West Railway that time. The first 9-set group of military predicament, even if it is completely lifted. The first 2 sets regiment army did not waste time under the command of General Lester. They cover first 1 sets the southern flank of the army group, captured a few days ago between Trinity Empire important hinterland city of Mountain City. The city is a barrier between the Hengjun Mountains, so it is named Shanjian. It is not only an important line of defense for the Holy Demon Empire, but also a rich mineral production area rich in copper and iron. Cherkasy Ministry team has now captured the Misak. The first two sets regiment military go hand in hand, forming a huge pocket, and inside this pocket, Trinity is the largest Imperial arms production base, but also the most holy magic empire good work industry area Duomomu. Y was accounted Urksy Misak area is also close to the city mountains, where rich coal as well as iron Hui is also very important metal production and processing areas. It supplies steel and coal in the Dokam area and supports Dokam's production. The Grak area, which is dominated by parts and light industry, the city of Dus, which is dominated by petroleum products, as well as the mountain and the coal producing area of Huit, which dominated by copper and iron, were successively occupied by Alan Hill, has been surrounded on three sides. In fact, Alan Hill has completely destroyed the industrial system of the Holy Demon Empire. So far, Alan Hill's pincer offensive has occupied 2/3 of the industrial areas that the Holy Demon Empire has painstakingly managed, and annihilated hundreds of thousands of Holy Demon Empire troops deployed in the border areas. The main reason why things went so smoothly is that, on the one hand, the industrial areas of the Holy Demon Empire are close to Alan Hill and are connected by railways. On the other hand, the main force of the Holy Demon Empire has not been put into battle. This makes the front line of the senior Lan Hill commanders were very surprised. He had already occupied the Trinity and a fifth of the territory of the Empire, but not been strongly counted to the main forces of the Empire Trinity, which reveals a strange thing in itself. Full of intrigue taste. Tomorrow Long Ling will bury his mother. There will be a lot of things. There will be only 2 changes today. Don't wait. 211 Battle of Palace. The sound of the motor rotating is uniform and long. As the motor rotates to drive the gear, a huge seat ring is rotating at a constant speed. On this huge seat ring, in the heavy armored steel plate, the artillerymen who had been ready for a long time were staring at the semi-automatic loader transporting shells to the front of the artillery breech. Fearless first ship class battleship Intrepid, though still Alanxia still waters, the rest of the Intrepid class battleship, but already had been ordered south, to reinforce the fight went to the Empire Lake. As time went on, the fleet of 3 dreadnoughts and 7 cruisers had descended south to the coastline of the Baimsar Empire. This may be the most powerful fleet in the world. Their chimneys are billowing with thick black smoke, and the line of fleets lined up across the sea, majestic and resolute. The Baimsar largest port state Pars Dayton residents who are watching a giant sailing ship departure, was a slender Alanxia destroyer round volley to beat to pieces. The combat operations against the Imperial Navy of Baimsar were completely over without even a single afternoon tea time. Towards the sea battle Alanxia Imperial Navy sailing fleet annihilated within an hour, and even a ship not escape. Only a few small time when it made the command of the sea Alanxia fleet wasted no time, directly to their warships open to pass near Dayton waters. Then, the defenders on the turret of the port of Parston, which was full of air forces, saw the black smoke that obscured the sky and stretched across the sea level in the distance. Is something burning at sea? There was such a big fire? An officer put down the telescope in his hand, turned sideways, and asked the deputy standing next to him. The fuzzy black smoke on the sea level made him feel very uneasy. Past Benton Harbor this year's time change is very large. Here built a huge fort, equipped with artillery in the above dense. The largest caliber gun here is their own R&D, diameter 300 mm. Body volume looks very spectacular huge. In order to allow this giant artillery to rotate, a distinctive artillery mount was also made. The designers of this world have designed an artillery reset device with their own imagination and some of the technology flowing out of Alan Hill. It seems that there are few artillery bases during the Sino-Japanese War of 18,941,895. Just by looking at this gun mount, one can imagine what this heavy 300 mm caliber cannon is. Its maximum firing range is about 8 kilometers, which is basically the same as the 130mm caliber guns that imitate the Allen Hill export type on other gun positions. The soldiers at the other crenellations were also curiously looking at the black smoke that was getting closer and closer at this moment, uneasily wondering what kind of new weapons Allen Hill had deployed this time. Before Alanxia Navy warships have visited over Baymexia Empire, but at that time to save, he sent 3 auxiliary cruisers. The idea at the time was to visit this one time anyway, and bring some goods back by the way. Not through all the Empire's coastal defense soldiers' Baymexian mind is clear, rumors very powerful Alanxia Navy, while several definitely not. Only that it does not look powerful warships. Sir, I don't know the smoke from the chimney of the Allen Hill battleship that I visited last time. Maybe it's because the opponent has too many warships, so there is more black smoke. When asked by his commander, the deputy was a little frightened, replied, "Even the black smoke obscures the sky. How many battleships are these that really fought for a while, and the opponent's so many battleships? Can the turrets hold on to it?" Hearts are worried. Worry too much. Baymexia other warships. Imperial commander, sword pressing his waist, looking in front of their own to set up a cannon at the forts, continued to pump myself up, barely out of the one, said, "I have here are hundreds of pieces of artillery, presumably." Whoosh. As he spoke, one of the shells whistling overhead, a huge breakwind all human tempting wind's neck. Afterwards, the shell that swept over the entire fort position suddenly hit the mountain on the back of the fort and exploded on the second-tier fortifications halfway up the mountain. Because to not hit the main front, shells caused damage. While this is not much, a hillside bunker positions is also a lift to fly out. A lot of pieces of concrete fell even above the main front. Who fired the gun? Where's the opening shot? That Baymai country officer in circles, looking frightened, looked around. It seems to want to find yourself shelling enemy positions. His deputy looked at the black smoke that was approaching in the distance and swallowed subconsciously. He didn't dare to ask what was in his heart. Wouldn't it be those distant enemies who opened fire? Among Alanxia fleet, a flagship turret? No. Fearless conquer the ship. Gunner put down the phone, some helpless watching his men, who spoke and said, "Mister, they just made that shot high just a little bit. Rest parameters, reduce it by 0.2 degrees, and try again." On the second gun. As he shouted, the gunner who adjusted the elevation angle of the artillery turned the handle in front of him twice, and the barrel on the turret moved down slightly. After correcting the launch parameters, the gunner pressed the launch button, and for an instant the number 2 artillery sat back, and then began to slowly reset it forward. To explode. Deaf artillery explosions were inaudible. They took to prevent damage to the ear headphones, and noise and muzzle the largest armored steel barrier, so to hear voices and not very much. But he who can still faintly hear the guns, still can intuitively feel their control of the biggest war machine in the history of the construction of the power of this human terror. A huge cannon shells from the turret of 2 call numbers barrel howling out, followed raised the muzzle to spray a thick black smoke, accompanied by a loud sound. The barrel quickly retreated a bit, and then fully recovered to its original position. The cannon crossed at least 13 kilometers away, hit in the thick walls of the fort. Then a violent explosion occurred. Explosion lit to fly all the equipment as well as personnel in the vicinity. The door. Several 130mm coastal defense guns directly blasted parts like state. Before the sure defense turrets of the Baymexia Empire could report, the remaining turrets of the battleship Conquest that had received the information about the hits began to roar. 8 men 305mm caliber cannon is not decoration. They are all Alanxia created by the extremely high precision of modern artillery shells. Hit because the same ballistic performance, and the target is not moving, and the enormous volume fought, so hit the accuracy is quite high. Just conquered a battleship USS Breakout of 6 mi after continued shells. Let the whole past and harbor fort enveloped in a sheet of flame. The hundreds of cannons on the turret were all submerged in the explosion before even a single shot could fight back. The shells stored in the fort did not know which shell was detonated, and the sound of explosions continued. The garrison wolves rushed towards the hogs to scatter the birds and animals. Was a scared the liver and gallbladder was killing them round explosion, where there are now thought the ship in combat with these Alanxierov. With the second round of salvos from the battleship Conqueror, this modern fort, which was built with a huge amount of money, has completely become history. At the same time, people in past and frightened eyes, the sound of explosions rumbling in the distance on the fort, Alanxier Empire hero number Dreadnought, with behind victory in the number Dreadnought, with a congregation cruiser, lateral port in the outer circumference, which stood stout artillery, that one dark muzzle, pointing because past an urban area as well as industry trade flourished. Put down the hands of Wang Telescope, standing on the bridge command Alanxia Navy Deputy Commander of the Fleet Kasagamis General's face with a cruel smile. The adjutant glanced around, softly ordered, "Fire." His adjutant turned to look at the captain of the battleship Hero, and repeated the commander's command loudly, "Fire." "Fire." The captain gave the command to fire with his chin held up. On a battleship that was already ready, 8 cannons roared together. Because the distance has been very close, so do not even need to aim artillery salvo enormous momentum so that everyone will never forget. The people who cried trembling collapsing under these guns. Buildings in the city collapsed and the shells exploded in combustion. Although compared to the Air Force and the Army, the Alan Hill Navy is seriously lagging behind both in terms of quantity and quality. But this does not prevent it from being strong. After all, compared to the Army and the Air Force, Alan Hill's naval forces face weaker enemies. Therefore, when naval warships that were still burning coal appeared in the waters of the Baimshire Empire, there was only one word that could describe the battle conditions of this squadron. In a sea of flames, Alanxia Marine's entire city looted, and then sped away in cries of despair. Relying on the terrible speed of the entire fleet, they headed south, preparing to attack another port city, Bryburn. Amid the rumbling of the 3 dreadnought ships, the counterattack on the southern front of the Allied countries also officially began. Courier Command of General of the 5 Sets Group Main Army attack Rujisanuo Empire. Because the enemy is too weak, the same day the first 5 Sets Group Army would spend a broad pool Outs River. 2 days later, the Cardsage Army fleet arrived in Bristol. This, where the garrison in advance get the message, there is no resistance. They just moved away valuable things, and then left the city port dock to vent their anger to Alan Hill's South Fleet. Change it today, make it tomorrow. 212 Beginning to see a puppet. A people look palpitations among the ruins. A man wearing a military uniform Alanxia cautiously moving his body. His hands, carrying a Morse looks very nice. 98K steps guns above and a 4-fold sighting mirror. He is an Alan Hill sniper, that is, acting alone, responsible for annihilating as many enemy hunters as possible. He wears a camouflaged M42 helmet, covered with canvas, disguised as a stone. The sniper proceeded cautiously among the ruins, and then chose his position in a natural position. Here, he can have a very good vision, able to overlook the vast wheat fields around him. Further afield, the Holy Magic Empire defensive positions, and there is a Trinity Empire commoners armed, basically installed equipment with Alanxia the standard weaponry. The other hand basically Morse 98K steps guns, also equipped with a machine gun as well as a small amount of flak. Such defensive positions are everywhere in the Holy Demon Empire, and basically they can't stop Alan Hill's main force from advancing. What the real can prevent Alanxia troops advancing is bad logistics to and Trinity Empire that quality rotten to the way home. Most of the time, Alan Hill's troops stopped advancing by themselves, rather than being blocked by the troops of the Holy Demon Empire. Amid the ruins, Wick sniper eyes can spy 4 aimed times behind the eyepiece lens from sight in the distance, watching carefully Trinity Empire defensive positions. The crosshair was pressed on the head of a soldier of the Holy Demon Empire who was resting. The helmet of the opponent was of another style, and the package was better than the M42 helmet. It is a pity that this kind of helmet reflects very well on the battlefield. and it is easy for the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire to become the target of Alan Hill snipers. These are not long memory idiot. They will not learn how to hide their own finger head pressed against the trigger above. This Alanxia sniper himself laughed at each other. Then, he gently squeezed the trigger, and a sharp gunshot echoed across the two armies' positions. That step is to wipe his own gun. Trinity Imperial soldiers push the prices down. The blood spattered to the Allied soldiers across the face. The opponent's position suddenly became chaotic, and everyone lay in the trenches, wondering if there would be a second gunshot. Copy Alanxia weapons. There is no way to develop their own weapons systems. The military Trinity Empire is actually very fragile. Although they are numerous and have plenty of ammunition, they often can only play half of their combat effectiveness. In duo canvassing is closed around the moment, ammunition Trinity Empire almost become a problem. The rest of the troops fighting there is not much to speak of. Is Alanxia beaten into retreat? The frontline generals under the command of Alan Hill didn't even know why the Holy Demon Empire provoked the war and retreated all the way. There's really no fear of death. The sniper pulled the bolt, and after getting ready for the second shot, he saw a strange soldier in armor that he had never seen before, standing on the ground and watching from side to side. He really hadn't seen such an enemy. But this did not affect his aiming at this eye-catching target. He fired lightly and shot the strange soldier in the head. The bullet hit the soldier's helmet, revealing the soldier's dignity. The head was a magic spar carved with a magic circle. The puppet soldier fell down, but Alan Hill's sniper couldn't laugh anymore. He saw that many puppet soldiers were rushing towards where he was. These brave soldiers, holding their bayonet-inserted rifles, galloped past the rubble vigorously. There was no time to move cautiously. Alan Hill's sniper picked up his rifle and began to retreat. He jumped off the high platform of the ruins where he was hiding, and hobbled down along the path he chose. Behind him, these puppet soldiers were already close to the ruins. They were walking on the ground like rubble everywhere, and they seemed to have a fairly good sense of balance. Mask protecting me, cover me. From a rundown on the ruins, Wixnip ran back to the front side of friendly forces, while Loud cautioned, "There are a number of strange soldiers we care." In his shout, a machine gun shooter on Alan Hill's defensive position slammed the bolt, ready to shoot. The sniper jumped into the trench, quickly turned around, and pointed his muzzle in the direction he came. The next second clock, the puppet master soldiers who turned over the sniper hiding high tower, in front of Alanxia soldiers, revealing his face. These puppet soldiers are still wearing dazzling armor, and it really makes people wonder whether the opponent is advanced or backward at first glance. Chug, chug. Without any kind, Alan's eye soul machine gunners appeared in front of these enemies within their own field of fire. Pulled the trigger. MG42 machine gun spray spit flames. Flares suddenly enveloped the full-height puppet soldiers. A bomb hit the puppet's body. Some have been carved body armor on top of puppet defensive magic glyph bounce, while others direct breakdown of the fragile magic defense barrier, playing in those puppet body. Machine gun bullets through the power of these magic puppets' body, broke their arms, knocked their heads. However, even if the arm was interrupted, these puppets were still not afraid of death, and rushed to Alan Hill's defensive position. Trace a bullet between the parties woven into a fire. As usual with Alanxia soldiers fighting the enemy is not the same. These magic puppet defended, not afraid of dying in a hail of bullets, was able to calmly fire back, raised the rifle and fired desperately. For a while, Alan Hill's troops were also stunned by this situation. Although those puppets were not outstanding in their marksmanship, they were really many. Some of them stopped and fired, while some continued to charge forward, even as if they were firing at each other to cover. Seeing Yi Liang Iron Wheels leave the car-rushed Highland, Alanxia defenders are all in front of stunned. They saw for the first time that their opponent had heavy weapons of war. In the past, but only he had used heavy weapons to bully others. Now I can't help but see that others also have heavy armored vehicles, and a feeling of suffocation suddenly came to my heart. That wheeled tank top is equipped with a 30mm rapid-fire guns. Against Alanxia positions is a burst of fire. This artillery was exported to the Holy Demon Empire by Alan Hill, and was later sold to the Puppet Empire by the Holy Demon Empire. Today, this artillery has become the standard firepower on many Puppet Empire's heavy weapons and equipment. It is not only equipped on a 6-wheeled Puppet tank, but also given many air defense tasks. This was really catching people off guard, and blood flowed from Alan Hill's position. A dozen soldiers were hit by artillery shells and sacrificed in their positions. Along with this series of shots, the entire Alan Hill line of defense also began to falter. How they have such weapons? Where's their tanks? On the front, a battalion commander directing the battle anxiously stood on the command front position, put down some incredible telescope-own hands, and asked subconscious Tao. In his doubt and say the second-wheeled vehicles such as tanks appeared in the ruins of the plain. Followed behind the wheel of the tank car is crowded puppet soldiers. They swarmed up, seeming to want to take back the small town occupied by Alan Hill, which has been in ruins. At this time, 2 Il-2 attack aircraft thundered past, all carrying a bomb on his head, pouring group of puppet soldiers. The explosion at the spread of numerous puppet soldiers was blown. Bomb flew into the sky. The wheeled tank that had just been flaunting power was overturned by a bomb and its wheels rolled into the distance. The sky, 2 Iraqi Sol-2 attack plane hit Dzwan in a circle, back into the battlefield to kill. They pour their ground against the 30mm caliber cannon shells, leaving 2 rows of white smoke shells hit out on the ground. These puppet soldiers reach for a weapon to shoot. The sky began to blow. There are some bullets in the Il-2 attack left a hole in the wing attack machine. Scared 2 Alanxia aircraft quickly pulled up to avoid the more attacks. When the puppet soldiers struck by both sides raised their heads and opened fire on the plane, Alan Hill's machine gun position roared again. Numerous tracer shells fired into the puppet interrupted these puppet body, hit fly their arms, and broke their legs. There were debris from bullets hitting the wood everywhere. Countless puppets fell in the rain of bullets, and the ones that were not completely damaged were still struggling desperately on the ground. In the back of fierce fighting in this position, in this division headquarters Alanxia Infantry Division, the division chief of staff grabbed the phone field, being in reporting news he just received. Yes, I am. Who met thousands of real soldiers. Puppet Empire. Sure. He, looking at the contents of the telegram, while measures his own words, I have yet to get the body of the wreckage, but if our positions are still reinforcements, we can begin to fight back immediately. Puppet debris piling up on the front. Want whatever you want. Soon, he hung up the phone, went to look at the map being prepared. Countermeasures of teachers around. Opening report said, Reinforcements Ministry team immediately to the above command. We hold the position, and pin down where the puppet troops as much as possible. Good. Let 2 groups of 2 battalion pressure up, with divisional artillery cover forward positions. Mr. Beat a bit with your fingers on the area map scribbled temporarily drawn opening. He told Road. The other 2 will be a bit late. And Dragon Spirit is really not in good shape today. You don't need to wait, and watch again tomorrow morning. 213 Reference Quarrel Seek Part. The Chief of the General Staff of the Alan Hill Empire, Liu Kai, is holding an emergency meeting of the General Staff. The troops of the Puppet Empire entered the Holy Demon Empire to fight, bringing countless variables to the battlefield. Every detail has to be reconsidered, so the staff has basically been in a state of sleeplessness in the past 2 days. A reference plan holds the hands of the summary report. The opening of the Liu Kai report said, these puppets and demons have fundamentally different. Another reference plan followed, nodded, spoke and said, yes, Puppet Trinity territory of the Empire will be open. Gun will fire. A lot of trouble. Of course Liu Kai knew that these puppets were much more difficult to deal with than demons. These puppets had mastered many technologies that Alan Hill had spread out and strengthened their combat capabilities, which made Alan Hill feel a little tricky. From another point of view, this may be Alanxia frontline troops encountered so far, most like their own enemy forces, The other side there are heavy weapons, there are machine guns and rifles, and even artillery support, if that is a modern army. What's more frightening is that this army is a fast-acting iron army that doesn't understand fatigue. This made the battle on the front line very stalemate, and also made Alan Hill's troops very uncomfortable. Fighting straight up the intensity, we have to change the original plan. The first opening of the reference plan is very worried about the continuing opening. Hearing this, Liu Kai nodded and said in agreement, "Of course, all ammunition consumption must be changed from the lowest level to the highest level. The fuel must also be increased by an index." The Trinity territory of the former Empire line fighting has been completely upgraded. Alan Hill's rapid advance has basically stopped, and the recent small-scale defensive battles to consolidate the front have been conducted. On the one hand because almost forces itself to carry fuel and ammunition consumption, and can only wait for the follow-up of supplies arrived at the front. On the other hand also because the puppet forces are far better than the Empire forces. Empire Trinity strong on the next level. The combat troops of the ordinary puppet Empire are basically the same as the second-line infantry of Alan Hill. So of course the bloody level of the battle cannot be the same. Same as a battle against the Empire Trinity ammunition may only need a base to deal with puppet Imperial troops. 2 or even 3 ammunition base are not enough. Such a huge difference in ammunition consumption has also indirectly caused the phenomenon of long-term fuel consumption that cannot be attacked. The troops can only be forced to make a larger roundabout or repeatedly advance and retreat on a position. Staff responsible for the loss of statistical look at their own record on this shocking numbers. Opening take the words and said, "I, who lost in straight up, a lot of defense is very dangerous." His work on behalf of his opening is not good news. Before the loss of the line we all know, but confirmed the loss and guessed. There are still some differences. Within 2 days, I had it killed more than 3,000 people. Face even the devil. We do not at the same time so much loss of force that staff officers some concern, said, "I am afraid that with the front constantly stretched, our loss it will increase. The puppet empire has heavy weapons and equipment that have not been used by other countries before, and they pose a greater threat to the defense line. What is more frightening is that their number is also very large." Fortunately, the first batch of Alan Hill troops to enter the Holy Demon Empire were heavy main forces. They were equipped with a large number of tanks and heavy artillery. Otherwise, it was really not easy to deal with those sudden heavy equipment. Due to a large number of tanks and armored vehicles and other heavy equipment as a support, the entire Alanxia defense before losing the ability to protect. The battle between the two sides became more and more like a contest between modern armies, which also excited the senior commanders of Alan Hill. Prior to his hearts what they have learned, basically not what place. With Alan Hill's powerful weapons and equipment, wars are often one-sided battles. They hadn't waited for their commanding talents to be used, and victory had already arrived. Now, this situation finally doesn't appear anymore. All Alan Hill commanders have discovered that the opponent is no longer a waste to pour out. If you want to defeat the opponent, you must rely on precise command and dispatch, and a clear idea of combat. Next, some of the parameters seek to start on a huge map outline. The local puppet recent concluded all up, it is frontline troops feedback. Puppets appeared in the mountain regions. While walking, while leaving some delegates puppet imperial forces marked on the map, intelligence report shows. They also appeared in the vicinity of New Obeah. Standing on a side of one of his colleagues gave him various added, near Sarkar also being counter-attack puppet forces. The emergence of these enemy right in a crucial position resisted the encirclement. Kadomian Industrial Zone is the first 2 sets Group Army and the first 3 sets Regiment Army. Their appearance made the first phase of Alan Hill's strategic goal not completed on time, and the Kadam Industrial Zone has not been fully surrounded until now. The good news is, I have not a puppet of the Empire after the war, found a puppet Empire of our Air Force aircraft Auras unhindered, which gave us a lot of convenience. Air Staff subordinate recent mood is pretty good. At least he hasn't encountered the problems encountered by the army staff. The six-wheeled puppet chariots of the Puppet Empire put a lot of pressure on the army's armored forces by virtue of their numbers, but the Air Force did not encounter enemy aircraft. In a sense, the advantages of Alan Hill still exist, because for the master of the air, so the recent victories of the Air Force brilliant little horror attack aircraft unscrupulously destroy ground targets, and hundreds of attack aircraft pilots received the Golden Support Medal every day. Air forces are bombing Mafuz. This empty military staff pointed on the map, a strait slightly by Trinity Empire in the hinterland of the city. Opening introduction said, "I have adjudged a large enemy ammunition depot near the fords. We will gain some tactical advantages by destroying it. The reason why no large-scale bombing Kodomian, because the army always wanted Kodomian of those plants. These factories can repair vehicles and tanks, and can also simply produce ammunition and other materials. With this production base, the Alanxia of 2 sets group army and the first 3 sets logistical situation of the military group, can definitely improve a lot." So, empty army bombing Kodomian plan was rejected by the army, whether Wilkes promoting or Lester or whatever. You want encirclement Kodomian, without firing a shot to win this industrial city. Next row action plan, is the focus of encirclement. Duo Kama completely destroyed the industrial base. Trinity Empire has made forward supply base. Fred Liu Kai beat a couple with a pen on the table, spoke and said, "To this end, the first 2 sets group army and the first 3 sets group will build armored military force. Intends to use 2-day period, closing the pocket. Frontal battlefield. Analyze things over, talk about the first 1 set army group situation over the now," Liu Kai said, while the northern war zone to focus on the few staff who, now, most people miss the situation near the Westward Railway. The staff of several other theaters heard this question from Chief of Staff Liu Kai, and their eyes were full of sympathy when they looked at the staff of several northern theaters. As we all know, the northern war zone is now in a war zone. Alanxia most cases erosion. West Railway has not opened up. The first 9 sets crisis group army still has not lifted. If you cannot shoot a breakthrough within the first 9 sets regiment, military situation will be more difficult. A northern staff opening the theater tough, said, "So I have proposed plan, as much as possible to let the first 1 set group army open up the Westward Railway. This is the best solution. If not finish, it will only make the first 9 sets group to break through the army himself." Another northern war zone along with the staff, said, "He who wants sufficient fuel and ordnances for attack, is it to attack the Eye of Magic or to return to the territory of the Eternal Empire? I think, let them break through to the east of it. Enter Eternal Rest Empire, such as our rescue. Most is relaxed in the southern theater staff who rushes suggested, I have a good situation in the Eyes of Magic is not just fall short. Other parameters Seek shook his head but denied this suggestion. This time what Magic High Tube? A lot of worry on 9 set group of army staff banged the table and said no matter we can really okay. Another group of people to be outdone Counter-Strike. Stage Ruigan barrier to stop the evil magic, certainly powerless like state to deteriorate when fighting, not necessarily what we want. See the results. That we say, we just continue to attack selfless Magic Eye, the back left shameless enemy. To gang and shout, let Liu Kai almost become a head too big. He it real and very tangled, but also that of the 9 sets regiment army attack direction now is not a good choice, whether east or west. Have a great risk, is also facing problems in situating for fuel and ammunition are consumed every day, then wait a few days. You may not even have the reserve to make choices. Of course not. I have this is not what is attacking it as long as we get through the west along the railway at the time of the way thinking. Liu Kai, conference room brawl still continues. Each party executive refused to give the word, after all, has its own truth. Now all my hopes are pinned on the first 1 sets the military group, Is not it a bit wise enough? At the discussion of the General Staff of the Nine Sets how the military mission last batch of supplies actually used the time came to support Alan Xier of Druigan magician who boarded a modified type of investigation B-17, backtrack his homeland. 214 counterattack began. Near the periphery of Shark Alan Xier defensive positions, an M4 tank are the edge of the woods behind the bushes, waiting for the thing right at your fingertips. Its body is covered with vegetation for camouflage, and it seems to blend in with the bushes in front of it. Since the beginning of the Puppet Empire Meta's counterattack began Sark periphery, where the fighting continued in the conduct of, because the large-scale advancement would be taken care of by Alan Hill's bomber forces. The Puppet Empire dispersed its forces and began a small-scale advance. Such tactics are very close to the basic offensive tactics of the World War II era, so both sides have begun to truly use World War II tactics to deal with their opponents. Yiliang 6 Puppet tanks broke down the wheat fields, shining symbol of magic, and close to the M4 direction of the tank is located. Following this Puppet tank, there is another Puppet tank and hundreds of Puppet soldiers. M4 on the turret of a tank. The car down the long telescope, hold down the throat intercom, opening ordered to the quasi-prepared battle site. 1 Dianzong direction first tank to kill a Puppet. In his order sound, this car M4 tank turret began to rotate, slender 90mm cannon barrel, quickly aligned with the direction of the enemy coming. Originally, the military industry department of Alan Hill planned to produce some self-propelled artillery similar to the Chaser tank destroyer to increase the proportion of armored vehicles in the army. But due to different battlefield environment, there is no turret tank destroyers in combat before, if performance is not freely rotatable turret of a tank. So in the end, the idea of a tank destroyer was completely abandoned and replaced by a plan to increase tank production capacity. In front of this car M4 tank was only last month that raw production out, and then to the front line of the armed forces. Because the newly produced M4 tanks are basically collector's edition with magic defensive charms. After such a continuous improvement model tanks, the official number within the army is M4F. Regarded as the most magical defensive barrier version of the final model confirmed. And before the brake tank is different is that this new tanks have only positive magic character enhanced defense. Sides and rear of the vehicle body are no magic brakes. The advantage of this design is to simplify the production process and reduce the production cost of the tank. On the other hand, it is to facilitate the use of radio. It is an improvement on the previous model of the all-round magic defense barrier. Boom! By surprise, this car M4 tank suddenly between smacked a gun. A direct hit and still bumps in the field of Puppet tanks. The body of this Puppet tank was penetrated by a cannonball and exploded all at once. This kind of magic Puppet tank acting alone is full of unstable magic energy, so after being hit, it will explode in all likelihood. As the Puppet tank exploded, the surrounding magic puppets also began to agitate. He had immediately determined the direction of the enemy. Many soldiers carrying bayonets rushed to the M4 shrubs tanks where the cluster. When they started running, the remaining Puppet tank, or the turret, was aimed at the M4 tank hiding behind the bushes. At this moment, the M4 tank with its front armor plate filled with camouflage branches suddenly reversed, and the magic talisman on the armor plate suddenly lit up, vibrating the camouflage branches on the armor plate, revealing the faint eagle flapping its wings pattern. Chug, chug. Puppet tank above the 30mm rapid-fire guns began a fierce fire. Artillery shells hit a row in the M4 armored tanks before the magical barrier on the steel plate issued a sound of thumping. The magical defense barrier dimmed slightly, but it didn't completely disappear. At this time, the M4 tank suddenly stopped, and the imposing gun barrel once again pointed at the Puppet tank that was firing. Short after temporary stay, car M4 tank muzzle spitting out white smoke, an armor piercing rapidly out of the barrel, then crashed into the distant Puppet tanks. Before the Puppet tank could react, the defensive barrier in front of it was torn apart by the huge kinetic energy of the armor-piercing projectile. Immediately, The armor-piercing projectile smashed the front armor plate of the puppet tank, leaving a small hole in it. Immediately after that, the puppet tank collapsed on the spot, and a thick black smoke appeared in the gap on the turret. Puppet tank was hit does not necessarily inevitable explosion, because as there may be some internal character has been damaged, but simply lost the ability to act or out of control. Such puppet tanks are of high research value and even have the possibility of repair. The remaining puppet soldiers did not back down at all. They continued to charge where the tank was, as if their tank had been destroyed, and it had no effect on their morale. But before they could get close to the M4 tank, they were disrupted by the oncoming tracer. Some puppet quilt shells hit into parts, and some puppet immediately lie down, give up the intention to continue the attack. As the battle continues, the combat skills of these puppets seem to be gradually becoming proficient. Not too they still are puppets than real people or worse some. In the nearby small-scale conflicts, Alan Hill still took the initiative. Seeing the puppets lying down, the remaining tanks and the soldiers behind the tanks started to move. First, the mortar troops covering the infantry operations began to attack, and then this local counterattack began. More and more lively. The sound of gunshots and shouts of killing gradually diminished, and the battlefield became silent. Grenadiers carefully clean the wreckage on the battlefield, to close pay puppet body of weapons and ammunition as well as useful parts. The M4 tank that had just wiped out the two puppet tanks in one breath was parked on the edge of the battlefield. Beside this tank, there were also ammunition supply vehicles and other tanks and tankers for refueling. Standing on a previous jeeps, several tank cars long are discussing the next combat deployment. Rainy season before the cover protect these puppet troops arrived in the battlefield, but also interferes with our march. Yes, the main task before the launch, the first onrush of the enemy defenses on both sides, making trouble distract. Looking at the foot has been horrendous road, in muddy water still vague. Opening a car long complained, road mud is very muddy, it is precisely because we are so was forced to stop and wait for the rain. End of. A few days ago a large territory Trinity Empire scale rainfall, affecting the Air Force investigation, also affected the offensive armor. This is the main reason why the Puppet Empire troops were only discovered when they approached the front line, and also the reason why the Alan Hill troops had not encircled Dokam. The weather seems to be on the enemy's side. Looking at this muddy road, even if we can launch an attack, we can't be too fast. Another commander said with a wry smile when he heard the comrades say this. Speed cannot get up. The enemy has begun a solid defense down. Our offense will definitely not smooth as before. Headed a tank company commander looked down at the map in the vicinity of the hand-drawn draft of the head does not lift the said. This is really bad news. The tank captain who spoke first shrugged his shoulders and said with emotion, the good news is not without weather forecast troops side of the news. Most recently 2 weeks' time, we will not encounter rain in the weather. Commander finally looked up, smiled and looked at several of his men said, sounds really good news. Everyone smiled again, and they all agreed. And then over 12 minutes, the cover of shelling attack began. Looked at his watch, the company commander checked at the time, regard the time alignment, and what do the trouble. So we began to watch. A car long frustration, said, again over 12 minutes. We have a busy. The commander did not care to complain car length, pointing to the map start this assignment. I have tank company goal is interspersed here, cut into the enemy's main defensive positions on the left side of the infantry will cover our actions. In the 2 wings have established a solid line of defense. Once I have completed the action, this one enemy of a main front would be empty. They can only retreat. With your fingers first drew a rough area on the map. Gestured area they want to control, and company commander I looked at my subordinates, understand? Understood. Everyone put away their jokes, nodded solemnly and replied, after we succeed, we do not have troops to intercept the enemy to retreat, and then a row of long show of hands. A follow-up question asked out of the war situation changes. Company commander nodded, and then another point in the map gestures a bit, spoke and said, he had long retreat, the front of the tank 1. battalion can kill them, one does not leave. After that, he again represents the main enemy anti-imperial place on the right side of the front, pointed and said, 2 even will coordinate our side in another. They will bypass this piece of wood, cut off this road. This time, everyone nodded, and no one asked any more questions. The company commander folded the map and stuffed it into the map bag around his waist, indicating that everyone can go back and prepare. Okay, let the scout car go ahead. See if there is any change in the enemy's deployment here. Each tank platoon roll-along patiently asks to participate in the upcoming fight with every long car. Let troops and ammunition as well as check again confirm the status of the oil tank. Make sure that all non-smooth radio equipment. With these voices gradually Pioyan asked the company commander again, raised his arms, looked at the dial on the wrist, and there are about 7 minutes time clock. This attack on it's about to start. When the company commander raised his wrist again, he was reluctant to put down his arm. He saw that the second hand was about to move to the 12 o'clock position. Once it leaned at the 12 o'clock position, then the preparatory shelling of the entire battle also began. In a few seconds after the bell, a huge artillery shells whistled overhead across the name of the company commander. Duo Kama battle it is started. The day before yesterday's complement more. 215 Bellevue. In the fall south of the Dragon, 30 local kilometers. A half-underground bunker, heavy cement shell, a group of staff members being surrounded together. Did you think about it? Once the coordinates are entered, it means that the coordinates have completely disappeared on the map. The general in charge of missile launching stood in front of a device and asked several generals, if this is not the Blyway, that is to say that we are wasting a nuclear bomb. Another will lead the same worried look to the officer in charge of the intelligence services. I have repeatedly confirmed the coordinates, after repeated reconnaissance to determine the coordinates without any problems. Intelligence officer reported to the department to check down a bit from the Air Force intelligence. He nodded his head and said, General name of ballistic missile force against the side of the technical staff, said, well, sir, who said Beely whined again to see it. Upon hearing his command, these technicians used the newly invented keyboard to input a series of instructions on the coordinate computer. These instructions are synthesized, on behalf of a coordinate. The coordinates will guide the Dongfeng while HM-5 type ballistic missiles carrying nuclear warheads, accurate flew near the coordinates. Basically, this ballistic missile developed with reference to the US militia missile has very advanced technology. In theory, the actual shooting accuracy of such missiles in the 200 meters to 300 meters between 4 ballistic missiles, this precision is already a very frightening. You know, the missile carries but one equivalent exceeding 100 tons. A single nuclear warheads, hit the city-level goals can be guaranteed completely destroy hurt distance far greater than 300 m. This hit accuracy radius, set standard excellency general are all set up. Completed the project operations division stand up, let out his own position. Bao report said. While this bomb has already done the launch readiness. Quasi-prepared launch it. This is something the hands of the generals gave it to launch 2 officers, and then written in the record book launch on his name. He left the launch password, turned and left the room, went to the early just ready underground bunker. Although this Dongfeng HM-5 ballistic missile has been launched experimentally, the necessary safety work must be prepared. Soon, along with the police report sound, strategic missile. While this made everything ready for the launch, the 2 launchers glanced at each other, and at the same time opened the sealed envelope in their hands, and took out the launch driver from the inside. The 2 of them took a step apart and inserted the drive into the switch at the same time. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, the 2 of them twisted the driver at the same time, and then pressed the launch button in front of each to launch the missile out of the ground missile silo. The huge flame blasted away the foreign objects and dust beside the launch pit, and the dazzling launch flame tumbling and transpiring beside the launch pit. Immediately afterwards, the heavy missile climbed up little by little, finally revealing a round warhead and then a straight body, accompanied by a huge shock move. the missile into the sky, as vertical as a rocket into the sky. The billowing smoke from the tail of the missile kept going up, and eventually the missile itself turned into a small black spot in the naked eye and disappeared into the blue sky. This ballistic missile is not the Scud ballistic missile previously handed over to the 9th Army. It is a veritable big guy, and it is a true intercontinental ballistic missile. It can hinterland a Lanxia emission direct hit 10,000 mesh km away standard. Its range is greater than that of a bomber, and it is more difficult to intercept than a bomber. After all, most of the missile's flight trajectories are in low orbits in outer space. You can fly this highly magician does not exist in vacuum condition to make also a joke and no different war. The launch was successful. Looking at the various information fed back from the missile on the data panel, a staff member looked at his colleague. The colleague nodded, and copied some launch data in the logbook in his hand. At the same time, in the city Sears, Chris in his office took over Luther, handing me the pieces. Oh, before Billy Y bomb attack has already begun for several minutes. This plan was indeed approved by him. Since the Puppet Empire has participated in the war in the Holy Demon Empire's war zone, Chris and his senior officials have begun to discuss the feasibility of revenge. Because there is no precise target coordinates in the Puppet Empire, the revenge is mainly aimed at the Holy Demon Empire. Alan Hill plans to destroy Bellevue and let the Puppet Empire give up the assassination of Chris. It also hopes that through this attack, the high levels of the Holy Demon Empire will realize how big a mistake they have made. Moreover, he hoped that a fatal blow to the pride of the magic that can destroy the Empire, let them honestly sit down at the negotiating table. Although he admitted the failure of all-out war has broken out, but Alanxia still hoped to end this out as soon as possible. A war. The reason why no large-scale use of nuclear weapons. Chris also has its own considerations in it. On the one hand, the puppets are not afraid of radioactive contamination. In places destroyed by nuclear bombs, Alan Hill's troops may not be able to enter immediately, but the puppets can definitely go in and perform combat missions. On the other hand, the nuclear bomb is not obvious to effectively kill Puppet. In addition to the direct destruction of the puppet and the rest will not be affected, and contaminated nuclear weapons front, it is not willing to face the troops Alanxia. Therefore, the attack hit Chris frontline plan was abandoned, while giving up the attack as well as Trinity Imperial City of Nuclear Destruction program. For Alanxia, these lands are all valuable. To bring immediate use, the use of nuclear bombs about to attack their land occupied, no doubt asking for trouble. Therefore, Alan Hill did not have a large-scale nuclear bomb attack plan. Instead, he was more enthusiastic about conquering these lands with conventional weapons and then using them directly. From also can see this point, no matter wherein the Scorched Earth policy is unpopular, we still prefer the means of war are easy to obtain. After all, the war is only the continuation of politics. Fail! Yes, Your Majesty. About a fifth before the bell, Dongfeng HM5 ballistic missiles have been fired. Luther, standing in front of Chris' body, respectful of the report, said, "Everything smoothly." Chris looked at the watch he was wearing on his wrist and found a very interesting thing. He only needs to wait here for more than 20 minutes. The magical city of Bellevue, thousands of miles away, will be on this continent from then on. Disappeared. Those old exaggerated descriptions of the sword fairy have been turned into reality by technology. A sword flies away thousands of miles away, and it is easy to cut the enemy's head. But his Zebengphagian Daquin bit longer than 18 meters and a diameter nearly 1 m7. From flying a full weight of 34 ton and a half, it can span a distance of 10 times thousands of miles and destroy the enemy. Of course, the lethality of this giant flying sword is a bit strong. Even if you only want to kill one person, you must be buried with people in a city. When this missile leapt into the starry sky and began to accelerate forward along a predetermined ballistic trajectory, countless magicians and civilians in the distant magic city of Bellevue didn't know that their end had arrived. Already, because of the war, have been extremely depressed. There are still a lot of people coming and going. Everyone talked about things about the front line in groups, and from time to time there were soldiers on patrol walking through the streets with their swords. "Listen," said Alanxia, "troops have hit a mountain near the corner of the street at a magician." I looked around for his companions, heard talking about his latest things to come. "You listen to who can pass messages Frieza?" About hearing people looked very alert, sense of gossip, and said, "How do I listen to say? Just hit Jailchi." It was Huang Calendar. Now Alanxia Mountain have been accounted for. Reinforcements, if not a puppet of the Empire, now estimated to have lost. Duo Kama that informed the magic teacher explained. "Is it?" Another magic teacher heard the news, nodded and sighed again. "Hey, how and Drew Icon, Eternal Empire, as well as Alanxia fight of it." In his time he whispered these things in front, head over them unseen. A massive missile loses its last stage of the rocket thrusters. The propeller that had run out of fuel rolled and fell in the sky, and the remaining missile body began to rush into the atmosphere. As the projectile fell, the missile's speed increased, its shell became hot due to friction, and its speed began to approach 15 times the speed of sound. This is much faster than a bullet, leaving a dazzling trace in the sky like a meteor. Some magicians who found this trace raised their heads, and several senior magicians from the Puppet Empire also saw this spectacular sight. Sit Puppet Empire senior magician in the town of Blywye was put his men wake up. He stood in the balcony, swarmed eyes to the sky, and then he was stunned, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, this is definitely a new Alanxia weapon. Intercept it. Hurry up." The magician of the Puppet Empire jumped up and flew into the sky facing the trajectory. As a result, before he waved his hand to draw the magic circle, the warhead over 15 times the speed of sound crossed his defense line with a turbulent airflow. The next second clock, in a not fully expanded Blywye giant magic. Behind this advanced magician puppet of the Empire, as a miracle of light suddenly burst, evaporating all around. In the turbulent airflow, in the struggle, managed to stabilize the figure of the Puppet Empire magician. Just look back. You subconsciously stared. Issued his last in this life is a sound section. Today's first update 216 Artificial Ground Prison. When he called out me, his whole person was shrouded in terrifying light radiation, like being shrouded by millions of sacred magic lights. The senior magician of this magic empire remembered his life at this moment. Of course, this chapter, because of the number of words, the problem is not the time to repeat the growth path of the powerful magician, so omitted here probably 300 or so words. Then, before he had time to prop up his magical defense barrier, his body was torn to pieces by the ensuing huge impact current, and was evaporated into gas by the terrifying energy. In Blywye explode over the city to the other in this megaton nuclear warheads, in the most appropriate height of the outbreak of the most terrifying power. In just an instant, the streets near the center of the explosion were vaporized into flat ground. Those near the high towering magic towers instantly evaporated, and people on the streets, too late to avoid a direct point was around, then turned it into ashes, and even the bones are not the rest, completely disappear from this world. Immediately after the earth shook the mountains, a shockwave that destroyed the earth followed one after another. It swallowed all the buildings passing by, including the people in the buildings. No cry nor prayer, the people who realized what was happening at the same time. They also directly ceased to think. Compared magic Jinzi have been of no less high temperatures, baked everything Blywye. The streets were burned in 1 second, an explosion near the edge of the building along with the shockwave spread of ashes. Despair in this explosion is only a momentary emotion. Everything here will be silent, everything here will be destroyed, everything here will become history. Along with the red shockwave diffusion, as well as continuous high temperature, at least at this moment, the outbreak of core temperature can melt everything in this world. Hold up the magic protective barrier even for a microsecond did not hold on, just broken collapse in transpiration of the mushroom cloud collapse. Countless magic tower in shock move collapsed. Many of the magician before the explosion coming propped up defensive magic barrier, then watched their own barriers, together with the explosion destroyed together. Within the dragon's lair, countless half-sized young dragons and already grown giant dragons were also killed instantly. These tenacious creatures covered with scales only struggled slightly before being completely evaporated. It had issued a desperate roar in the cage. "You want to break the chain" was attached to chains bound to melt them together in the flames. The thatch under their feet is set alight, their scales are roasted and peeled off, and their eyes are blinded by light. Guard, these dragon knights have not had time to come out of their house. They found his body and body armor are dissolved together. He had fallen in the room, along with room, and then disappeared in this world together. Even if it is outside the city, smoke and building around, and no one can survive under such a powerful attack. Everyone is equal, without exception. The farmers in the suburbs of Bellevue saw spectacular sights they had never seen in their entire lives. A very huge mushroom cloud steaming rise. There are countless people with indomitable soul momentum washed away the clouds overhead, because as the force of the explosion is too strong, the surrounding air have formed a huge circle around and about the mushroom cloud. And at the foot of this mushroom cloud, the magic city of Bellevue was being destroyed the year before last, and it was the destruction that no one could stop. It was collapsing and dissipating, and more than half of the residents lost their lives in an instant. There are sins deserve or innocent involvement worth mentioning. All residents within Bellevue, others can only go by the legend. They tell that they have lost the qualification, or that they have lost all. The glorious palace collapsed in the shaking, and the huge pillars of carved beams and painted buildings broke in trembling. The statues carved with exquisite patterns burst and fell, and the beautiful multicolored glass windows had long been shattered and scattered on the ground. Then, the next second, a shockwave through it all. The collapse of the palace, broken pillars, cracked statue, beautiful glass into Jifen are released into the atmosphere in the endless Gang Feng Inn. The mother with the baby was instantly burned into coke on the street corner, and the soldiers in armor were melted and stuck to the wall. Under this absolute sanction, no one can be spared. The sins are heavy at this time, and it often means that the effect is amazing. What's the matter? A Saint Demon Empire farmer standing in the yard watched his house collapse due to the earthquake, and asked subconsciously in shock. He was far from Bellevue, so he was not directly affected by that nuclear bomb. But he looked at the collapsed house and the mushroom-shaped cloud that seemed to hit the sky in the distance, and he didn't know what to say for a while. The troops deployed outside Bellevue also suffered heavy losses. Their mountain-moving beasts were killed by the shockwave, and countless soldiers' armor twisted and crushed their internal organs and fell to the ground struggling. More people clutched their eyes and wailed, and countless dragons broke free from the reins and fled hurriedly like large rats. Hurry up and save people. The first words of a holy demonic empire general who was lifted to the ground after he got up from the ground, he shouted desperately to the men who lifted him, "Save people." Not only before, after he shouted these words, with a pale blue light of the fresh blood gushed from his mouth, he looked at the men to pull him up, found on the other side of his chest stuck into a parts of collapsed tent. The subordinate squeezed out a smile with difficulty, and said intermittently with a mouth that was spitting blood, "Long officer, I'm afraid, I can't continue to follow you." After speaking, this man fell down and fell to the ground without a sound. The officer who vomited blood staggered forward 2 steps, vomiting a large mouthful of blood again, and fell to the ground without a sound. More tents were burning, and the soldiers inside burst out of the tent with flames, flapping the flames on themselves. Fortunately, they all have magical protections, and the burned people are still a minority. However, the entire military camp is now in a mess, and countless wounded are waiting for treatment. The situation in the city is even worse. It is not that there are people who survived, but they are the only ones they can count on. The whole city is burning, and the streets and lanes are full of charred corpses. System has been the collapse, rescue work naturally slow. Everyone is now overwhelmed and reluctant to be in good shape, and they are also trying to find their own relatives or the corpses of their relatives. In fact, many people now do not know what really happened. In their view, is more than a magic. Jinzu explosion occurred in the city of Bleiwei. As for how it happened, and who made such an explosion, they don't know. Few people think of how the Imperial and Trinity make war Aelanxia, but more people are still suspected Druikan Jinzu magic attack. After all, humans, fearful of nuclear weapons, but also some strange too. Druikan launch attacks, more far away, watching the sky above the huge mushroom cloud lingering. Trinity Imperial generals pulled the reins of the dragon, a look of shock to see men around. No, Grikan has never used magic forbidden spells against other countries. Maybe it's Aelan Hill? The man swallowed a spit, guessing nervously. Standing on his stand court, he is not willing to guess Aelanxia the answer, because if it was really Aelan Hill, it would be tantamount to saying that this war between the Holy Demon Empire and Aelan Hill was a joke from beginning to end. Silly to mold exactly what kind, and will the country have such a powerful weapon of war? What's more, only with conventional weapons, Aelan Hill is already powerful and can be on the same level as an ordinary magic empire. Well, some of these people put gold on their faces. But Aelan Hill has already overpowered ordinary magic empires such as the Holy Demon Empire by relying on powerful conventional weapons. Aelanxia they can have such a weapon? I have yet to play what? Forget it, surrender. That would lead pressing the sword. Irritability grunted, then go back and look to his own behind those horror the Dragon Knights. When the explosion is over, enter Bellevue as soon as possible. Save as many as you can. Yes. Dozens of Dragon Knights quickly responded. You know, entering Bellevue at this time, but taking a huge risk. Who knows if the enemy who launched the attack will come again. This huge explosion cannot be prevented by humans at all. If the other party is afraid that there are still people alive in Bellevue, and suddenly launches an attack again, those who enter Bellevue's rescue will be completely finished. But he had not refused the order, because they also want to go to save people. That huge mushroom cloud shrouded the place. After all, they used to yearn for the magical Holy Land. Several small after time, Bleiwei also enveloped in a fire, when many came from all directions magician, began their rescue. And under the thick smoke, is the city that has long been in ruins. He had already discovered not a human form of the survivors, were also found numerous bones and incomplete bodies, and they had to destroy the mortal cities. There are also mortal turned into a real hell. Bellevue, symbolizing the splendor of the magical world, was completely destroyed under the attack of nuclear weapons, which also represented the end of the era when magic ruled this continent. With the accompaniment of the Rhapsody of Death intertwined with shock and collapse, countless souls were passed away. And for Aelanxia executives are concerned, they are more regret is that the destruction of this enemy feast, they are not live to see. 217 to see who. While Bellevue turned into a piece of scorched earth, the howling shells of Aelan Hill's frontline troops landed on the defensive position of the Holy Demon Empire on the opposite side. Countless cannon bombs set off clouds of black smoke, under the cover of artillery fire, followed by one of the M4 tank grind over the wreckage as well as the bodies of the loosened soil Trinity and the puppet of Imperial soldiers, reached the defensive line of the Holy Demon Empire. Call Xiao shells crossed the head. Numerous Aelanxia M4 tanks started forward to attack. The grenadiers followed behind the tank with their weapons, and stepped on the wreckage of the puppets that had been crushed into the mud. Boom! Carrying step gunner grenadier behind tanks, struggling to find a puppet wants to climb up. He took aim calmly, smashed the puppet's head with one shot, and then moved on. The puppet with its head shattered sway down. It had already lost an arm, but now it has no head. Filled the cannon shells rain usually falls on the front Trinity Empire, as well as those in the trenches to build a good puppet. Puppet Empire placed tanks, were wiped out in the explosion. The entire line of defense was trembling with the sound of guns, and the battle reached a climax right from the beginning. This is what you reinforcements are called cokehead of a large amount of rot in their camps and consoles, staring at the black people in front of the Imperial puppet. Opening shouted, I have carefully arranged the defense they are held up. In fact, he has saved a lot of face for the opponent. After all, this line of defense was not held for a day, but for an hour. Alan Hill's tank has torn the line of defense, and the encirclement of the two wings is about to be completed. The army of the 100,000 Sacred Demon Empire deployed near Occam is about to become a turtle in the urn. Even more frightening is that no Duo Camu, no Chandos, no Jailer Chi, there is no mountain between, there is no Mysak. Find Trinity Imperial China where it lost almost less. These places are undoubtedly not the rich hinterland of the Holy Demon Empire. When the eastern provinces were still in the hands of the Holy Demon Empire, these places were all carefully constructed cities. Later, the eastern province was lost, but because of its proximity to Alan Hill, it became more prosperous. As a result, seeing these places all fall into Alan Hill's hands, the Grand Archon felt his heart bleed. Had to after the troops arrived puppet of the Empire, he losing ground situation will be curbed. But now it seems, even the puppet army of the Empire, cannot resist Alan Xiaoqiu general offensive. For the first time, everything he firmly believed was shaken. Is he wrong? Shouldn't he follow the words of the puppet empire? Just as he was shaking, the man in black standing beside him suddenly looked in the direction of Bellevue. Then the face of the man in black that was hidden in the hood twisted slightly, and then recovered. He was just strong smiled. Opening large front persuade the consul said, "Do not worry." After continuous steady stream of troops would fill in, powerful forces puppet of the empire, not so you could see a little his mouth, while he held out two fingers, gestures a bit small distance. You come persist for some time, losing positions will get you back your mind at ease enough, and you do not know. I have in the territory of the Empire eternal victory. Even if Trinity Empire finally restrain, I can assure you Eternal Empire to guide the party. You have nothing to worry about. Black in order to appease the chief consul, Yi Ren emphasized again. This is actually the main reason why the Archon chose to join the Puppet Empire, because with this guarantee, he can master more magical cultivation resources than he has now. After all, in this world, the closer you are to the eye of magic, the more powerful the aura of magic. The Grand Archon's face was ugly. He wanted to say something, but in the end he gave up. He compromised with magic, couldn't stand the fascinating temptation, and forgot all the current situation. After all, that can go more near the eye magic repair refining the temptation of magic. He is still too tempting for some. In order to go to the Eternal Empire, to practice in a place closer to the eye of magic, and to become a terrifying magister like the Travis Grand Magister of the Magic Empire. The Archonal felt that his choice was not wrong. Soon, the two wings of the anti-duo Camu line breakdown will be. Our response is minimal. The enemy will soon be encircled duo Camu, when my troops to supplement ammunition. Firm about their choice, after the Grand Archon regained some energy, he turned his attention to the battle situation on the front line again. He stared at the map, looked about to join forces together. Alanxia first 2 sets group army and the first 3 sets regiment army. It is uncomfortable to hold black people complain and said, I am who should stop them. Investment more troops, even then the loss of 3 million people. They should not give up duo Camu. Things are not ever far from smooth sailing. The great Archon sir. Men in black holding his arms out loud he replied. He with a trace of anger, talking about the previous action did not go well. Puppet Empire, I have to steal a lot of their design drawings, some discarded technology, there are some advanced techniques being used. With these technologies, we produce more puppet, also produced the puppet tanks such heavy weaponry. However, I have many things did not get drawings technology, which makes many of our programs run aground. When the man in black said this, he paused, and other large consuls to see to him, he continued, I have stolen fighter drawing is not complete, so we can only try to improve their own production of such weapons, called the aircraft. Unfortunately, the progress of this attempt is slow. Until recently, we have developed their aircraft in reverse and mastered the manufacturing principles. At this point, the man in black took immense pride. Then he continued, therefore, we have to penetrate many technologies, and we will soon get back the lost air supremacy. But this will all take time. It's not that the Puppet Empire didn't get the design drawings of the aircraft. They just didn't get all of them. Some of the drawings were intercepted by interception forces before they were sent to Alan Hill. As a result, when the Puppet Empire was determined to provoke a war, the fighter jets imitated from Alan Hill had not yet been mass-produced, and naturally there was no effective combat effectiveness. This is the reason why the Puppet Empire Air Force did not appear. In fact, hundreds of mass-produced puppet fighters have been manufactured. These planes will be responsible for competing with the Alan Hill Air Force for air supremacy and covering the ground forces of the Puppet Empire. But due to time reasons, most of these aircraft are now also on the road to the south side of the assembly to mobilize Trinity Empire, while waiting for the subsequent fighting machine set. Not over. This time, it is best if your promise will not cause new problems. The Grand Archon actually knew that he had no retreat since he chose the Puppet Empire. But he still has at least some bargaining chips now. He can bargain with each other. We all use each other like state. Who would not say who contemptible? The two looked at each other, and then each staggered their gazes. Report. A military officer standing outside the tent walked into the standard attention after the salute in the account. Tearful opening report said, Grand Archon U. was attacked, lost. Heavy. What is already running out of patience and some big console moment, then suddenly look to the other side. You then say it again, Tony. Lead. I mention how what happened in the end. Billy was attacked and suffered heavy losses. Millions of magicians and civilians died. Those who survived were also displaced and lost their homes. The officer handed the report in his hand to the chief consul. The report was scribbled, and at first glance it was written in haste. However, the words on it are shuddering. Who said it? Why? How could something? How is it possible? Big consul. After he learned that the capital was destroyed, the people have become excited. You do not say. Those masters of demons and you are advanced magician puppet of the empire. There are ways to intercept those nasty bombers too. Big governing official jumped, staggers, step, hand on the corner of the table. Barely he stood firm and asked immediately, I have indeed intercept all flight to Bly. But now what circumstances? I do not know. Let me ask. The man in black is big. Consul, his face some embarrassing. After all, he did arrange for someone to intercept the opposing bomber. They would try their best to stop the nuclear bomb when Alan Hill was carrying out a nuclear bombing, and if possible, they would bring the nuclear bomb back to the Puppet Empire safely. It's just that the plan to steal the nuclear bombs was ultimately stranded because of its low safety factor. No one can guarantee that after the nuclear bombs intercepted in this way are transported to the Puppet Empire, will they directly explode. Do NTB idle too. Go to Bellevue immediately to see it clearly, and then return to the voyage to tell me the truth. I will chop you up and feed the dragon if there are few things to hide. Looking at the officer, the chief consul was also very annoyed. Ordered. Who is not afraid that this is a misunderstanding? If Bellevue is over, how do I explain to the people? How do I explain to so many former Grand Archons of the Holy Demon Empire? Walking back and forth in the camp, the Grand Archon had been stimulated by the sudden news. He stood next to the edge of the black people is the face of disdain. You'd think to repair the Eternal Empire refining magic, still here pretends to whom? Add a more chapter. Please support this my empire. 218 Fight on. Drew Icon capital city of Calais Magic Roanoke, led by Longsadely great mage sitting in his place, and his face started to listen to the concerns reported servant. The nuclear bomb exploded by Bellevue was far more powerful than the nuclear bomb in the Alan Hill experiment, and even the explosion they felt had exceeded their imagination. If not, a nuclear bomb cannot affect magic atmosphere. With only rocket bomb thrown Bly, the closed eyes of magic can be a dry. No matter how that Longsadely mage, we have to be renegotiated and Alanxia look, use a nuclear weapons related. General Shafil al-Shwang Zuba auction. Looking at the side of Capet invited to reveal Nased. He already has some of the prejudice against mortals, is now more deeply fear. Before the attack, Demon Strike use of nuclear weapons is understandable, but to attack the man himself to do so very worthy of discussion. Leon the theory, we really should not interfere with mortals how to use their weapons. As if we do not have to interfere with Trinity Empire one suppressed mortal thing, but this time as Longsword Lei Mage also looked to the Duke Capitna, spoke up. It really is a catastrophe. Drew I can do not take up the investigation. We know the whole BLEY are completely finished. With such an attack intensity, it is impossible for any miracle to survive. A nuclear weapon attack of 1 million equivalent level is enough to completely destroy a city. However, it was not the same as destroying demons before. This time it was human beings who destroyed it. I still hope Alan Xia can control their emotions. Do not make a similar attack. Longsword Lei Mage is actually very concerned about this time of the attack. He, as a powerful magician, of course, do not want to sit watching the collapse and destruction of the magical world. I'm sorry, Mr. Lonsada Grand Magister, I can't represent Alan Hill now. I can only speak this matter on my own behalf. Although I personally agree with the view that nuclear weapons cannot be used to kill civilians, I cannot guarantee Alan Hill will not continue to use nuclear weapons. After all, no one can interfere with our decision-making, Luna replied. Although not in favor of the use of large-scale nuclear attack other densely populated cities, but she also represents the Alan Xia at this moment. It is not possible for Alan Hope to make a mortgagee sole promise. This time the attack on Bellevue is indeed very painful and entangled, in terms of morals. Destroying the enemy's city and slaughtering all the civilians in the entire city is not a glorious thing. You say that I understand, but Miss Luna Alan Xia, this city really attack people very worried. Longsword Lei Big Magister emphasized his point. The whole magic world are concerned about this matter. I also hope that Alan Hill will explain. Using nuclear weapons to attack a city full of civilians is not an act of war. Miss Luna, this is a massacre. General Safil stood aside, and coldly emphasized. Trinity Empire to also kill. They slaughtered. Luna looked at the side of silent language. Vivian, want to continue to justify. I have a noble. It is not because people fall. We fall become reasonable grounds. Miss Luna. Longsword Lei Mage interrupted. Luna explained, very solemnly said, I have it should be different from the devil. What Alan Hill is doing now is no different from the devil. You are also destroying the city and slaughtering everyone. General Sapphirel continued. Luna frowned, looked at General Safil, and retorted coldly, are you saying that we are the devil? No, Miss Luna, I have no malice. We just want to remind Alan Xia. You must use the power of moral restraint of the wanton use without power constraints. It will only bring disaster. Longsword Lei Big the Magister explained. You can go to the views to Alan Xia. I'm just a commander. I can do, just follow orders. With troops fighting nothing. Luna did not regress, but the ball kicked back in Loveland his side. I have to talk about another thing. We know that your army supply was cut off, and now supplies running low. But we still hope we can use nuclear weapons in your hand. Look for an opportunity to attack the Eye Magic to end this demon invasion. Longsword Lei Mage changed the subject, talking about the war demon thing. Luna, this matter also cannot make any guarantee, so only reluctantly replied, I'm sorry, Domentor Excellency, I received orders to wait for our goods have been very abundant. And mobilize. In this case the troops are very unfavorable to my troops. Luna refused to hear the way out with the offensive things. Safil general's some displeasure, but he was depressed anger. Open asked, it is up to how kind you can continue to attack, to help us reseal Magic Eye when I have to restore the supply lines, and so on, or after I get command. Luna stick to their principles. Opening the firm said. Luna, who also know what not effectively guarantee card, and Longsword Lei Mage the Safil generals could only smile and shook his head, which ended a discussion. After walking out of this hall and down the steps, Luna showed a tired expression until she got into the car. She only heard about Bellevue when she was found today. This is absolutely terrible news for her. She can bear it now, and she has performed at a super level. You know. She itself felt, Alanxia launch direct nuclear attack, destroy Beely, why 90% are civilians, is not a right thing to do. In other words, it is a matter of question. However, this is the choice of her motherland. What can she do if she is a soldier? What's more, she is now the most to worry about is actually a shortage of supplies of 9 sets group army siege. Not in the mood to say in the use of nuclear weapons, far away moral problem. Not her or Forced himself, standing in the stall. Chris' perspective to these issues. However, when she was alone, she still felt panic, the horror of the power that destroyed a city without leaving a dog or dog. This thing, trickier than we thought. Wait until the card Paoluna left the Great Hall. Sitting on top of Longsard lay Dom Mentor. Some headaches held on his forehead. It seems to me that is not subject to the constraints of power. Many people will be tempted to fall in the face of such power. Safi General Lal, staring Longsade Large Magister, said, it is also possible that he who, like us, are sane, has not spoken. Vivian finally found the courage to speak the word of his views. I believe Chris Majesty should, like us, is a sensible ruler. Shortage absurd. Do not put the future of this world, the future of magic, are handed over to a mortal. All of us have to adhere to the faith of all. Dare to destroy a group are pinned on a city executioner who? General Shafi Lal. For a moment, he subconsciously looked at Vivian, who was aside, and sneered. He who is not the executioner. They need help in Druican time to come forward. At least, we should not think that they will certainly fall. This is not true. Vivian stared at the General. Safi Lal, a firm said, yes, before I have to see the Puppet Empire, as well as Dragon group of cowards, those elves and dwarves. Selfish guy, but also with this kind of attitude. But the reality is, we were wrong. We overestimated their character. General Safil retorted. Longsard Large Magister interrupted. Two people dispute. Spoke and said, well, enough not to fight. The Vivian said also makes sense. Alanxia can still communicate. We can make. Their power to restrain ourselves is the same as ours to restrain ourselves. If he did not agree, if they think we are afraid to let their mastery of such power, how do? Safi Lal general disdain for this argument. If he had refused to use the power of reason they own, then we do not have anything to do. Longsard Mage was very confident, began. Safi Lal general surprised a moment, then suddenly realized what his face, showing a smile. You rewrite, Longsade Mage Excellency, I have just do nothing on it. Sophisticated, of course he understood that he had just made a legitimate claim. If Alanxia are unwilling to cooperate, Druican aspects only need anything. You can make Alanxia pay a heavy price. If next time, when the Puppet Empire sends the God Puppet, Grukan does not issue an early warning, the Emperor Alanhil will be in danger. If those God Puppets cannot be killed immediately, the power of an atomic bomb is about the same. Those are just the God Puppets of the Puppet Empire. If there are really advanced magicians dispatched, then it is not comparable to substitutes like God Puppets. And that is the real humanoid self-propelled nuclear bomb. Alanxia not without weakness. Actually, on Chris's Alanxia greatest weakness. In terms of individual combat effectiveness, the Mortal Empire cannot compare to the Magic Empire in a short time, especially the advanced Magic Empire like the Puppet Empire. Vivian, you go to a range, tell Alanxia, I want to personally go. Alanxia, His Majesty the Emperor and Chris discuss issues related to the use of nuclear weapons. Longsard Mage, leaning on his crutches, stood up from the position and said at the same time, yes, Dom Mentor. Vivian bend the bow, low head, said Don Longsade Great Mage. 219 life is worth. At the same time, in city, says Castle Conference Hall, Chris and his men have also explored the issue of nuclear weapons attack. He looked hesitant. Falls in military bigwigs, spoke and said, this is what the future still cannot to do good. After all, this is not a magic hike toward launching. How many do not want to launch? The number of emitted. I have to do, after all, is the ruler of this world, Meta City, to use nuclear weapons to destroy a city. This is not to rule the world, which is to destroy the world. My place can occupation, or where you want the occupation, Cannot use nuclear weapons. Do not use nuclear weapons. Scored a pile of rubble for us. What? Need to rebuild the city. The radiation needs to be cleaned. The population needs to accumulate. Hatred need comfort. Throw a nuclear weapon. We get the benefits and lost things almost as much. Finally, the emperor summed up his speech. After Chris finished speaking, he looked at his ministers. Obviously, many people agree with him. After all, a ruin is really useless to Alan Hill. Only a count scholar can be immediately output of grain, can immediately produce materials city. For Alanxia it is to make money. However, there is no output after the nuclear weapon attack, only endless input, which is very uneconomical for the economics of war. Have been in seeking to fight war Alanxia nurturing the economy. Really do not like scorched policy. The business people of Alan Hill like most in occupied areas like Doth nor Oranti, which can be used immediately and make money for them immediately. On the other hand, Chris couldn't lay down all the cities of the Magic Empire to save trouble, although as long as there is plenty of time, he can rebuild the splendor on the ruins. But destroy them more and rebuild them, this is not what the demons are doing. Another thing that makes Chris a little jealous is that he is not willing to go his own way and turn himself into a public enemy of the world. What he wants is the victory of the war and the expansion of the empire, but not the destruction of the world. With nuclear weapons, it is enough to have equal deterrence. There is no need to really use nuclear weapons to decide victory or defeat. At least, Chris feels that at the level of national warfare, he really does not need to rely on nuclear weapons to conquer the world. In fact, just sent his first Alanxia 1 to the first 9. A total of 9 set mission army had made the advantage in several directions. Beginning of the war, mobilization of additional 151 Zing irregular forces, in fact, not out of it. What's more, if the relaxation of some standards, Alanxia now being trained to mobilize troops, the total number of people directly than 300 million people plus the frontline operations 9 permanent standby army troops, the total strength of more than 480 million. If you invest in either direction so much force, Alanxia can let loose take wins. Chris is thinking of a way to transport these troops to the front. It only takes a dozen days at most, and Alan Hill's advantage will be irreversible. Large puppet Imperial army despite the large number of sounds, but they did not Alanxia clouds that domestic rail support. When Alan Hill defeated the Holy Demon Empire, no matter how many puppets came to give away their heads. It is also due to have such a strong conventional forces, Wage Long Yi Hao Kastner, including Chief of Staff Liu Kai. Everyone's faces are hung confident smile. Everyone thinks what His Majesty Chris said is reasonable. Alan Hill does not need nuclear weapons to destroy the city. Your Majesty. Miss Vivian drew Icon to electricity. At this time, an officer walked around Chris, a message handed to Chris. Chris result of the message carefully looked at, then smiled and handed the message to Cyrus side. Look, I have the first nuclear strike. Let Drew Icon side of the high level sit still. Longsard lay mage recently to visit Alanxia. We are not trying to get ready. Really real need to prepare for it. Looked at Chris face grin. Mr. Kastner defense minister also followed up grin on his face. I built meetings, children must go to the attractions, says missile launchers outside the city well, false positions must be counted as one. In order to confuse the puppets, Alan Hill has established fake missile launch positions in many places. These places are built according to the specifications of real missile silos, but the Dongfeng HM5 missile is not deployed. Inside is a full-size missile model, which is a fake with only a shell originally intended to pick Magic Empire magicians or god puppets who come to spy or perform attack tasks. But now it seems that opening the eyes of Griken's magicians is also an unexpected effect. If you can also bring this or something, the Grand Magister of Lonsadora, to review our army. Let him take a look. We are not just a country with nuclear weapons. Liu Kai's chief of staff is also full of bad water. Suggested. This is really macabre. Even Mongolia with a lie. We are thinking about the law Alanxia's surface on a powerful show to Drew Icon to see the father. yet truly valuable things, hidden in under a bustling. Everyone is willing to let everyone focus on Alan Hill's jet fighters, and they are willing to let everyone focus on nuclear weapons, but they don't want people to discover what they are planning is another revolution. Change. This change is about energy, about the network, about the future. As long as Alan Hill is allowed to develop for a few more years, satellites will be able to cover the continent, whether it is Grekhan or the Puppet Empire. In Alanxia before you, there are no secrets at all. At that time, the mailbox number at the entrance of the Grand Magister of Lonsadura could be clearly seen from Alan Hill's satellite. In which room the Archmagister Travis went to the toilet, he could not escape the intelligence department of Alan Hill's eyes. As long as Alan Hill wants, they can monitor everyone, Vivienne Weibo, what brand of dog food Boken has purchased, and General Safil's Twitter. You can easily grasp when you called, who you called, and what you said. In the foreseeable future, Alan Hill's attacks can be accurate to the meter level, and countless advanced weapons that no one has heard of will subvert the human perception of war. Okay. Let the Ministry of National Defense and the General Staff Department draw up a visit suggestion report and send it to my office. Chris waved his hand and interrupted the imagination of his subordinates molesting a man who only knows magic. He did not want such a pit in over 100-years-old man, because it allows him to have a hand holding a mobile phone Millet gave his grandfather. Also lie and say this is the newest sense of guilt. Yeah. One other thing, he came to me. Ye who operates the Chris received Lianki his smile, look to all men, Sirius spoke and said, the death plan proposal preparation come out and show this old man Lonsadura of Grekhan a look. Let him advertise this thing, because if we say, some people may not remember it. A cruel smile appeared on Chris's face. I don't care what he uses. It's best to implement this plan as soon as possible. The content is passed to the ears of the decision makers of the Puppet Empire. Understand the German Purcell nodded, opening for Chris said, as is Alanxia Doomsday Plan part of the death plan as a top priority deployment plan, you can always expand. This is a deterrence plan, it is not enough just launched. I want is known to the world. Chris strong tone and said, I have not really aimed to destroy the world, but to let everyone know, we have a bottom line. Alan Hill Doomsday Plan is a series of action guides on the nuclear revenge plan. The overall plan is to use all nuclear weapons to counterattack the destruction of the Empire when the Alan Hill Empire is destroyed by any external force. The Yellow Spring Project is part of this vision. Its core content is that once Emperor Alan Hill Chris is assassinated, Alan Hill will launch all nuclear bombs and attack all known cities in the world. It's real bluntly, is related to His Majesty the Emperor of a nuclear program bundled with the core purpose of the program is to ensure the absolute safety of Chris. The entire Alan Hill Doomsday Plan is to ensure that Alan Hill is invincible. After all, if Alanxia Doomsday Plan were executed, the majority of people in this world, then all cannot see the sun tomorrow. No one witnessed the failure Alanxia. That Alanxia it's not a failure. Is it? The highest purpose of the whole plan is actually only one, and that is to bring as many people as possible to bury it. This nuclear weapon attack bundle plan will not only attack the city, but will also attack the source of all known rivers, even including Alan Hill's own strategic targets. Once this plan is fully launched, it will bring more than just a disaster to the world. The most interesting thing is that this plan is now only completed by humans. And after a while, it will all be controlled by the computer. As long as the command is issued, the computer has no compassion or selfish thoughts, it will be faithful follow the procedure to destroy the world. If you were to be assassinated by hostile forces, I will order the immediate implementation of death plan, a city to send you buried. If I was assassinated, then the death plan will start immediately and destroy all locked target. Chris went to the front of the map. Draw a hand in all of the city marked the sign, I am. Life is very valuable, starting today. Alanxia long live. Everyone heads held high, standard attention in front of Chris salute and said, His Majesty the Emperor 1 years old. Today's 2 chapters write about nuclear clouds, It is too depressing. Every time we think that human beings live in such an environment, it makes people shudder. May the world be peaceful, and may everything in the novel never happen in the real world. That's it for today, so you don't have to wait for the update 220 yearbook. There are also bullet craters in the ruins, scattered in this small village. A few hours ago, this place was just taken by the offensive troops of Alan Hill. There are still tanks and armored vehicles parked behind the village, and the grenadiers in front of the village have already laid out their defense lines. In a light soldier put a stationery shop in the broken picked up on the desktop, carefully writing with. His expression is focused, but his handwriting is not so beautiful. Dear Lina, everything is fine for me here. In fact, apart from facing death every moment, life here is actually pretty decent. I really want you. I want to have kids. I love you. Love them. I'm fighting desperately here to allow you to survive happily in the rear. I have mailed back my salary for this month, and you should have received it by the time I received this letter. Your letter I have seen, and heard the family is now getting better and better. I'm really happy. Do you know, knowing that you are eating well and wearing warmth now, I feel that everything I do now is meaningful. Because of our offensive forward, so transportation is very timely supply. In addition to ammunition you can get on time. Watch it some of the evening. If I were not offensive, then the brought up the rear beef, relatively speaking, it will taste good on a lot. But yesterday the army only replenished a box of canned fish, which is the best supply we have received in recent days. Before me were all dried vegetables but also eat potatoes. Do not get me wrong, the army ate is quite rich, but when in combat, those good things usually eat, but are shipped to nothing. I had yesterday in a rare position to eat a hearty lunch, canned fish a little fishy, but more than the dry delicious dishes. Listen, said Drew, I can still make great efforts to import these canned fish. I really do not understand this behavior. They are not the world's most powerful empire of Magikit. Why do you want to eat something that is not too fresh? It makes me very happy to see your letter saying that fresh fish can be eaten in my hometown. After I go back, I can set up a wooden stand in our yard so that it will be more convenient for you to dry your clothes. Do you know where my inspiration comes from? Because I saw some tank soldiers hang their washed clothes on the tank barrels. Mark was injured in a battle outside the mountain city 7 days ago. His arm was hit by a bullet. I carried him on his back to the field hospital, where he was sawn off the remaining part of the arm. To be sure, he will not be able to write a letter home for a long time in the future. So when you see Aha, comfort her. This is what Mark asked me to do. I can't forget it, because to me the bravery to save his comrades in the mountains fighting the periphery of the city, tenacious fighting. I got a Copper Eagle medal. I can show it to you next time. It's very beautiful, and it's very majestic to wear on the chest. Well, the words true story, I had pretty good here. If the rest of the time at night, you can sleep in a tent, so much the better. I know thinking of me, because as I have all the time thinking about you, although we cannot stay together, we all know that love flows between us. In order for us to stay together in the future and for the good life to continue, I must hide my thoughts deeply and fight bravely for the Emperor. Wait for me to go back, Lina. Wait for me to go back. Puppet Auntie hit there. Quasi prepared to fight. The other end of the ruins, a soldier shouted reminder of their comrades. Huck write a letter casually stuffed back half of his glove in his pocket, picked up his side of STG-44 sudden strike rifle, threw over rear sight on the weapon. He saw Dents swarmed to the puppet, carrying their shining bayonets. Along behind him a few puppet tanks. Crash. Huck moved the bolt, ready for the battle. His side, carrying a Morza 98K step soldier's gun. 2, looked tense enemy opposite. At the puppet be time getting close. Call is heard. Artillery shells whistled overhead flew from Huck. That huge break wind scared everyone winced neck. Then a puppet consisting of ocean inside. There was a huge wave. Numerous puppet. Is this a 155mm caliber of pomegranate missile and artillery shells lift to fly out? Alanxia shelling once again issued a roar when his enemies shout. Not only had opposite puppet troops did not retreat mean They continue to move forward, crossed the wreckage was smashed. Shell's own people. Machine gun positions in the next second began playing intensive tracer bullets into the crowd. Puppet soldiers. A puppet tank was directly hit by a howitzer, and it exploded and turned into a beating flame in the crowd. Threw myself STG-44 sudden strike rifle according to the door. Huck is aimed at carrying a rifle, opened fire on a puppet in the other direction, and then he pulled the trigger. The bullet that hit the poor puppet body. The puppet fell down swayingly, and was trampled to pieces by the puppet behind him. At this time, a broken brick beside Huck was hit by an attacking bullet, and a piece of debris was splashed. Grey Huck head soil face quickly retracted his head. That was bullets. Battlefield. Some people do not know what time to open your gun. Soon forced to blow gun will be added to the battle, with the soldiers of the puppet empire continues to close. More weapons fire, more puppet fell on the road ahead. A quilt bomb shattered the back of the puppet on the ground. Difficult crawled, and then rushing from behind him a puppet of the tank, so run over his body. The huge ironclad wheels crushed the head of the puppet, leaving only a section of his arm exposed. In time Alanxia artillery continued to bombard puppet troops. Out of 130 mm artillery shells fell on the position Alanxia soldiers. The shell splashed a piece of rubble, which made all the Alan Hill soldiers nervous. The enemy's shelling also began. Although most of the Puppet Empire's artillery is 130 mm in caliber, the victory is that the enemy's shelling is also very fierce, and sometimes it can be too heavy for people to lift their heads. Boom! An artillery shell landed in front of the place where the bunker Huck tens of meters, where a huge explosion left a crater, but also exudes heat. Immediately afterwards, a cannonball exploded near Huck's location. The huge explosion made Huck's ears suddenly lose his hearing. He only felt that a bee had gotten into his ear, except for the buzzing. He could not hear the buzzing sound. Artillery bomb explosion raised the rubble as well as soil cover his body. Falling down gravel hit his M42 on the helmet, jingling. He was unable to hear anything, just feel dizzy. The body does not listen. The call up, "M done." This is the thought in his mind at this moment. He doesn't know what he looked like when he was blown up. Maybe he lost a leg, maybe his lower body was gone. Anyway, he has been on the battlefield for such a long time. He has seen all kinds of corpses, some without a head, some without legs, of course, or there is nothing missing on his body, but there is a hole in his forehead. "Lina, I might not be able to go back to see you and the kids." Hell, he shook his head, struggling to break free from the floating soil. He couldn't hear the sound in his ears, he could only see the puppet soldiers approaching in the distance from the vague eyes. "Where's the gun?" He fumbled around and found his rifle. He pulled it hard and pulled the rifle to his side. It's a lucky thing that the left hand is still there. Looking at one of his hands, Huck said to himself, "Fortunately," and then he tried to move his other hand, and found that the other hand could still move. It seemed that even if it was an injury, it was a matter of the lower body. Huck tried to hide from him. He was lifted up by a shell and climbed out of the floating soil, and rolled into the crater that just exploded not far from him. This is a natural shelter and a very effective way to avoid shelling. The chance of a shell falling in the same crater is very small. Aberdeen take a closer look at his body. Huck found that he was miraculously unhurt. A ringing in the ears still kept outside. He finally no less parts. Deaf lot stronger than at least dead. Huck reached for STG-44 step gun, ready to continue to fight. He prepares die moment. He saw a dead body lying on the other side of his comrades. Just now, he also saw this guy carrying his Mauser 98K steps guns opened fire on the opposite side of it. At this moment, the first few seconds of life is still alive. It is so cold, dilapidated, lying there. No rubble and mud, what a difference. Shaking his head, Huck once again pointed his gun at the puppets in the distance. He pulled the trigger and poured his suppressed emotions and the bullets in the magazine to the lifeless bastards. "Ah, go to hell!" he roared loudly, accompanied by the fire from the muzzle, accompanied by the uniform and fine gunfire. Tutu. Behind him in the distance, another shell fell and exploded, setting off pieces of sand and rubble. and rising black smoke. In his body side, M4 tank shoe with rolled up surface dust, run over the ruins, and that is long 90mm tank gun pointed not far from the enemy. The next second clock, tanks, smoke gushing from the muzzle. Huck finally heard the roar of cannons. His hearing gradually got it back, and in the distance a puppet tank, but never restored, but duo camo outer circumference. Such a fierce battle is constantly engaged in. It seems there is no end in general. 221 airliner. Looking at the dock opposition fighters in the field, a huge stature of new transport aircraft, Vivian asked to stand beside the first 9 sets Group Army Commander Capit Middle. Luna said, such a short time, and even Alanxia have a new kind of airplane. Before his time to Alanxia were intercepted with God Assassin puppet of the Empire. In order to speed and altitude security reasons, investigators also used the Model B-17 does. This after a few days, a new Performance A transport aircraft that is more powerful than the B-17 bomber is now in service in Alan Hill. This new name is called C-130 Large Transport Machine. Compared to the previous Alanxia developed more advanced transport aircraft, especially the big guy still has a huge tail door. You can directly unload a large amount of material as well as heavy weapons and equipment. Just now, Vivian saw with his own eyes that this brand new transport plane unloaded 2 jeeps and a lot of weapons and ammunition. Compared to the previous C-47 transport machines, this new transport aircraft, it can be said that has been a qualitative leap. It can hold overloaded by more than 20 tons of goods. It is C-47 double, and handling was more convenient. Financing. The volume of carrier materials can also be greater. With this aircraft arrived with field airport, as well as responsible for the ground crew of this kind of aircraft. They introduced Luna and Vivian. Now for the first 9 sets Group thanks to these military transport aircraft to support the daily consumption of materials. With new transport aircraft, naturally, they are put into this to save the first 9 sets Regiment Army Air Force Super Project. Ground person staff earlier on with C-47 arrived here, and with the first batch of several aircraft C-130 transport aircraft arrived at the front. These behemoths' maintenance equipment also arrived to Druiken. With the development of time, Alan Hill's transportation power has become more powerful. Even relying on the Air Force alone can barely support the consumption of ammunition and fuel for a group army. It's just that this kind of support is costly, not a long-term solution. I really did not think you were this time sent to aircraft we have not seen. There is also with a new impetus. Vivian looked at the distant aircraft, standing beside Stay Luna, who she visited, exclaimed. For her, these new style airplanes are indeed very interesting. One is larger than the other. It seems that Alan Hill's attainments and pursuits in flying are getting higher and higher. His Majesty thinking about the first 9 sets the safety of the military group, so all the new transport aircraft transferred here, responsible for the transport of supplies. Luna looked at these new transport aircraft, unloaded a large number of goods, then take a look of Happy Face Tao. In her view, that Neverfar stood behind her to support her man. She is a very worthy companion entrusted the life of. Once a woman has a man in her mind, the way of thinking becomes strange. This contact time Druiken, the spotlight is not near these aircraft bulky C-130 transport machine, because the immediate C-130 transport unit is not connected to the Mage Longsadlai. After learning that the Grand Magister Lansadera was going to Ellen Hill, the other party sent a new transport plane, or passenger plane. If Vivian also knew about the Earth's technological civilization, he would know the huge airplane called Boeing 707, which was parked not far away. It was the newest airliner of Alan Hill, and only a few were produced. one of which was His Majesty the Emperor of the New Plane, which is Aelanxia of Empty Army 1. The one in front of him was Air Force One of the royal family of Aelan Hill. It specially greeted the great Magister Lansadora of Grukken and showed Grukken the sincerity and strength of Aelan Hill. Its flight performance can be no better than C-130 tough too much. Than now Aelanxia the main bomber B-17 Intrepid several grades, even. But also far beyond the magic of this visit Aelanxia the imagination of the teachers. The aircraft can fly 900 kilometers per little more time per hour, will be better than B-17 still flying high of 1000 meters, and even more frightening is that in this speed there is a high degree, can carry cargo 70 passengers. Yes, because as a modified, it cut its number of passengers and improved the degree of luxury interior decoration, but also increased the number of special features. First, it take load of the latest contact equipment. It can be one to use no more than m of altitude electricity and other wireless communication devices. At the same time, its interior is also equipped with meeting rooms, bedrooms, living rooms, and rest and entertainment areas. The interiors of these areas are decorated with solid wood, carved beams and painted buildings, and pressurized and oxygenated, which makes people feel more comfortable. According to current standards, this aircraft is completely a flying palace. Of course, the most important is that the aircraft to modern eyes, it is also very safe. Whether Puppet Empire or just Druiken worth mentioning, there are few examples suggest they can attack to 1000 the target flying at a height of meters. Therefore, the flying height of this aircraft is very safe. Except for the Aelan Hill fighters, there is no other thing that can even fly to this height to fight. Its real magician who most Druiken interest, or Aelanxia, even with a strange power system, so that the aircraft can fly than the original faster. Wild appears horse fighter. It has given only flesh flying in the sky a lot of pressure magicians, because of the physical imitations. They can't increase their speed, and most of them are in a suspended state when fighting. The speed of the new plane that the lovely Lanhill showed this time has surpassed the common sense of the Grukken magician. In terms of speed, the aircraft made by these mortals have made them feel terrified. Earth civilization in 50 have a science and technology surgery leaps and bounds. There are a great many powerful weapons technologies are mature in this period, and the beginning of large-scale applications. After this time period of technology accumulation, Aelan Hill also began such a technological leap. A lot of advanced weapons and equipment and civilian technology have begun to appear, and there is only one step away from mass popularization. During this period of technological explosion, civilian technology has completely surpassed the military weapon technology of the World War II era. Take the Boeing 707 in front of you for example. Its speed has completely surpassed the Mustang fighter, and even completely surpassed the famous Me-262 first-generation jet fighter. So this aircraft is now completely without escort. It can safely cross enemy territory, than B-17, but also safer. Technical artisan explain a bit about the outstanding performance of the aircraft, and then to Vikian and Luna leaned slightly and went to their own affairs. I really do not understand why Aelanxia a steady stream of new stuff there, so I have lamented. However, Vivian looked at the rack outside painted gold huge airplane eagle pattern. Eyes full of worry. The most respected person in her life is about to negotiate with good people who always give her canned fish. The things they want to talk about are so profound that she can't tell who is right and who is wrong. Standing Druiken magic teacher's point of view, she really wants to see the magical world of this decadent collapse, but she also felt, standing in a spectator's point of view, Druiken is no legislation field to ask Aelan Hill or something. In mortal magically long years of oppression of the division, Druiken chose to ignore and neutral, so now Druiken should not go running to the magic empire. What is fair, is not it? But the holy people of Nonyin, which cannot stand absolutely no feelings, no favoritism it. If Grukken is truly selfless, then when the low-level magic empires were oppressing mortals, they should stand up and say something fair. At that time, Grukken didn't stand up, and now it's not convincing to stand up. But Vivian still hopes that a miracle can occur. She is really looking forward to that when she went to Luxillian protection of handsome man with a little, you can have a package volume in the world's heart. Rest assured, if Her Majesty's Chris words he promised would give Mr. Big Magister a satisfactory answer. Is Vivian think of trance when, standing beside her, Capit Luna opened his mouth and said. From their thinking to extricate himself in the thread, Vivian taken away his eyes. She looked to Luna, embarrassed smile. You have heart, as are His Majesty the Emperor, he has been so good, trustworthy. Right? Yes, he gave all mortals today, so I believe he will lead us to a more glorious future. Luna replied firmly, the abuse of nuclear weapons is not a glorious future, so I firmly believe that he will give you a satisfactory answer. If it is that kind, would be great. Vivian's sigh of relief seems to be Luna's words served as, I can guarantee certificate. If he is really willing to Drew Icon to give up nuclear weapons abuse thought, I will definitely protect him, protect Alan Hill. You better protect Grikin. The demons haven't taken advantage of the fire these days, or they don't seem to give us pressure. I always think it's unusual. Luna didn't know what, her heart was a little sour. Turned off the topic. Vivian once again head, looked to the Luna said, Safil al-Generals think so. We have sent advanced magician, many search suspicion of places, no gain. According to past experience, the more so, the more is a bad thing to happen. Capit middle. Luna United States and Korea face filled with tired and worried, good-looking eyebrows screwed together. Vivian ineffectively lips, her large may have some love's eyes squint up. Silence did not speak. Today's two watchdogs. Don't wait anymore. My Empire. 222 digging. This is really a luxury to be faster than flying, but do not consume any magic. Very delightful. If this experience can be popularized, I think this is a revolutionary innovation. Dom Tutor sitting on the soft armchair, Loncidlet felt the Aaron Hill Air Force One take off, suddenly opened his eyes, and said to Vivian, who was sitting on the opposite side. Drew Icon. This time the number of people visiting delegation comprising over 40 people. Not all are high-level magician. Taking an airplane makes them feel novel. In fact, their performance is basically in line with the basic characteristics of taking an airplane for the first time. He who is not like modern people, even if the aircraft is not done, can often able to hear reports about the aircraft, seen the inside of an aircraft style. Now they really haven't seen or heard of the state of the passenger plane, so they are basically equivalent to Grandma Liu entering the Grand View Garden, and they are very curious when they see everything. I can sense the magic week all around. The speed of this thing has come to the point where I could not catch up. Very blocks, and fly quite stable. Stood in a researcher's point of view. Longsardley Image has been trying to analyze the advantages of this aircraft. However, he found that his magical perception can only feel the magical defense barrier on the Air Force One, but cannot feel the magical atmosphere of other places, so the reason why this aircraft can fly is really on its own power, not magic. It's one thing to look at such an aircraft from a distance, but it's another thing to sit on it and experience it in person. So Loncidrew is also very new, and is carefully looking at the internal structure of the aircraft. U.S. interior richly ornamented round of the U.S. Juan, a spacious space inside the fuselage, flight attendants and attentive service staff. Even the most discerning magician will experience very satisfied with this flight. After all, you can't fly while reading the newspaper or drinking delicious juice while flying with your own magic. This is definitely a kind of enjoyment, a beautiful experience that makes people indulge in. Except for some annoying noises and low-level magical defense barriers, this aircraft is simply a work of art. If it can, Grikin should also have such a thing. At least it can serve civilians who can't fly by themselves. Service. In 11,000 meters of altitude, the Longsardley Big Magister issued such a feeling. As long as you are not stupid, you can see the development potential of Aaron Hill from these aircraft. The Great Magister of Loncidrew is an old man, and naturally he clearly realizes that Air and his technological progress is fast. How fast? Druican participation in the war. Alanxia bomber force used is clearly B-25 and B-17 of such weapons, and in the subsequent transportation to reinforce action in support of the first 9 sets of similar products. Transport Troops and Equipment Group Army C-47 Transport Machine and ME-323 Transport machines began to be C-130 Transport Lost Machine replaced. Alan Hill's weapons are still being upgraded while mass-produced, which shows that Alan Hill's weapon research speed has been very high and there is no tendency to stop. If it continues to develop at this speed, Alan Hill only needs to modify the Boeing 707 in front of him, and it can become a super high-speed bomber that the magical world can hardly intercept. What's more terrible is that looking at this spacious cabin, I am afraid that this modified bomber has more ammunition than the B-17. Then again, if such a large passenger plane can fly faster, what about a small fighter? Those already alarming rate of P-51 Wild Horse fighter is not out of date. Does Alan Hill already have a faster and more powerful fighter? Vivian has also been said that the power of the other side of the gun is actually very strong. She can barely use magic barrier Bale. Then after the Battle of the Demon of Griken broke out, the reinforcements of the Alan Hill Air Force, equipped with air cannon weapons, were observed by Vivian, and the caliber was significantly increased. This Alan Hill had been guarding against Gruken a long time ago and sighed in his heart, and the Grand Magister Lansadera smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. Those mortal little guys are holding back the bad water. Of course I have a stomach of bad water, otherwise, how can I be worthy of those great magicians who start thinking about killing me every morning? Chris looked at the huge plane in front of him, grinning. His body stood sideways. Air Force Commander Buto Elijah, and they stopped at the front of the plane, because too slender body, even when parked on the ground, the fuselage is curved. Not wrong, this guy is in front of the B-52 stratospheric layer Bastion strategic bombers. Also Alanxia has begun secret production of a new strategic bomber. Although this guy is still active on the battlefield in the 21st century, in fact, he is really the grandfather who successfully tested the flight during the Korean War. Technology does not have any problems on the technique, which stand B-52 strategic bombers also definitely worth Alanxia production of its large payload and unsurpassed flight altitude and flight speed, are able to make the enemy feel the baptism of doom. It can take a load 31-ton bomb. This is a concept of what? That is just one B-52. The past can be the enemy of the city throwing 120 Form 250 Gongjin often gauge bombs. Even more frightening is that it can also carry the latest nuclear weapons Alanxia, that is the legendary Big Ivan. This amount exceeds 1,000 tons superclass of nuclear weapons. In fact, his name has a 3-face bomb. This supernuclear weapon is the ultimate nuclear weapon that can increase its equivalent infinitely. With this design, as long as it is carefully crafted, a superbomb with an equivalent of over 100 million can be created. It can be said that such a bomb is completely destroying the planet rather than attacking the enemy, because no matter what kind of enemy it is aimed at, once this weapon starts to explode, its power is far too much. Due to the birth of the war, weapons development Alanxia speed is faster than the actual Earth. Next, Chris has his own technology, and Alan Hill has a stronger and more cost-free industrial system. It is not surprising that under each other, he can enter the post-World War II era so quickly, because to have knowledge of Magic Ball, because there are more mature industrial team, because there are more big city market demand. So Alanxia weaponry rapidly, so the faster the world have the ability to destroy them. Jet engine has been very reliable. We invest in the development of the fighter is huge, but you only Asia proud to stand beside Chris, His Majesty the Emperor to tell the Air Force fast pace of development. Air and his Air Force and Army are holding big move, hoping to prioritize the deployment of powerful weapons and equipment in the future. The Navy is also accumulating its own weapons and equipment development experience on the drawings. After all, The Navy does not have any natural enemies that are too powerful. Obviously, in this contest, the Air Force is indeed one step ahead. After all, the MiG-21 students of production technology is too easily achieved. The Army side of the first into the tank, but also need more technical accumulation and precipitation time. Developing a sufficiently powerful fighter as soon as possible is the prerequisite for ensuring air supremacy and ensuring homeland security. Chris is also very satisfied with the recent leap in weaponry performance and nodded. Aiming at the support of allies, Alan Hill has begun a large-scale export of Me-109 fighters to help the Normu Empire and the Palak Empire control air power. In order to improve the delivery speed, some Me-109 fighters are even second-hand equipment equipped by the Alan Hill Air Force. No country had to receive these weapons. Do not mind, they are more willing now to get ready for weapons of war, and whether or not second-hand. Palak Empire because to get a great deal of assistance Alanxia, so play more active on the battlefield, even a great situation to regain lost territory. This southern empire, which received the assistance of Me-109 fighter jets and the No. 2 paratrooper chariot, is now not too afraid of the attack of the three empires. The same kind of fighter Alanxia also export Eternal Empire, compensate for the loss of their Dragon Rider. Now Eternal Empire has formed a 32 fighter squad, Preparation and Dragon Knight, equipped with a piston engine fighter Kaorga 140 handler. And Alanxia side also signed an agreement and Eternal Empire, once the road is opened up ground, then Alanxia Eternal Empire will export at least 300 Liang M4 tanks, as well as 700 vehicles to HAU paratroopers fighting vehicles, to resist the offensive of the Empire. Alan Hill, who received a large sum of money, is also accelerating his weapon production. MiG-17 fighters have now begun to reduce production, and the more powerful MiG-21 fighters are now in mass service. This cheap, easy to mass-produce advanced second-generation jet fighter is simply tailor-made for the Alan Hill Frontline Air Force. In the future, I have only sell expensive products, no export sophisticated technology. For example, we only sell aircraft, engine production technology do not sell. All repairs and maintenance as well as follow-up, we have in my hand. Chris at his mouth, while his fists clenched hands. Yes, sir. Your Majesty. Buchu Oleasia saluted with their heads held high. Promise Road. Implement Alan his production standards and quality system as soon as possible. I want the manufacturing industry in the world to be covered under the Alan illegal flag. Chris showed a smirk on his face and continued to give the Magic Empire digging said, such as those magical little stay natural masters react, they will find themselves even the size of Magic, Ming font, should follow Alanxia standards to design 223 evil countries weapons. Bit is not quite right. Is not a small seat inside the cabin. The co-pilot sat side by side down the hand's warm steaming beverage, watching the spot on the radar screen, frowning reminder Captain Road. This is a bit high speed, much higher than the height of at least Dragoon 2000 meters. Is not a Trinity Empire interception machine Long already has noticed a spot on the radar reminder, opening of road. It does not look like a welcome to our team. Deputy driving the pilot checked the status of the radar device, and then with a puzzled look to see the captain. Machine Long grabbed the side of a radio. Phones. Hold down the switch asked, here is Alanxia Air Force One to the front of our radar observations have confirmed that an unknown target is to cover our fighter escort you. Soon, the headset which came a ground command center voice, Air One Army Air Force One to your scanning is not our fighter escort. To repeat, your scanning is not our escort fighter. Received. This is Alanxia Air Force One. We was intercepted enemy. Now pulled up to 1,111,000 meters. It is pulled up to 1,111,000 meters. Machine Long to start up while controlling the aircraft pulled up, and said while pressing the intercom. Ground refers to the sound command center. Once again sounded the opening command said, probably 15 minutes after the bell, fighter escort will arrive. Please continue traveling east along the current route. Repeat. Machine Long, looking a little tense, pressing the intercom again, reported the Air Force One flight. Understand, Alanxia Air Force One, when the money along the route continues east with a highly 1,800, 1,810 inches. This huge aircraft Boeing 707 passenger plane has been flying above the clouds. 4 huge engines power the rapid rotation, bring plenty of power for the entire passenger aircraft. I have raised. It appears it was good either. Domento Longsadley opened his eyes and looked to the side of Boring lying on the table in a daze of Vivian. She spoke and said, "Some people do not seem to willing to let me reach Alan Hill safely. How is it possible that no one can stop us?" Vivian said to the Grand Magister Longsadera confidently, "As a senior magician can fly, they still have great confidence in this regard. Even crashed plane was attacked. They can also secure jump umbrella to leave. Do not worry, Vivian and I are now very safe. These little things onto our Alanxia friends to deal with it." Longsadley smiling, and closed his eyes, leaning the spacious soft seats. It seems almost fell asleep again. And right in front of the Alan Hill Air Force One, a strange-looking fighter suddenly rushed out of the clouds. This is a propeller at the rear of the fuselage. Strange fighter, and Alanxia equipment. P-51 Wild Horse fighter aerodynamic layout is completely different. According to Alan Hill aerodynamics experts, this is a front canard aerodynamic layout. He was dressed in white with a hollow blood red eye on the wing. All Alan Hill soldiers who had dealt with the Puppet Empire for a long time knew that this was a typical Puppet Empire flag painting. The tanks of the Puppet Empire that were destroyed on the battlefield all have this kind of painting, and the soldiers have this pattern on their chests, just like Alan Hill's eagle emblem. It looks very eye-catching. The fighter jets of these Puppet Empires that rushed out of Baiyun did not stop at an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters. They continued to climb, and they had the momentum to fly to the height of Alan Hill Air Force One. Will meeting room, infiltrated Puppet Empire before elated. The missing files were finally counted out. Chris kept a gloomy face, listening to the report from the security department of the guards. An officer looked at the faces of several important Empire officials, and tremblingly reported, "The Puppet Empire stole the Air Force seismoelectric fighter data that we were experimenting with in the Arrant region. They took most of the drawings, even including all the design information of the engine. To face the team as well as weapons, many technologies are spread out. Alanxia Sol has long refused to confidential things, such as Puppet Imperial soldiers used Morse 98K steps guns and bayonets, as well as sheet steel to create armor and so on. Large-scale weapons also include machine guns and 130mm caliber heavy artillery. These are all weapons and equipment introduced by the Holy Demon Empire. It is not strange to leak to the Puppet Empire. What makes Alan Hill most embarrassed is that because of the infiltration of the Puppet Empire, many of Alan Hill's experimental projects at the time were leaked to the Puppet Empire. Some of the machinery and equipment used only for experiments became the Puppet Empire demons, changed the basis of technology. Chris felt uncomfortable all over when he thought of the weird appearance and some dumbfounding airplanes in the country of manufacture. So he began, he sneered, "So I am." They do not guess, you know, if the Puppet Empire produced the aircraft. It is almost certain electric shock, and a little. Sometimes this thing is really fateful. In this world, the weapons and equipment belonging to the evil country once again stand on the opposite side of Chris. It has to be said that it is still a very interesting thing. Unfortunately, the speed and practical height of the seismic fighter are very good, and it is a difficult opponent. The Air Force Commander-in-Chief Botolia, who knows the experimental project of the seismic fighter, said depressed. Then this thing is the reason why secret experiment is the Air Force made a series of attempts to intercept Vivian. At that time, the Air Force urgently needed a super fighter with powerful firepower installed near the nose. Obviously, the seismoelectric fighter was a weapon that met expectations. Not only when the Air Force had felt QCJ-7W extraordinary performance of the candidate, another secret weapon at the experiment was a success. Fighter jets replaced the old piston aircraft, the Air Force has become the new darling of Aelanxia. It is also due to have a jet fighter, even with the second-generation jet fighter development program, originally strictly confidential. QCJ-7W planned to relax the alert. The Puppet Empire stepped in, picking up a bargain. To be honest, with Alan Hill's secrecy, if it weren't for being distracted by the jet fighter project, the infiltration of the Puppet Empire would not have been successful. Even if it were lost, thousands of design drawings of the seismoelectric fighter. It is impossible to lose more than 4/5. Technical Director Minister Smith Art Aspect is also worried, if I guess wrong, supporting Stolen Away, as well as Electric Shock Fighter rocket boosters might, and now their fighters, and has been able to P-51 Wild Horses the fighters competed. You know, the seismic fighter itself is a high-altitude, high-speed interceptor, and the effect is very good for Alan Hill's bomber force. What's more, in order to improve its high-altitude and high-speed performance, rocket boosters can be installed on it. With this thing, in 10 minutes of boosting time, it is really a terrifying existence with jet fighters. Not over this Air Force is concerned, we are not threat of a large-scale facelift jet fighter, and now has been equipped with the second-generation jet fighters. Fighter piston far not pose a threat to us. But you only Asia poor confidence full. Because his weapon in his hand, what can be more powerful electric shock than this? But the enemy's Air Force does enhance strength, which we wish to see. On the other hand, if the Puppet Empire fighter improved electric shock may not be a war and we cannot. Smith as expert technical aspects of the proposed came up with my own opinions. Germany Purcell sat Chris left. I heard this argument. Some scoff asked how to change it. In his opinion, the Puppet Empire was just lucky enough to get some of the technology, and wanting to improve the stolen Alan Hill's advanced technology is tantamount to idiotic dreams. But Smith does not think so. He looked up Desire, spoke and said, how to change him. They only want piston engine removed, put on a large rocket boosters. On weekdays, Smith is not so confident, but technology is his exclusive domain. Apart from Chris questioning him, Smith is still very authoritative. It's not kidding it. Such modification is over, but also how to land? Who dares operation of such aircraft? The Purcell monasteries can be considered more than a little fur. Subconsciously he retorted. It's just that he retorted here, realized some problems, and couldn't talk about it anymore. Smith laughed loudly, then spoke and said, "Ha, you intend it." Puppet aware of it, and they are not afraid of death anyway. Even without considering the land use behind their warplanes will be shot down by us, there is no way to return, so can they return home? It's not a problem at all for them, right? You said the good sense. I actually speechless. Chris is also intended aware of this problem, a little embarrassed to say something. He was familiar with the stems. In Chris' opinion, if the Puppet Empire continues to develop in this direction, then kamikaze suicide tactics will be freshly released. The manned rocket and the puppet-controlled precise impact, it's a precision-guided cruise missile. I am still struggling to launch satellites here, so I have to work hard on how to accurately guide them. The Puppet Empire can easily do it. Are you out of breath? Help that those silly Puppet Empire of magic masters, nor brainer in this respect it. Chris smiled bitterly in his heart, and then said, forget it. Don't discuss this matter anymore. Let's talk about the visit to Gricken and the preparations for our military parade. 224 target. Shrek, or say Shrek had to Aelanxia bring technology to the large leakage losses immeasurable. But things over, no matter how Chris's hate, does not help. Fortunately, such a large-scale technology leak occurred when it was controllable and did not really involve core secrets. Regarding the confidentiality of computer technology, nuclear weapons technology, and even high-end technologies such as jet fighters, Alan Hill is still very confidential. On the other hand, the occurrence of this kind of thing is also directly related to the rapid expansion of Alan Hill. Even in areas such as the main ferry, the core of Alan Hill, Chris did not rule directly for more than 4 years. In most areas, As for the Time Alanxia territory of less than 2 years, there will be no cohesive lookup so strong. It's solid. Chris seems that these are annexed areas can be reverted in such a short time has been used to provide troops and supplies for Alanxia or even be involved in the production. It is already a miracle. The last large-scale information leakage incident was not without benefits to Alan Hill. The Puppet Empire was eager to achieve success, and basically exposed all the intelligence networks deployed by the Magic Empire in the Dothan and Arrant regions. After eliminating these internal unstable factors, it is not easy to mix sand into Alan Hill. After all, these people before were basically installed before Alan Hill occupied, and they had good secrecy effects and were easy to control. Now, the occupation of Alan Hill has brought help for mortals. The vast majority of people are unwilling to return to the era of the Magic Empire. In such an environment with a solid foundation of the masses, the secret agent of Alan Hill is operating in secret. Under the supervision of the department, it is impossible to steal Alan Hill's technology on a large scale. Puppet Empire has been used up almost all of their dark line in Alanxia. Of this behavior is that ugly little Oneshot deal can only do one thing. Now they have done it, so there is no condition to do it anymore. Another problem is that with the rapid development of technology, the technology is becoming more and more dispersed, and the system is getting larger and larger, and the drawings are no longer likely to be concentrated on a certain node and cannot be stolen together. Even if there is such a node, Alan Hill is definitely the key protection area, and the Puppet Empire wants to start again. It is undoubtedly an unlikely thing. Parade ready. The latest individual equipment, the latest MiG-21 fighters, as well as 4 tanks, as well as S-103 sudden blow guns, anti-aircraft guns on their own, the latest SAR-2 anti-aircraft missiles, ballistic missiles and other advanced Scud weapons and equipment. Kastner, who was in charge of the military parade, reported in a big way. This time the military parade was of a serious show-off nature, so Alan Hill's senior officials helped to show their mighty power. Many advanced equipment were made public appearances for the first time, and even many Alan Hill officers did not know the existence of these weapons. For example, say an enhanced version of the fly-leg of ballistic missiles, has been tireless efforts of technical staff, where modified solid mission fuels, greatly reduced the combat preparation time, also increases the operational reliability. Furthermore, this military parade also has a phalanx of the Magic Army. It can be said to be the most ambitious military parade since the founding of Alan Hill. After briefly introducing the deployment of the military parade, Archduke Kastner stopped. Report. Waiting for Chris instructions. With the full-scale outbreak of the war and the continual victory of Alan Hill on the front line, the Emperor in front of him already has supreme authority and terrible national appeal. Now Chris can be said to be the god of Alan Hill. No one can disobey his will. Very good. Chris heard after the report. Head. Arrangements. Kastner is quite satisfactory. This time he is going to show the terrible force of Alan Hill in front of the Grand Magister of Long Sadara, so he does not recommend adding a little bit of material to the parade. Are the fake missiles made in a hurry? Chris intends to let the Great Magister Grandfather from afar take a look at Alan Hill's Dongfeng H-15 ballistic missile in advance. Although he doesn't really own this kind of ballistic missile, he doesn't mind telling others that he has started producing more advanced second-generation ballistic missiles. After all, this is a grand parade, while highlighting the use of force. In fact, he's telling all Alanxia opponents wash dry clean neck properly waiting for it. Quasi-prepared there. Your Majesty. Custer Carolina secretly choked his laughter. Serious opening replied. With props and real guys mixed together, the real and the fake fooled an old man from afar. Kastner felt that the Emperor in his own family was also a master of playing psychological tactics to a certain level. Who knows that Alan Hill's Dongfeng H-5 ballistic missile is real, and the Scud improved missile is also real, but the Dongfeng H-15 ballistic missile sandwiched in between is fake. More yin loss is, this Dongfeng H-15 ballistic missiles also pretentiously fake drawings were made out. waiting for a special puppet empire or other magic to steal. If such a fake missile is really manufactured, it is better to not launch it. When the missile is produced, it is okay to lay it flat. Once it is erected, the liquid fuel will explode. This is almost a super large capacity fuel bomb. It, 20 weighing many tons, a rocket explosion, and then detonated carry with warheads is definitely regarded as a very spectacular. It's fine if no one steals it. Once someone steals it, Alan Hill's previous vengeance of losing the drawing will almost be recovered. Maybe it would kill a few high-level magicians. Thinking about it, it's a little exciting. At Chris when discussing their own parade, interception, Alanxia Air Force One puppet Empire fighter roared electric shock climbed to 111 among kilometer altitude. At this height, it doesn't have much performance. The body is heavy and awkward, and it can almost fly to this height, compared with the dexterous acceleration and dodge action of Alan Hill Air Force One. The fighter jet piloted by the puppet is more like a civil aircraft, because it is no contact flight training. Puppet Empire only based on stolen operating manual, Simple mastered the method of operating such a shock electrical fighter. Therefore, these puppet pilots are basically flying rookies, and there is no air combat experience at all. But he had not never have strengths, at least those driving electric shock puppet fighters are not afraid of death. So they dare to challenge some of the difficult high-risk. Normal people are afraid to challenge the flight. Another feature that makes people more troublesome is that the number of these puppet planes seems to be a lot, and more than 10 seismoelectric interceptors were dispatched in a single takeoff, which seemed densely packed and very imposing. Only to see these puppets fighters had almost lost speed in the cockpit under the control of the puppet soldiers, have started to force open the rocket, then suddenly improved length between speed, rapid rushed to distance the Boeing 707 airliner. Just Alanxia co-pilot of Air Force One shocked eyes, a fighter electric shock because the problem of body strength, a huge rocket to accelerate tear down, in the air have been very lean 11,000 meters of altitude, shattered into a state of parts. Short-lived rocket thrust to make the rest of the fighters began to electric shock from the flank crushed Alanxia Air Force One. The distance between the two sides are constantly in close. I am Aaron Hill Air Force One. I am Aaron Hill Air Force One. These enemy aircraft can fly to my altitude. Repeat. These enemy aircraft can fly to my altitude. Request support. Request support. Clinging to pass. Then, an Air Force One driver has somewhat flustered. It was the first time he saw an enemy plane flying to this height, and it was the first time he felt what it was like to be chased and killed in the sky of 10,000 meters. As he is about to time despair, his headphones inside there is a slight interference with a calm voice. Air Force One on one army knife. 3 How call Butcher's knife. 3 How call me is empty. Troops hunted escort fighter pilots forces. Please check the operating status IFF system. Repeat. Please confirm IFF system of work-like state. Help to see an empty army. Captain 1 immediately by pressing the intercom spoke and said, I have been checking the equipment. I have checked the equipment. Recognition system as usual, everything is normal. Butcher's knife. 3 How understand. Keep your course. I saw you on the radar. Faint hissing dry lalo interference. The fighter pilot's voice came again. The above radar Air Force One also shows the location of the friendly fighter jets. Great. He had come. Deputy on the driver, a young first officer pilot, and nearly jumped out of his place on the captain's face, finally showing a relaxed smile. Continues to accelerate toward the direction of friendly forces, moved closer. Compared to piston engine several times without the huge jet-type engine, roared in the sky. The narrow seat cabin, with oxygen masks. Alanxia fighter pilot by pressing the intercom to his wingman issued a combat command, accelerated close, quasi-prepared to fight. The two fighters suddenly accelerated forward, and air currents formed by the sound barrier began to appear around the fuselage. The fuselage of the aircraft began to turbulently. With a loud noise, the two MiG-21 fighters broke through the sound barrier one after another. Like a sharp arrow, rushed to the war zone. And at this moment, the voice stayed behind them. The clouds were full of sunlight shining on the black fuselage, and the sharp dorsal fins on the slender projectile hung under the wings shone with a cold light. Open missiles insurance. Targeted. No radio. The lead plane pilot tone remains calm, as if playing a new game in general. That yesterday's chapter section have read the comments Dragon Spirit. This is before bedding good. The plot has a flashback, to say things dozens of chapters, and everyone how suddenly and accept of it. Not to I still have to apologize to the book friends who are uncomfortable for making you uncomfortable. I'm sorry. 225 surging not absolutely. An incoming rocket. They are manipulated their puppet QCJ7W want to avoid open rushing toward him that can be said to be huge. Rocket bombs. This seismoelectric fighter jet drew a beautiful arc in the air under his control. Then, the strange scene that caused all the puppets to pause for a while, appeared. The slender rocket that had obviously avoided the impact path actually cut into the inner corner of the turn of the seismoelectric fighter that evaded its trajectory in the sky, going straight to the wing of that fighter jet. Then, in the next second, the rocket so-called rocket bombs has not been fully exposed to electric shock when the fighter, while this beautiful shape large rocket bombs will explode in the sky turned into a fireworks. The scattered shrapnel smashed the fighter into a sieve, and the huge fireball swallowed the plane, directly igniting the rocket booster and the engine on the plane. Boom! The huge explosion caused the fighter to disintegrate, and then the fuel carried in the fuel tank exploded, exploding into gorgeous fireworks in the sky. A seismoelectric fighter that couldn't dodge, or in other words, didn't have much maneuverability, crashed into the firework, and exploded after it, making the scene even more weird and spectacular. Before these puppets recovered from the huge explosion, another missile had already reached the front. A puppet controlled a fighter jet to dodge, and directly slammed into the muzzle of the missile, and then the two melted together in the dazzling flame. The sudden hit all the puppets are scratching their heads, just when they know what to do. With a deafening noise Alanxia immediate concern fighter on the battlefield, like Avatar in general. Even through heavy anti-bomb glass cockpit, these puppets can hear the terrible noise, this noise so that they are very upset, let them very desperate. Due to, among this huge noise, high-speed fighters hard to imagine to Alanxia, which both fighters won after passing a messy cluster puppet fighter planes, but a face-to-face, they shot down two poor seismoelectric fighters. As MiG-21 QCJ7W fighter prey substantially no fight back, using a double triangle wing design MiG-21 fighter's fighting performance is very powerful, even at high subsonic state, can have very good fighting performance. Alanxia improved MiG-21 hung load is equally improved reliability Sparrow air-to-air missiles, air-to-air missile that was selected, because at the time of the development of air-to-air missiles, the Air Force found Alanxia the unlucky status quo that makes them extremely depressed. Alan Hill's Air Force is basically in an invincible state in the sky, whether it is a Dragon Knight or a Demon Bat. The army composed of these ancient flying creatures cannot fight against the Air Force fighter units that have entered the modernization process. Even with today his lagged behind the 51 Wild Horse warfighter, the Air Force Alanxia enough to win easily in the face of withering Dragoon forces. However, due to the emergence of advanced Magician Fly, so Alanxia the Air Force had to face a harsh reality, let them really embarrassing, as the imaginary enemy advanced magician similar Vivian like that. Such targets have strong defensive capabilities and can be defended by magic arrays, and they also have super high maneuverability, making it difficult for aerial guns to hit. What is even more depressing is that the advanced air combat weapons and missiles developed by Alan Hill with the magician as the target have become useless. Thinking about it, you can know how embarrassing this is. The cheap infrared seeker has no ability to distinguish the human-sized heat source flying in the sky. Once infrared-guided missiles are fired at the magician, these early infrared-guided missiles will head toward the Great Sun even if they don't turn their heads to lock the jet fighter's tail flame. Therefore, only radar-guided missiles can be used for missiles aimed at magicians. This is also the reason why the Sidewinder missile, which is easy to hang on the MiG-21 fighter, did not appear. Instead, it was hard modified to mount a larger Sparrow Air-to-Air missile. Of course, the body volume is also greater in exchange for a number of benefits, such as longer range, some semi-active radar homing in this period, some of the more stable and reliable. There is a good point is, lethality is also larger. Turned nose. Radar locked target. In red after a battle, 2 MiG-21 fighters and turned back around, the lead plane inside the cockpit. The pilot's still calm tone told myself wingman pilot. In the black body, a whole row of aligned marks the name of the leading ace, dazzling record. Each of the Air Force pilots who can enter the Hunter's Army is a well-versed elite. Fighting in the sky is really a piece of cake for them. Even if you were driving behind enemy fighter, also can draw skilled driving skills to win and seasoned experience. Not to mention the old pilots, we have been equipped with the world's most advanced air and weapons. The two planes pointed their noses at those puppet Empire seismoelectric fighters who didn't know whether to retreat or continue to fight in the distance, and then they each locked a target with their radar. At the moment the radar was locked, the two Sparrow air-to-air missiles separated from the wing pylons of the MiG-21 fighter jets, and blazing flames were ejected from the tail, rushing towards the target. The seismoelectric fighter jets, driven by the puppets on the opposite side, immediately separated and fled for their lives, but the two air-to-air missiles that went straight to the enemy made a beautiful trajectory in the sky and once again hit the locked seismoelectric fighter. Such a high hit rate, on the one hand, is that Alan Hill's engineers and technicians have used advanced technical reserves to improve the reliability of the AI-7 Sparrow air-to-air missile. On the other hand, it is also because Alan Hill's Air Force uses Sparrows. Air-to-air missiles deal with propeller piston fighters with very general performance. With standard fighter of view, the puppet Empire fighter force speed is too slow. This is simply a target for missile stationary target. It is too easy to hit some. After two loud noises, two seismoelectric fighters disintegrated and exploded in the sky, turning them into a pile of scrapped parts and falling. The remaining few puppet seismoelectric fighter rockets are about to run out of fuel, and the speed is forced to slow down. Originally at this altitude there is no advantage at all of QCJ-7W. Actions are beginning to lag. Height is a little bit of decline. The puppet driving the fighter jet looked at the huge Aran Hill Air Force One plane that had crossed the Aran Hill border in the distance, and didn't know what it felt like in his heart. Because the speed gap, there are halfway to kill two out of this damn enemy. They tried to shoot down Air Force One plane. Alan Xier efforts to complete failure. During another dive, Alan Hill's fighters shot down two seismoelectric fighters controlled by the puppet Empire's puppet soldiers. Gas bluster rose high to kill the Alan Xier Air Force One dozen aircraft electrical shock puppet Empire new fighter. The first war shot to remarkable, winning 8-0. The only regret is that the number 8, which makes people crash, represents the number of shots down. On Alan Hill's side, what he paid was only 4 air-to-air missiles and some artillery shells. Even simpler than fighting on land is that in order to defeat 5 times the enemy, the Air Force only needs to launch a sufficient number of missiles. Speak vertical puppet fighters know each other. This time met the target of protection, could do nothing but give up the start of descent. If you can put Alan Xier to lure fighters near the ground, limiting each other's height, plus the ground small mouth diameter of intensive anti-aircraft fire, you should be able to pit Alan Xier fighter pilot. Look, it is a pity that seeing the few remaining seismoelectric fighters have dropped in height, the MiG-21 fighters that came to the reinforcements did not go down to entangle. 2 fighter jets caught up with Aran Hill Air Force One from left to right, escorting them on both sides of the wings. With the engine calls the tsunami, the Boeing 707 has been entered into the control area of over Alan Xier. More MiG-21 fighters joined the escort team, composed of Air Force One around Alan Xier neat formation. Safe, he felt himself leaning against this huge aircraft. Stop bumps and mobility. has been closed eyes. Big Magister Longsadely opened his eyes, looked to sit still in his opposite days. Vivienne, I think so. I heard just came over and asked what we need to call that. A flight attendant's girl brought over. He said there is a fighter reinforcements to the troops. So without any worry, Vivian boredly ice play the empty drink cup in his hand seemed to find a new world with the same concentration. Really as people look forward to. This is my number of years in this life, for the first time to visit Forbidden Magic Field Mortal Control. Lomo Tutor excited face wearing a smile, as if in Red Sunset Tours the same as an ordinary old man. Compared to the old Longsong his state, opposite Vivian really is a downright little girl. But everyone knows that, even if it may seem that this tender little girl, in fact, has been over 100 years of existence. Anyway, no matter how say, you must try Alanxia food. I heard that Chris invention, there is a what do you call? Mapo tofu. Good to eat. And that, the sweet and sour meat. What was it? Because the war has been somewhat silent. Magic little girl, is Lomo Tutor atmosphere infection. She began her iconic endless 226 welcome ceremony. When, Dangdon when, Xiaogo 200 people in the military band began to Air Force One parked on the runway of the moment, playing together on the uniform. Each instrument musician's actions are exactly the same. It makes people feel magnificent and powerful. The moment the door of the plane opened, the snare drum began to sound harder, and the person in charge of the Alan Hill Ministry of Foreign Affairs who stepped off the plane first stood by the ladder, waiting for the Grand Magister of Gurkhan. Sadler stepped out of the plane. Chris stood at the end of the red carpet, smiling and waiting for the head of another country to show up. He felt that he should give the great Magister the respect he deserved. He sat in his position today by relying on gold fingers. Really, through his own hard work, he became one of the most powerful players in the world. When Longsadely I went to the aircraft cabin door, he insight into the organizational capacity of the world's most powerful empire, the true face for him. Every detail here embodies an unprecedented tough hold. She at the side of the military band playing the passionate people passionate melody, sandwiched on both sides of the aisle waving flowers to welcome the team, consisting of a piece of beating the ocean. He had never seen such a lively scene, and everything in front of him made him feel the pleasure of power. He raised his foot on the floppy, must be very expensive floppy stall in Gurkhan, looked at the huge waiting hall almost made of flat glass in the distance, and looked at the warm welcome line in front of him, and finally understood what it's called, the Alan Hill Empire. When his feet were on the ground, he could see that the entire welcome line was made up of children. These children waved the bouquets in their hands, with youthful smiles on their faces, which was pleasing to the eye. In order to welcome the Grand Magister of Longsadera, Chris carefully prepared the entire welcome ceremony, including the airport ceremony in front of him, including the subsequent parade of the convoy, including the next state banquet, including tomorrow's grand military parade. Welcome to your big Magister from afar. Chris smiled and stepped forward, and the foreign ministry has long been the door a good discussion meeting ceremony. Longsadely, Romans stretched out his right hand and Chris held together. Kaka weak way official accompanying the reporters crazy pressing the shutter, leaving it with a camera absolutely memorable picture. This is the first between the Eastern and the Western Empire strongest mortal once the strongest magic empire shaking hands is the first true equal exchange between a mortal and a magician. Such warm welcome scenes really touched me. Thank you. Longsadely face smile, while holding hands with Chris let reporters who enjoy wasting their film, while softly replied. His voice is not loud, but cover over the noise of military bands, living in dignity and self-confidence of the strong positions of power accompanied by his voice, accurate passed to Chris' ears. Vivian Long followed behind Sadely, this time with her, simply because she is now probably the most advanced understanding of the magician Alanxia. Though she called to understand, most are concentrated in the eating aspect. However, even if it's just like this, it's better to make some suggestions about what's delicious and what's not delicious. Isn't it better than not knowing it and making a splash? Listen to say come on, the road is not smooth. They let go, stand side by side, in a light outrageous man and a white-bearded grandfather posed for pictures. The scene looks very interesting. He had a man dressed in yellow beautiful uniforms, whether cuff pattern or wearing badges with the armed band, full of flavor of modern civilization. Another person wearing the full magic inscription's exquisite gown, exudes a feint. The halo reveals a mystery. No, just the opposite. To the time very well, I take the plane was really good. Longsardley, I replied with a smile. As for the country ceremony, Alanxia presented Drew Icon a Boeing 707 airliner, as well as ancillary service. When you leave the Great Mage, you can take the Drew Icon own aircraft to leave. Giris said generously before he was through, to dare to imagine that one day he can have money to give someone a degree of giant airliner. What makes him feel interesting is that now he not only sent the plane, but even sent the supporting airport and maintenance factory. You have to know that this is very fulfilling, and it can make the humble dick mentality hidden in the heart get great satisfaction watching the live broadcast and rewarding. What sports car or airplane is it? I just gave away a real airplane with one mouthful. Who else? I just asked who else. I will not refuse. Vivian, take me. Have also prepared a gift out of it. Longsardley, I smiled and turned in. Trailed behind him, Vivian said. Vivian looks very ordinary carrying a pocket. He handed it to Chris. Dementor to Alanxia designed. Than your magic defense barrier are now used, more advanced. It seems that this gift does not seem to be huge, but its value is much stronger than Chris's plane. Such an important design drawing of a magic inscription was held in a rag pocket, and Chris felt that his magic research and development team had received tons of crit damage. It seems that I owe you a favor. Chris smiled bitterly and stretched out an arm to lead the way. Please here. Your Excellency the Great Magister. Longsardley's face smiled even more, also made a gesture. Please, reviewed the Guard of Honor. The idea is good, but not quite our Drew Icon. I have no matter how neat. Nothing seems to have the power. He teased his country, just walked on the red carpet and looked at the Alan Hill Guard of Honor lined up on the side. Stand at attention. The leading officer drew the saber from his waist, put it in front of his face, and gave the order loudly. Under his command, the Guard of Honor of all the soldiers all see themselves in the feet of Zimorza 98K step gun carry up, erected at the front of their face. A bright bayonet pointed directly at the sky, and its movements were as neat as a duplicate. Pit Father's red uniforms. At this time the Air Force has thorough bottom kit been lost, replaced by a new Air Force blue dress. Empty side of the Red Army uniforms. Boycott is not a day for 2 days. The reason is strange. The first is Ground Air Defense Unit was reflected in team uniforms with red too conspicuous, cannot be effective camouflage. Therefore, the Ground Air Defense Forces quickly changed into Army camouflage uniforms, replacing the original red uniforms. This is a breakthrough. From within the Air Force began to discuss the replacement of color to arms. The reasons include the obvious black and red garish, ugly, not good with. Most final of these comments have been fed back to the front of His Majesty the Emperor Chris. This thinking of it. A color I randomly set back then has now reached the level of anger and resentment. The problem was quickly corrected. The blue dress was paired with a special Air Force anti-compression suit, and only the blue Army color logo was kept on the neckline, which became the basic style of the new Air Force's clothing. When fewer people patting forehead system set up, many are now. The tide has become unrecognizable. Some organizations had only a few people in charge at the time, and now these organizations are behemoths with tens of thousands of employees. For example, say some stretched before the intelligence department, was originally just a branch office in the Guard Dominion. But now, when it comes to the Alan Hill National Security Intelligence Agency, how many people have to shiver? It was a terrible place, mysterious and filled with a dark smell, which could stop the child from crying. Looked at the young man. I think they have old. Longsardley I Mage on crutches, looked at the Guard of Honor soldiers carrying bombs, and looked straight ahead blankly. It is praise nodded and said, "A mortal country is stronger than I thought." When the first 9 sets group army Druigan showed a strong fighting force, when the Druigan magician who has begun to improve their Alanxia impression divided, but who could have imagined that now they really came to Alan Hill, and after seeing Alan Hill, they found that the high scores they had given in their hearts were still the bottom score after all. Do not look at the high-rise buildings or the eye-catching Guard of Honor military band. Just look at the spirit of the officials in front of them. They will know that this is a super empire that has risen from the bones. When we reached the end of the red carpet, the staff carrying the camera and the camera were still working diligently. According to Chris' explanation, everything that happened here will be accurately recorded and spread to every part of the world. Corner. There is no one on this new technological wonder, after all. No amount of praise Druigan magician image of books, but also not as clear for some video files recorded more convincing than accurate literature. Inevitably deviation. The deviation cannot record the video, at least not appear as evil. No deviation before surgery. The gorgeous cars are next to each other, and the drivers are ready. These cars are all convertible cars modified for this welcoming ceremony. Chris and the Lansadra Magister ride directly in the first car and enjoy. Take a look at the comfortable leather seats. The leather of the mountain beast is still too hard. Kraken produces a wild beast called the two-headed gazelle. It may be more comfortable to use that leather. To a certain extent, it is also used to see the luxurious old magician. Grandpa pointed. Chris Hart Deity Will nodded and said, "It seems Druigan energy exports also a lot of things. Our cooperation could be extended to more areas." Yes, Great Alanxia, His Majesty the Emperor. Magic Mentor's grandfather nodded his head. It was agreed, said, "I have a hunch we will work for a long time. So long that people are not willing to die." 227 This group of old men are so bad. When the car going, and long Sadler mage opening on the side of Chris, said, "Actually I really cannot wait. The great Chris Imperial Majesty, I would like to know, you attack the human use of nuclear weapons related views of the city. I know that the great magic teacher you come to this thing, but I did not expect you so impatient asked this question." Chris heard when the issue was laughing. He really felt in every magic Druigan teachers are very interesting existences. Vivian Yi Hao, or in front of the long Sadlai or whatever, distasteful up. Maybe they have lived long enough. They themselves have an enviable atmosphere. Anyway, Open Car is also a confidant of Luther Chris, so Chris also did not intend to avoid such problems. He thought of Long Sadlai's side replied, "Mortal forever. Far Force cannot reach the realm of personal magician, so I can only choose another Alanxia. Develop ways to protect. I felt that if I mastered the way to destroy the world, so people want to kill me, would have to take into account the consequences of die." Chris Tan very honest talking about his idea too. This is called nuclear deterrence. But the Lord on the concept, I do not want to destroy the human city, because after all, I was an emperor. I do not want to take me to conquer the land, have become ruins wreckage. Having said this he would look to the Lung Sadler, waiting for the answer. Interesting idea. You cannot guarantee card you will not be killed by the enemy, so you are guaranteed your death. Retaliation will continue to be faithful implementation of it. The whole world should be buried. You're dead. Long Sadler I nodded, seeming to fall into a thought. Then he suddenly spoke up and asked, "So, can you guarantee card, guaranteed your safety, or security guaranteed after Alanxia? Nuclear weapons do not fall within the magic city. If I had a choice, I would naturally not use nuclear weapons to attack the city. The premise is that I have a choice." Chris thought for a while and replied. He was unwilling to put the chains on his nuclear attack, so he was unwilling to promise Lancelot anything. "You know, if you insist on the destruction of the magical world, or has the ability to destroy all of the magic world and started doing when you for the magician, just as the devil no difference." Long Sadler I thought a moment, for a statement he said, So I hope you can give me a guarantee that you can continue the existence of the magical world. I'm certainly not anti-magic world. I do not intend to destroy any civilization. If they are willing and mortal mutual, I can guarantee non-discrimination magic civilization. Chris this time firmly replied. He was not a wanted destroy the magical world of the so-called mortal savior. More than 3 years of rule, including the use of magic civilization, we alongside business areas, let him have begun inclusive magic civilization. Chris is a ruler, an emperor. As long as he is willing to be under his rule, there is no difference between a magician and a mortal engineer. The prerequisite is that these people must obey him and become a part of the Alan Hill Empire. This answer made Lansadora silent again. He seemed to be thinking and weighing something. Finally, he said, Grekon is a country with its own perseverance and beliefs, but we sometimes do it not good. In the mortal being bullied magic empire time pressure, there is nothing to stop us. So now we are in no position to do what concessions requested mortal empire. Not to. I do not want to look to see a human city into a ruin, but also do not want to see a great empire fall. Chris laughed, shook his head and said, you have the kung fu to worry about this. Why don't you tell me the puppet empire's lair? I can end this war tomorrow. You know it means fewer innocent people will die. You must also know what benefits this victory will bring to our allies. You want the puppet empire is too simple. Longsardley Eye Mage also followed a laugh. Wrinkles are twisted into a flower. You put Drew I can think too simple. Else lying I cannot say, but we Drew I can ye how puppet empire, is now rarely seen or dragon, elf. There are too many of you do not know the secret. Large magic mentor Longsadley laugh, and once again looked to Chris, leaning on convertible car seat. Seriously he said, the end of civilization for thousands of years magic deep beyond you can imagine. I am responsible tell you. Where is the capital of the puppet empire? I don't know. Hiss. Chris took a breath, squinted at Lansadora, and asked in an incredible tone, you mean, the capital of the puppet empire is moving? The great magister in front of him must have lived for hundreds of years. Chris didn't believe that in such a long period of time, the great magister with defying magical ability had never been to the capital of the puppet empire. If the capital and Sazerkind is a normal city, Longsadley Mouth cannot say what he cannot find. Even if he hadn't been to the other party's capital for 100 years, he would never find the approximate coordinates. Therefore, after Chris heard what he said, he immediately realized the crux of the problem. The other party's city was either shrouded in a special fog, or it was an existence that could constantly change its position. Clever little on through Longsardley I praised the sentence, seemed to be pleased that Christ's face shocked expression. Tell puppet empire of Sylv's mage bigger than I am 72 years old. You think he raised the 210 years of the program, now what is the scale? So say you cannot provide important cities to coordinate a puppet of the empire. I have a really pity. Chris some regret sigh, if Longsadley can tell him a few important goals puppet of the empire, that war it seems to be over. No pity. Longsardley Eye Mage looked at Chris, spoke and said, if you give me a promise that you will never Drew I can massacre civilians for no reason, I'll give you something, something you will definitely be interested in. Why do not you first talk about this stuff? Chris narrowed his eyes, a bleak view with Longsadley. Longsardley I shook his head, for no change. Up to you to choose. You actually just one of my commitment promise, rather than to nuclear weapons plans and technical. Chris some doubts openings asked. No, I think that nuclear weapons may not be the most powerful weapon, but your commitment, it seems to me more precious than nuclear weapons. Longsardley I a crafty look. Chris rubbed his chin, nodded his head and said, well, I did not intend to kill civilians. Promise you there is no loss. Longsardley I removed from his gown one looks quite heavy and old books, handed it in front of Chris. This is something very precious, and I hope you can carefully use the power of the above. It even improved magic defense. Magic runes drawings are handed over to Vivian holding. Longsardley I Grand Magister personally carry books, How to look is also very important and valuable. Taking the heavy book solemnly from the other party, Chris opened the cover that seemed to be made of some metal. Puppet magic. Closing the cover of the book, Chris looked at Lansadora in shock. This turned out to be the puppet magic of the Puppet Empire. No, this is only the superficial part of the research. Puppet magic. Bale class notes and experience the greatest magician Wyanna's puppet. Longsard Lai stroking TV drama magic record covers, full of weathered old. The finger gently flicked the old book full of traces of the years. That time has not yet degenerated into a puppet empire that today a look. Puppet research at that time is still far from such evil today. His mouth, while some dismay, withdrew his hand. Why put such an important things to me? Chris felt this dream come true thing is very real, so asked. Puppet Empire stole Aelanxia technology, thinks he succeeded. Everyone knows he has a few hundred years ago, has put technology in a magical library. Calais Roanoke. Longsard Lai, feeling his long beard, smiled meaningfully. It can be enough to survive for thousands of years of ancient magic empire. Of course, not only a group of stupid white sweet dream everyday clamoring beliefs like slogan that simple. You are not afraid. I got this and walked on the same path as the Puppet Empire. Chris thought it was a pit. A deep pit dug for him by an old fox. Longsard Lai did not make sense to lie. It is a bachelor replied. This is a Drew. I can win the game and I have no reason not to do so. This world far beyond your imagination, depth yet, child. He held out a fingerhead on the book cover. Magic. Chris holding point for a moment. If you digest this, Drew, I can embarked on the same path. Then we will win the war. Then he held out his second fingerhead, pressing on the cover of the book. Before I was still hesitant, but you told me what nuclear deterrence, so I decided. Who gave it to you? If you really fallen into a second puppet empire, that's nothing that I killed. Tell Dervis difficult puppet empire. It is easy to kill you dead. Half the world is covered by nuclear weapons. The rest of the magic division of Drew Icon most probably also a little more. Finally, he pressed his third finger on the book. If you choose the right path, walk out of this world, and go to a farther and stronger place. That is my old man who wants to go all his life. Wherever I go, you can take me there. Even if I just take a look, I will be content. It is no. Chris looked at the language of the old man, that he really is too tender. These lived hundreds of years old. Lao Buxiu, it really is not a fool. This group of old man, a very bad drop now. 228 State Banquet. His Majesty the Emperor came. His Majesty the Emperor coming. A man leaning against the road on the edge of the railing placed temporary excitement directed at the broad street, waving his arms frantically. His body sighed. A woman more excited. She squeezed the railing, and even sounds have been changed. Tone, I'm dying to see me. See His Majesty the Emperor. I was going to die. Chris from his place stood up. Longsard Lai Big Magister saw Chris' actions. Luther also followed, stood up and opened very stable, with the front rear motorcycle too, slowly past the crowd on both sides. See His Majesty the Emperor stood up. The crowd is more impatient to move. Temporary railings have been placed, pushed. The crowd was crooked. So many people in front of His Majesty the Emperor of the car shouting, vent their inner joy. If you can kiss the back of your Majesty's hand, you will probably have good luck in your life. A businessman leaned on the railing and said with emotion, his company was piled up with employees who were holding huge banners. It was written with the slogan of Long Live the Emperor's Majesty. On the side of the building, countless petals being spilled. Everywhere frantic cries, guard sentries around the crowded streets, isolated from both sides of the street and one after another Mojian crowd. You are a subject. Support of leaders. Longsard Lai Grand Magister Some Envy said, I can feel you in this city, and God is no different. Wait until you fill Grikan with food and clothing. Let them have broadband, internet, TV signal, fresh fish, plenty of eggs, sugar and salt, car, house and work. Chris smiled, waved to the crowd on both sides. You will also find so many people supporting you. You say these Drew Icon should take responsibility. It sounds really good. At least I think Alanxia Many Things is very suitable for Drew Icon. Long after sadly I hear the words of Chris, endorsed, nodded and said, "What am I talking about? You know, there is no morality at all to say that Gruken will also have this group of old magicians. It is simply shameless." Chris kept complaining in his heart. He sighed, waving to the crowd, and my heart still thinking about other things. The puppet magic book here seemed to open the door to a new world for him, giving him more room to manipulate. Many technologies that were previously unattainable can be pre-researched in advance, as long as he invests a lot of time. After other industrial technologies reach a high level, a brand new future will be presented to him. Long live my Emperor Alan Hill. Chris. I don't know who suddenly took the lead in shouting such a slogan. Then the crowd on the side of the road boiled, and the already chaotic order immediately turned into a wave of fanaticism to the extreme, as if the waves rush hit with the same dam. The people who crowded the impact pushed the isolation barrier as well as guard soldiers, crazy shouting the same slogans. Soon as the earthquake tore world. Save the Queen Alanxia, long live Chris. Save the Queen, long live. People were screaming non-stop, shouting, so Chris listened, not see the other voice. "Ah, he's looking at me. He's looking at me." A girl held her heart in her hands and felt her body trembling. Her body sighed. Another fat girl, freckles all over his face, a look of displeasure. "Your Majesty, looking at me." He just obviously looking at me. What idol can surpass a young and handsome emperor? What's more, this emperor is still single and still shoulders the heavy responsibility of the prosperity of the empire. It is exciting to scream. "Which slut dare to fight with my old mother, my dear emperor? I will chop her off." A woman's crazy screams scared several soldiers of the guards and looked over involuntarily, wanting to see how much it was. Only a sturdy woman can shout such words. Then, a proximal guards of soldiers bent over, clutching his stomach, vomit. Another recent guards soldiers to help him, stroking the back. Then looked at already gone fleet of His Majesty the Emperor, lingering fear of comfort. "Brother, make life difficult for you." I now saw a shot from the side or stomach acid. That bent over vomiting nearly guards soldiers retching while the side facing his companion waved, indicating he's fine. Then, after he straightened up, he couldn't hold back the barricade and retched again, saying words how to say, "If the other party doesn't use nuclear weapons first, we will never do anything. If we don't want to, we think about that face again, and we probably won't have dinner." The state banquet was set up in Ceres Castle, and there was no alternative. The construction of the new royal palace has not yet been completed. At Chris' insistence, the luxurious palace has always been repaired and stopped. There is no such thing as speed at all. Alan Hill can repair 10 missile silos of Dongfeng M5 missile in 1 month. But it can't repair a pond in the palace. This is a good story for people to talk about. After all, the construction team also needs to be cultivated, and it may even waste the magic ball of knowledge. Alan Hill has not been extravagant to this degree, so Chris' request is that the construction of the royal garden can be saved and stopped. Just stop. This also directly led to the fact that when the Grand Magister of Longsadro arrived in Alan Hill, the newly built imperial palace was still in its foundation state, and only the Grand Magister and his party could eat in the old Ceres Castle. Compared to everywhere ever-changing city Ceres other buildings, the most original Grand Ceres Castle, now basically can only be described as shabby. The walls that hadn't been renovated for a long time even had traces of time, which made the Grand Magister Lonsadero inexplicably kind. Rich looks beautiful, stately Calais Knox. In fact, most of the buildings are also the appearance. In fact, most of the cities in this world are the same in front of them, and the emerging cities of Alan Hill are different. Report: do not welcome those crowded crazy crowd. At this moment it is the state banquet in style more. Alan Hill's best performing orchestra is performing lively melodious music, while Chris and Lonsadero sit side by side, enjoying the sumptuous food served by the chefs. As soon as he picked up the tableware, Chris discovered that the old man Lonsadero next to him was actually a glutton who had been immersed in food for a long time. The meat section of A Slip Up This Old began his performances. only to see all the things he was holding a fork suddenly eaten dish. Even the carved side dishes are not spared. Vivian, who had seen the scene in Alan Hill, was calmer, only moved the main ingredients on the plate, completely ignoring the beautiful but tasteless side dishes. Compared what the body of Chris Edges, just have no grace. Long Sadlai also found himself just to eat should not eat, so he put down his fork. Calm, cover up embarrassing yourself, reach for the after tasting the wine glass. His eyes lit up. This wine is good. Long Sadlai put down the glass in his hand, felt that the long distant memory, it is not tasted such a delicious drink. Red wine, especially the red wine brewed by Chryse Vineyard near Hanhai, is a rare wine in the high-rise buildings of Alan Hill, and the taste is naturally different. Although Lansadara had even tasted the magical spirits, he still felt that the red liquid in front of him was more fragrant and mellow if he only commented on the taste. He's really happy enjoyed this taste, so he put down his glass same time. The side opening for Chris said, "Back when you sent me the plane seems there are many places I want to purchase some of these. I don't know if I bring the wine back. I send you a number. After all, this level of wine in Alanxia are also very expensive." Chris smiled and replied, "Very expensive?" Long Sadlai casually asked. "You probably drank a tank with that bite." Chris looked for a reference without changing his face and described it. Long Sadlai did not want to talk, and a supercilious lost to Chris. Up until after the second course, Long Sadlai completely understood why Vivian would become a gourmet food goods. Other aspects of Alanxia are indifferent. In the product after tasted outside a version of the Pretenders to strengthen. The great mage felt his life several hundred years old, have lived to go before the dogs eat their own is what a mess of things. In other words, this world has spoiled food for tens of thousands of years. In the past, those famous chefs who he often showed off to others were really worthless in the food culture of Alan Hill. Before he felt canned fish Alanxia specialty must be the supreme enjoy the local cuisine, and now it seems that canned food is really just the first 9 sets. Group army soldiers describe the mouth of a little unpalatable preservative ingredients, nothing more. If here I do not suppress the body's magic atmosphere, I would like to stay here for a few years even if it abandoned the practice of magic, is worth after eating a really new after fresh fish treasures. Long Sadlai intend to give up there the magic is pursued. He licked the soup on the fork, sighed with happiness, and then plunged into the battle to conquer a dish. Vivian glanced at the great magister she admired with a little embarrassment, and continued to gorge herself in embarrassment. She can be said to be rich in experience, and she improved the mask on her face into a half-style early on, with her exposed mouth. Let her enjoy these supreme delicacies very conveniently, without wasting time at all. Along with those from the female magic masters embarrassing, and they want to end Vivian first time Alanxia as open a gap eater food, not unnecessary pain. 229 Atmosphere embarrassment. Who could have imagined that when Gricken's Battle of the Devil and the World War were not over, the priority for discussion was how to attract investment from Chef Alan Hill to the Griken to open a restaurant. From this detail, we can also see how shameless, and heartless the leaders of Griken are in certain things. I have repeatedly checked the magician throwing your country 2 nuclear bombs in Druiken Place, and like you said, where the ecological environment has some subtle changes, with a little magic disorder, but most people care is the low-level demon subconsciously avoid the place nuclear weapons attack ever. On another table, a Druiken magic division side swallow a bowl of braised pork, while on the side Smith said. Smith department after along as the competent technical department, carefully listening to each other, then, from the opening level of technical analysis, nuclear radiation is real, even if the magician can compete portion of the radiation, but this thing does not do any good. You rewrite, we have banned a long stay in place nuclear weapons attack ever, but why the middle-aged man magic division brought attacked the magic city. A little embarrassed stopped. I have no data Beely why, after all, that is the heart of Trinity Empire. such as our troops advanced to where we can actually analyze the effect of the attack. Smith Department Long Opening replied, Alan Hill really has no way to evaluate the effect of nuclear strikes. After all, Bellevue is in a very deep position in the control area of the Holy Demon Empire. Because there is no comparison of aerial photos before the attack, high-altitude reconnaissance is not necessary. So, that particular side of what was happening, Alanxia the technology sector are also most speculative state. According to the actual research conducted by the Magic Department, Alan Hill was convinced that the nuclear bomb had a destructive effect. As for how good the effect was, one could tell from the counterattack state of the Holy Demon Empire. In the nuclear hit after hit of Blightway, Trinity Empire attack hit intensity obviously raised a notch. To participate in the attack, Trinity Imperial forces also aggressive and more determined than before. It can be seen that the attack can be regarded as deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Do you still eat that plate of agave? After the other party talked about nuclear weapons, he stared at Smith's extremely delicious plate of agave, and saw that Smith had been talking about nuclear weapons. Finally couldn't hold back and asked. Smith felt that the other party was simply a bun and hadn't eaten something delicious. This is not a top-notch ingredient in restaurants in the west of the city, right? I heard that four-claw lobsters from the southern waters of Dothan are popular recently. Obviously, this magician from Gryken Inland has never seen a delicious four-claw lobster, and has never even seen such a culinary method of cooking young dragon tongues. Who would have thought that Alan Hill had begun to encourage Voronezh to breed carnivorous juveniles artificially, and because of the continuous expansion of the scale, the price of this precious ingredient had fallen twice. In fact, if it were not for the large-scale use of pesticides and fertilizers in the chemical factory in Alan Hill, which increased grain production, improved grain varieties, and improved breeding techniques, most people in this world would still not be able to satisfy their own food and clothing. In this general environment, researching food is only something a few people care about, so development naturally cannot be popularized. This world is not without the Mealing race's degree of particularity in food is actually quite high, but in most areas, food is just a luxury that represents a few noble recipes. Therefore, if you want to enjoy food, you can only go to the noble territories in various regions to eat and drink. If standing, such as say Great Magician, it will naturally be around the Lord King Emperor's warm reception. Naturally, good things to eat, but that, after all, requires a lot of time to walk around to visit, a waste of time to practice, for the magicians say that some of the gains outweigh the gains. In Alan Hill, because of the continuous harvest of grain, people's pursuit of food has increased. The common people began to pursue the combination of meat and vegetables, and began to emphasize eating chicken, duck and fish, so their bodies were much stronger than before. The nobles demanded more, because the new nobles who rose up in Alan Hill basically had countless wealth. They pursued the highest quality red wine and looked for the most delicious and juicy ingredients. They did not hesitate to spend in this regard. You know, had this been a joke appeared in Alanxia Capital says a rich man worth millions of gold coins showing off his assets, only to find that he can't even afford a top-off-the-line car. Although the degree of luxury of the royal family is not exaggerated, the businessmen who made big money in the war found that money had already become a number for them. Frontline one day break out of a pile of shells can be a millionaire again. Countless factories burn cheap coal every day. You can buy a Yuan-Ti original imperial capital. The massive amounts of gold earned from the Gryken and the eternal empire of the Holy Demon Empire, the Normu Empire, made the currency issued by Alan Hill depreciate a lot in disguise. Most now have become the gold reserves. The currency in circulation became the paper-printed Alanxia gold coins, and the gold coins and silver coins and even the purchasing power of copper, but also far less than 3 years ago so horrible. With the meat of the Prairie Empire, the almost unlimited fishery resources provided by the ocean, and the gourmet practices created by the endless Earth civilization, the level of development of the catering industry in Alan Hill is unimaginable. Says Streets there are numerous dining hall, The largest imperial hotel is Alanxia Royal Industry. In these restaurants, you can eat a variety of cuisines, and even divide out bizarre regional characteristics. Yuelanti area chefs as well as nobles to now have not wanted to understand why they lived a lifetime do not know Yuelanti area. There is a dish called Yuelanti cuisine. Dothan area has never heard say Dothan cuisine. Of course, when it comes to eating, you have to count Ceres cuisine. After all, this is the quasi-official cuisine of Alan Hill, and it is the first cuisine developed by His Majesty the Emperor. Smith was full of contempt, and sympathetically pushed the plate that he hadn't moved to the opponent. Estimate a meter can against thousands of enemy magician. Many thanks. In order to curry favor with a smile on his face, Dragon Tongue, in Smith it seems is quite shameful. You know, he hadn't seen a real magician 4 years ago. As a result, more and more people have come into contact in the last 2 years. Those magicians from Veronza will not talk about it. Smith has already seen no surprises, and even the slightest sense of awe is gone. These Grickens in front of you, high quality goods, it seems that they are not strong enough. The other side, the main table. Chris also looked helpless, for each dish are amazed at the great mage Longsadlai. This group of magical refugees from the impoverished area of Gryken seems to have forgotten that they are attending a national level banquet. I haven't seen the world because of lack of materials and no time to develop and organize. To be honest, Christ's State Banquet is actually the normal level of performance of ordinary restaurants. It's just that the world's development of food is so ordinary, so a group of magicians just tasted the taste of the ancient and the modern. Even Chris saw these magicians gleaming with light, as if they were flying in the sky. Director, I took the wrong script inside the heart. Chris closed the book, looking at the above. Chinese primary schools headed the lines of characters. Unlimited Tu Cow said, Rice riding a dragon flying in the sky. There is no mistake. This state banquet was really a joy for the guests and the host. Lonsadura was able to show off the powerful fighting power of his great magister at the dinner table. He ate a double portion. Aside wiping his mouth, who lived hundreds of years of father finally met praise. I hope Alanxia chef willing to Druigan to shop if possible. They can exchange it and our chef experience. For the magicians of Gryken, the significance of this meal is profound, so much so that afterwards the giant wolf Boken always felt that Lonsadura's eyes looked like he was looking at some kind of food. The eager gaze has been hovering back and forth between his ribs and back elbow. Night. Tomorrow. Chris has been a little guilty after being scared to eat with a large mage grandfather, and he was afraid the other party do not pay attention to eat the dishes. Tomorrow the banquet. Mage, your excellency, you are really a hospitality of the emperor. I really hope that you establish a strong, deep doubt very private friends of friends. Longsadlai mage staring at chicken bones on the table. It is sincere said. He feels that he has been worrying too much. The person who can develop such a delicacy must be a kind-hearted person. In a sense, it is not an exaggeration for such a person to be called the savior of this world. How can such a person fall? How can nuclear weapons be abused? Unless the pigeon cooked with the atomic bomb tastes better. Chris Mayan Strong squeezed out a smile. The feel today that Dayton State Banquet prepared really 2 missteps. If I had known this group of magician never seen the world is this pair of virtue, it was still going and banquet directly on the grill and more it is good. Atmosphere rich, exchange casual, sitting on a small mazza, hold 2 glasses of iced draft beer in town. There is nothing that can't be solved by a small barbecue. If so, eat 2 meals. When these magicians drink up, the nuclear bomb is a little thing. It's a fart. 230 puppets. This is not right. If it is said that the related technology of controlling puppets is still difficult to replicate, then it shouldn't take so long to analyze the magic circle of puppets. That night, the Book of Puppets was sent to Ceres Imperial Magic Research after he was in the courtyard. A magician looked at his colleague very suspiciously. That colleague was also very surprised, and once again carefully studied the operating settings of the magic puppet. Then he suddenly raised his head, frowning and questioning. What is the number one research institute doing? I do not know what they are engaged in, but I know that this kind of thing to us, up to 3 months' time, we see a magic puppet. Been able to generate production test products out. Sit Research in position on the staff once again checked the contents of the book Puppet, come to their own conclusions. Yes, the most basic, if we give us enough magical energy, making puppets is not a difficult task. His colleague looked at the Dean of the Academy of Magic, who was standing beside him with a bad face. What we lack is magic energy and pure magic spa. Technically, he had seen the wreckage of the puppet soldiers sent to the front lines. Each fragment has a lot of records. The photos are also very comprehensive, with more details in kind. Even on the playground of their research institute, there are still several puppet tanks that have been transferred from the front line and are basically intact. India permits these puppets. Technology is very troublesome, but by no means without trace. The Royal Academy of Magic's analysis speed in puppet technology is actually faster than that of the Institute of Magic in the Varanasi area. William Magic Division. After developed to magical defensive barrier technique, he was transferred to the first 2 Magic Academy as a hospital long. The result since he was transferred, the first 1 Magic Institute on the study of magic, almost nothing like the kind of the results came out. Of course, it is impossible for Chris to doubt the first Academy of Magic, so he established the Royal Academy of Magic to parallel research on the magic technology of the Puppet Empire. As a result, the facts proved that Valansa's magic research organization is indeed slow and unreasonable. At least on Sarah's side, the study of magic puppets, even without the support of the Book of Puppets, has reached the level of breaking through the bottleneck and will soon produce results. The Varanasi Institute, which was studying this type of magic a few months earlier than the Royal Academy of Magic, was even stuck in a more tasteless process. In fact, long been a secret investigation launched, but more sensitive to the people and groups involved, to now and has not given a theory in order to ensure that no trouble go wrong. In fact, only in the periphery of intelligence surveillance, monitoring the first 1 in the Academy of Magic suspects a move. Academy Magic Academy long face more dark, a wave ordered, to wheel alongside of the telegram, the first Command 1 Hospital Research Institute. Long, Frontsburg Great Magician to return says in the name of the meeting. Closing a heavy magic book in front of him, an old man took off the glasses on the bridge of his nose. He put his hand, rubbed his aching eyes, then put a jang paper filled with magic spell on the side. If you do not leave, then we would die here. Shadow at the inside corner, a man opening said, Drew Icon Magic Division this time with ill intent. If they go to exchange them, we hide things it will be exposed soon. It has long been exposed. Actually, 3 months ago, His Majesty no longer trusted me. There are several academies in his hand, and I can no longer hold them down. The old man laughed at himself. He laughed, and the movements on his hands were still not messy. I have been did not intend to lie down. Black people sneer or two. Opening said, technology intra-operative leak sooner or later. After all, in addition to low-level puppet technology, not rocket magic. It real you can leave me, old man, I almost just no use of. Old self-deprecating opening the general said. Corner man snorted, spoke and said, I have a puppet empire, promise you things that are bound to do the. Your magic friend, that's me. Friend's puppet empire. The magic never betray a friend. The more you understand them, the more I suspect that their choice was not wrong. The old man sighed, then he stood up from his position on the latest written document goes on a pile file. Then, he picked up the stack of documents, knocked on the desktop in front of him, and bumped the edges of those documents more neatly. Then he stuffed these files into his file bag. He had long suspected you. You stay here. Do not really want to use your life as your choice atonement it? Corner's voice sounded again, facing the old man verbally asked. You know, I thought, but the endless magic really meaning nothing. You then find on me, if I am afraid of death, I would not choose to seek refuge to you. The old man picked up the briefcase back too far. He looked at the man standing in the corner. The puppet empire allowed him to see the true meaning of magic farther and stronger, so he chose to betray the country he had been loyal to, and was sentenced again. Just as he saw the infinite possibilities that Alan Hill brought to this world, when the people in the puppet empire found him, he was also in the puppet empire and saw a more interesting world. So he was sentenced again, and once again chose to follow his own wishes. The wrinkled great magician Frensburg walked to the door of his office and spoke very tiredly, "Let's go. Get out of here." Room door he opened. The shadows of the men went out sideways first. Frensburg stopped his steps, then reluctantly looked back at his neat office, sighed, and closed the door. This is the fundamental reason why Alan Hill lost so many drawings. The magician who turned from the Holy Demon Empire to Alan Hill stole a lot of Alan Hill's high-tech for the Puppet Empire. Many blueprints and technologies that the Puppet Empire couldn't steal from the Secret Line, including some research theories about the combination of magic and machinery, were all made up by Frensburg, the biggest insider. With the help of the leader of such a research institute, the technology theft on the side of the Puppet Empire will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. However, it is a pity that even Frensburg did not have complete contact with the technology, and many of Alan Hill's core technologies were not handed over to him due to classification. Nevertheless, because as the Frensburg do inside to get a Puppet Empire or drawings related to tanks as well as aircraft technology, but also the Puppet Master of Research Progress Alanxia. On the other hand, the reason Alanxia Puppet Corp's resolution, as well as research technology lagged far behind the Puppet, but also because Frensburg traitor sentenced he deliberately put the research, even disturb him the content of William's research, who was unaware of this by his own apprentice. The result is that, in the region of Alanxia we long saw one Magic Academy, it is Vladimir Magic Academy Lensburg is responsible, in the past more than a year, unhelpful puppet technical analysis aspects. After a period of delay in the development of Alan Hill's technology, the role of Frensburg's chess piece has to be said to have been played to the extreme. Getting into the car, Frensburg glanced at the man next to him. "Sarah's telegram, let me take the plane tomorrow morning and go back to Sayers for a meeting." Fool knows, in the long let Frensburg on Sardley I made access Sayers of this point in time to go back to the meeting, and certainly not the next plane. That's so simple. Deputy sitting in the driver's man smiled. Opening comfort Frensburg said, "Rest assured, there I am. Here, no one can hurt you, got nothing." He had started the car up, the shuttle in a quiet alley. When they passed the first crossroad, Frensburg saw the soldiers stalked by the guards who fell on the ground, and they were killed in their posts. The Puppet Empire dispatched many elites this time, not only puppets, but also real magicians. Because there are many magicians of Voronezh who rebelled with Frensburg, these magicians will also flee to the Puppet Empire on this night. In the distance, a huge explosion came, and Frensburg looked at the light of the flare-up, and his hands were a little nervously pinched together. Fierce gunfire accompanied by messy shouts. The capital of Voronezh was destined to sleepless this night. Late at night, Chris' dorm room door was slightly open, and Chris in bed opened his eyes and saw the door went to his bedside from Luther. He touched the bed lamp head, lit up the room, and then go behind his stuffed a soft pillow, waiting for Luther to report important news. In general said he slept no one to disturb Luther this time to come, it must be important things happened. Sure enough, Luther stood in the bedside, whispered to Chris. Report said, "Your Majesty." Just the news. Puppet action began. It seems, Fred Lensberg really betrayed Alanxia. Chris nodded his head. Luther said, "Aye? Their puppets who also followed him sneak inside the Puppet Empire." According to the plan, this group of spies, mixed with the rebellious magicians, will enter the Puppet Empire together. Luther replied, "It's a real act. Kill a few traitors if you should kill a few." Chris warned, "Don't let them leave too easily. After all, this time, we are also paying for it." 231 Puppet Technique Surgery. The next morning, Chris Sparkle quasi-prepared visit, accompanied by a large mage-long satellite of strategic weapons launch site Alanxia. The military parade was postponed to the third day because the preparations were too hasty. Lancelot and his party also seemed to be more interested in nuclear weapons. Last night, I have killed a total of 32 rebel becomes the magician. There are action 17 I have intelligence officers, as well as 9 a real traitor escaped Wheelong capital. Luther reported about the night action outcomes. Inside the Empire went puppet intelligence officers. There are 3 individuals carrier with a portable telegraph. There are 7 individuals mastered the production approach telegraph machine. Given the chance, he who will return all useful intelligence. Chris nodded his head. Opening told, last night the Royal Institute of those magic masters. The results did not have any experience. Making magic puppets is not as difficult as imagined. In fact, low-level puppets are not controlled by humans. Luther handed the report to Chris, and replied, the Magic Empire has extracted a part of the memory, similar to the magic ball of knowledge. The principle of, and then these instinctive memories are given to the puppets through the magic circle. He sighed explained, while returning to his position. So, these puppets will fight, to work, you can walk, avoid obstacles, but no emotions, no fear. Well, Puppet Empire of Magic Masters is how to manipulate these magic puppet it? Chris looked at the hands of the report. Casual asked, when making puppets, join a contract circle. Luther replied. Chris sighed and other fine looks the report in his hand. A conversation between 2 people on the suspension down. Originally, the year of puppet magic, dwarves and elves are people like together to complete, so the technology is actually mixed puppet magic 3 races. Elf on the contract magical plants are modified good use in the control puppet, dwarf organ technology technique is used in the manufacture puppet, human knowledge and technology has been enhanced with magic ball on a puppet given ability. At the very beginning, this technology was developed to create more soldiers for the coalition forces of all races. And these soldiers who are not afraid of death have indeed suppressed the quantitative advantage of some demons, and have also allowed all races to easily gain the advantage of the war against the eye of magic. However, this kind of puppet based on the origin of magic often appears chaotic and unconstrained inexplicably. This situation has caused differences in the attitudes of several races towards puppets. Most people believe that this puppet technology has defects, and it is best not to continue to use it on a large scale until it is perfected. A few people think that only by using puppets on a large scale, making puppets, and studying puppets, can they improve the defects in this area. These people have separated from Griken and established a puppet empire. Among the magicians who had escaped from Griken, one was the grandmother of the Lansudra Grand Sorcerer Vienna. This old lady who created the puppet empire in one hand, left her notes to her grandson when she left, who had just learned magic at that time. And the puppet technology, born from the cooperation of the 3 tribes of magic, has finally become a lonely toy for extreme humans. The original puppet technique in Chris, it seems, in fact, is almost robotic in a simple programming state. It's just that this simple programming takes a situation of magical cheating. It is the interception of a large part of the human brain function. Given the ability of these puppet robots operate not through them no logic, in many cases, of course not as good as modern robot insurance reliable. Of course, a good place is not without many industrial technology cannot solve, or that is difficult to solve the sensor, anti-feed speed, etc. problem. Puppet technically initially solved by magic. If the research hair down, crossed the technology threshold, really developed advanced robotic technology, it does not seem to be any problems of, as said the other extreme end, a puppet of the empire for many years to change into a puppet out of God, in fact, is completely different from ordinary puppet of existence. The God puppet is a shell that contains part of the spiritual power of the magician. They can be said to be the clones of the advanced magician, which can show the powerful clone of the magician's own power. Although the God puppet is very powerful and easy to use, and it does not require a magician to be on the battlefield, it can perform tasks more safely, but once the God puppet is destroyed, this part of the spiritual power is equivalent to being destroyed. Therefore, be careful when using the God puppet. After being destroyed, the magician has to rest for a long time and raise his mental power before he can use the God puppet again. This is why, after the God puppets are destroyed, the puppet empire will not send God puppets to fight for a long time. After all, magic is used to extract spiritual power, and there is also the pain of spiritual power disappearing after the God puppet is destroyed. Not everyone is willing to try many times. Chris closed the file in his hand, handed it back to Luther, and ordered, a little bit. After the computer technology matures, the puppet technology here can be taken out. Two people one after wear through the hall, and then you see Long Sadlai positive and Vivian head of the stairs waiting for him. Great Majesty, the Emperor Old Chief looks good dressed yesterday. His face did not make the field of forbidden magic atmosphere disorder unbearable expression. No pen overnight. Watch this in mind, right? Not at all. Chris slept well yesterday, more sleep than many times. After all, he is now the emperor of an empire, and he really doesn't have much sleep for 7 hours. Actually, I offer this note gives you more hope you can understand only opponent. Long Sadlai made a gesture, please. And then Chris and side by side down the stairs. He said to Chris as he stepped forward with his magic wand. As said manufacturing puppet magic, I advise you to be careful. He sighed walking, while opening, on the one hand due to the ban in the field of magic, magic cannot complete the internal energy injected into the puppet's hand. Because of my research results over the years, he solemnly Chris said, I began the final suspect, puppet confusion. Not bound by the phenomenon, is poured into the magic atmosphere because of the fact, I suspect magic eye itself, that is, those puppets' source of confusion! Are you saying? Because as the puppet itself is not conscious of the magic of manufacture, so they are easy to control magic itself? Chris is stunned, then smiled and looked at Long Sadlai. This is tantamount to, and I said, magic is alive. If you really have it. Long Sadlai is not a bit like a joke, but immediately asked. Chris stopped and frowned. You mean, magic has wisdom, and those demons that destroy everything are produced by this smarter energy itself? Magic will deceive people. Your Majesty Chris, every age has humans who have fallen into slaves to magic. Why do you think the powerful magicians of the puppet empire risk being destroyed and go to war with your empire? Long Sadler said sternly. It really makes sense. Those demons in itself is magical creatures, and they themselves like a puppet. Chris rubbed his chin, as if figured out a lot of things, that is to say, pure magic creatures. In fact, it's not safe. In fact, heard here, Chris also probably understand why a lot of magic far division, even once loyal to him, it is firm Franzburg, all eventually became the cause of a traitor. For those magicians who were not firmly loyal to the Alanhil Empire, but committed to Alanhil in pursuit of a more powerful magical power, the enchantment of magical power is indeed very easy to succeed. It's a pity that from beginning to end, the great magician of Franzburg was such a person who would betray the Holy Demon Empire in pursuit of magical power. Now, in order to gain more powerful magical power, he turned to the puppet empire to betray love. Lanhil is not surprising at all. My research is to support this theory. Long Sadlai nodded his head. Not before. Maybe your industrial technology, you can give these different puppet thing, so that you can offset the interference of the eye magic. Like that too far. Chris' face suddenly smiled too. I now have more interesting options, like to try? See you. Face, I know you want something very dangerous. Long Sadlai hesitated for a moment, and then also to smile. So tell me, really want to know, your bad idea, how feasible is it? Chris shrugged his shoulders. To Long Sadlai said, you do not say the magic eye below, there may exist a life of magic? Yes, I do not really know, but I was so speculative. Long Sadlai nodded. That. To it throw a super bomb. Can you killed it? Chris held out his hand. Long before Sardlai clenched his fists, cracked lips, teeth bared side of a smile asked, "I do not know. Going to throw a super bomb? How much power?" Long Sardlai, actually very interested in the way the war ended, asked. "Probably ... The power is 30 times bigger than the nuclear bomb dropped at Bellevue," Chris replied lightly. Long Sardlai suddenly do not want to speak. He felt themselves to be a critical hit. Chris longed to see Sardlai did not speak. That will not work in the other plan attacks. So he hurried opening, verbal comfort. It does not matter. If the power is not enough, am ready. Fired 3 such bombs while the magic eye. Critical damage to the Grand Magister of Long Sadly X3. 232 nuclear threat. Who would have thought? In Alanxia with a shock of 100 equivalent 1 after level shift tied Bly nuclear weapons, but also to come up with more powerful nuclear weapons. Long Sardlai said his fragile heart has been hard to heal the damage. Must use says features roast suckling pig to comfort, to heal. Better not try it. Long Sardlai Grand Magister had another invited a gesture. They continue down the stairs. Why not dry? Chris taking the pace, while down the stairs while asked. Hearing what Chris said, Lonsadora smiled and said, "I think it is more appropriate to seal the magic eye." Chris squinted at Lonsadora insignificantly, but continued down the stairs calmly. His sense of feel to the other side hiding anything, war-related eye magic, absolutely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Magic masters of the world, mortals know, or too little, now Alanxia known that part, basically from Trinity Empire and Druiken, comparison is really too little. The world community is not the kind of future generations of information explosion era, just sitting in front of a computer, open a search engine, play what they want to know, immediately will be able to find many answers. In the world in front of us, many contents are recorded in heavy books. It is not easy to search through it, and it is even more difficult to find the right book. Lack of corroboration and lack of influence and other recording aids. And what is recorded in books may not necessarily be the truth. As if holding a 3-play defined 3 historical research, the more you look carefully, the more far from the historical truth as the more wrong. How many of the books and materials provided by Graken are not dedicated to the romance of the 3 kingdoms? It is more reliable to find out the truth by yourself than to inquire from these unreliable people. Chris thought for a moment in his mind and came to such a conclusion. Long followed Vivian behind the whole big Magister Sardlai are listening to 2 people dialogue, head down. Do not know what to think. And so eat. After breakfast, a pedestrian came says missile silo outside the city tourist attractions. After Long Sardlai technology Alanxia more shocked. Standing on the narrow inspection passage of the missile silo, he looked at the huge and shocking intercontinental ballistic missile, and felt the magnificence of science for the first time. Compared to the overwhelming magic puppets he had seen before, the missile in front of him seemed even more awe-inspiring. After all, the technicians stood by his side with great care and introduced him to how terrifying the nuclear bomb was. The latest model of the destroyer nuclear warheads equivalent 3,000 tons more than Alanxia production of the total weight of all munitions are large. This is probably the equivalent of throwing us in Druiken nuclear bomb 100 times. I have in Bly throwing bombs 30 times. Technology artisan words. So follow Long Sardlai Mage Druiken behind the magician who involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had never heard of such a terrible explosion, even in their books inside. There is no record of such a level of explosion. Although the magic forbidden curse is more effective than nuclear weapons on some levels, it is far from comparable to thermonuclear weapons in terms of intuitive damage capabilities. At least, in the eyes of these magicians, they want to destroy a city at once, which is much harder than using nuclear weapons to destroy it. It enough made in a moment of great destructive power. There is a core part of the instant form of 9 kilometers in diameter. That is to say, in which the core 9 within km radius, nothing else will exist. In order to highlight the power of his own country, This engineer and technician is still boasting about the power of nuclear weapons. In fact, he is really a nuclear physicist. This time he was called here to explain the power of nuclear weapons to the people of the Magic Empire. He also prepared for a long time. After all, this is a sightseeing tour with a performance nature, so arranging such a tour guide seems to be more professional than Christ's personal explanation. Due to the explosion spread to the high-temperature air masses too large, nearly 1,000 local kilometers away can CC. This technical staff said here. Chris Yang Otago, standing beside Lun Sedre, asked, "How about, would you like to try my proposal just now? I worry that directly to the eye magic attack strength of this, there will be some never had a problem." Long Sadley along the way, it seems to have long thought the rhetoric, opening for Chris said. He paused, continue to recommend the opening said, "I am." They know what is best to explore the consequences, and then attack if hastily shot, they might make trouble. More trouble appeared. Chris didn't force it either. If he was really determined to launch a nuclear strike, Griken would not be able to stop it, so he didn't need to ask Griken's opinion at all. He could start attacking alone at any time. Not too big, he really was convinced. Magist alongside Liepart, he worries rashly launch a nuclear strike, uncontrollable consequences occur. Everything seems to be under control now, and the extravagance is not the style of Alan Hill. His men cannot taken into account, but as Alanxia leader, Chris cannot but consider, problems after the nuclear attack magic, will appear. For example, say, a nuclear strike if there is no magic eye closed. Drew Icon that Alanxia how to explain to their allies? I didn't listen to advice and didn't notify Griken. If I rashly launch a unilateral attack, when the time comes for diplomacy, Alan Hill will become passive and embarrassed. Another example is that in case of attack did not work, but to stir up more trouble the demons poured out exponentially, and Griken fell into a crisis. At that time, Alan Hill will become more passive, and perhaps the alliance relationship will be broken. There is also a fatal problem, which is the huge equivalent of the three-face bomb. There is an alias called dirty bomb, which is not a dirty bomb in the traditional sense, but describes that this weapon is more polluting than nuclear weapons in the traditional sense because of the principle. It will produce more radioactive dust after the explosion, and the damage to the environment will be more terrible. If you come to the eye of magic like this, maybe Griken will suffer. If Griken is really held accountable, it will be bad for Chris to destroy Griken first, and there will be no nuclear bondage. Deterrence. When people come to kill you for revenge, what else can be done to stop those already crazy magicians? So, for Chris, a unilateral attack launched nuclear weapons is not a good choice, at least not in front of a good of choice. If you really want to use nuclear weapons to attack the eye of magic, Chris is also more inclined to use ordinary nuclear weapons used in Bellevue. In the other side, accompanied explained technical staff, tells while still in the powerful nuclear weapons, just how great power, explosion width mushroom cloud produced nearly 40 kilometers, a highly supergo 60 kilometers, the equivalent of the entire atmosphere. There is a hole in the floor, which is at least 5 times higher than the highest mountain in the world. His words, so that all heard here. Magician who shudder. Hot air explosion of a nuclear bomb. While this may make even far 50 people outside kilometers by burn injury, can cause an explosion of flash 40 outside kilometers to the human eye pain and blindness. Even if it is 30 kilometers away, this nuclear weapon still has a destructive effect. What does this show? This indicates that the bomb may indeed covering 900 surface square kilometers of the plot to kill most of the life in this area. Even the most powerful magic division, in the face of such a bomb when there are no room struggling. Even when the magician saw this bomb and ran away, it was too late. Just now, when technicians introduced missiles, they described the impact speed of this weapon. In the terminal dive phase, the speed of the missile will exceed 15 times the speed of sound. How fast is it? Magic is coming division fundamental reaction. However, the speed of sound is about 1 second. Bell 300 meters, Zhao go 15 times the speed of sound is 1 second clock. Nearly 5 Gongli magic under the tutelage saw the missile began to avoid even the 1 kilometers away fly out. It will be covered by the explosion of nuclear weapons. You know, people just finished emphasizing that the explosion of that nuclear weapon directly destroyed the radius, which was close to 5 kilometers. Before the magicians could fly out of the explosion radius, the explosion had already begun. The great magister on the edge may be able to survive, but everything around him will no longer exist. The most terrible thing is that when these magicians returned to the ground after visiting the nuclear weapons, they were horrified to find that the terrifying giant silos of ballistic missiles they just saw were not the only ones. There are at least 4 thick missile silo covers in this huge military base with an area of incalculable area. Each has a reinforced concrete outer periphery, and the hexagonal bunker is like a city wall, protecting these deadly weapons. After returning to the city of Ceres, Chris accused the Grand Magister of Long Sadara, went to the toilet to solve the physical problem, and then when he walked out of the men's toilet, he saw Vivienne waiting outside the door. Vivienne, who was not too tall, still had a mask on her face, and she was a little disturbed when she saw Chris walking out. She hesitated and passed Chris. Vivienne came to Ceres 3 times. In addition to the first, Chris has not alone with this Druican old maid phase at before. The second time he returned says, Vivienne has gone, and this time, he has been accompanied in Long Sadlar's side. I did not care to on Vivienne. 2 people rub shoulders and over. Chris Vivienne heard at once people crash into long-winded voice, evening to my room. My room was to have something to say to you. When Chris looked sideways at Vivienne, she had entered the women's bathroom and disappeared from Chris's field of vision. 233 exam test. A wonderful age girl opening night invited a man to her room to go. Of course, this kind of thing makes dreams. However, such an invitation from a young girl who has not survived for 200 years is a bit creepy. Of course it is impossible for the plot to develop into a single room with a single man and a widow. Although many people want to see that direction, the author really dare not write in this direction. While waiting for the willow head on the moon, Chris pushed open the unlocked Vivienne door and saw Vivienne standing by the window looking at the slightly huge moon in the sky. There is no light in the room, only the moonlight is intoxicating. I heard someone open his room door, come back to Vivienne. She did not have time during the day to hang in with half his face mask, so Chris back in her moment. I thought I saw the inside of the moon fairy, stood in front of him. Smile 100 per life sentence. Chris, this moment is indeed the experience, but he also really people called to say the phrase palace is prostitute. No color behind him. After all this steel straight men, crossed the 4 years as a kind of sister not in the bag. It can be regarded as a wonderful flower that crosses the world. As for the title Chris, a straight man of steel, he deserves it. This guy is either in the steel industry or in the country. And he is indeed a complete humanoid self-propelled male plotter. Suddenly between, although know each other already several hundred years old, but Chris still has a sense of eyebrows. He stood at the door, like a silly boy visiting a girl's boudoir for the first time, holding his breath, stupidly unable to say a word. Although however, in some ways he can succeed or use powerful and so words to describe, but in love, he compared to some of the children to kindergarten. There is still a building base for a whole realm so far, coming. Shut the door. Vivienne did not make the Italian know this face to his own men. How much destruction, just have to swing a little palm. Chris schematically help yourself. Then, the great Emperor Alan Hill shut the door obediently, swallowed a spit and sat on the edge of Vivienne's bed without a teacher. Vivienne had a tacit understanding of pulling out a chair from a distance, choosing a position opposite Chris, and sitting down casually. At this moment, Chris remembered the famous line, it turns out that the flowers are intentional with the flowing water, and the flowing water has no intention of falling in love. I came to you to tell you that, in fact, things about the Eye of Magic are more complicated than you think. I can't reveal too many details to you, but I still feel that some things Grikan violated their will, so I think it is my duty to correct these errors. Vivienne, an opening? Chris heard a long time that the familiar rattle of violation. The beautiful red lips were in one piece, but what they said made Chris couldn't be interested in profanity. In addition to the possibility of life in the Eye of Magic, there has been more than one in this world. Although many years have not contacted, but we believe that there are elves and orcs, dragon dwarves and other races disappeared. And the other side of the world there may be another magic eye relevant. Drew Icon beginning of the end believe that large scale these races moving westward were actually moved to another nearby magic eye. Vivian stopped after speaking here and watched Chris wait for his answer. That is to say, you speculate that this world there are two magic eye? Chris frowned, listened to Vivian's statement. He asked. Vivian nodded his head. Opening continued. In the eye of another magic edge. In fact, the devil has taken control of large areas of land here because of the existence of Drew Icon, barely held their ground. But on the other side, which is on the west side of the Eye of the Devil, as well as the original dragon elf and orcs dwarves are gone, no one to stop the expansion of the devil, and naturally will become the devil's place. Vivian spoke very fast, but her voice was very nice. Chris nodded his head, spoke and said, from strategically speaking, it is likely that the two of you is the devil's eye to cut off contact. In other words, if two demon eyes appear symmetrically on this planet, at least half of the planet's land has been controlled by the demon. I have here the Endless Sea back if possible. Across the Endless Sea, we'll be able to contact other races on the other side. Chris made a daring fake set, opening and asked Vivian Road. Vivian shook his head, spoke and said, no one can cross the Endless Sea, so I have never done such an attempt. High-level magician, although Royal Air can fly, but they are farther away from the Eye of the Magic, the greater disorder magic atmosphere. They cannot flying over the Endless Sea, the other side of the planet around the flight. Not over. Chris would think that they can try to get a big deal out of nuclear-powered warships, virtually unlimited range of natural across the Endless Sea. Reach farther. I called you over this time to let you know the truth of the matter, but I also hope that you can stand in the perspective of a magician and help us find a good solution to the problem. Vivian looked at Chris. Continue to say word by word. She lowered her eyes. It seems very difficult, but finally spoke up. I have a very tangled, if destroyed the front of the magic eye, it will lose the magic Drew Icon origin. There is no magic atmosphere. We will decline. So when you want to attack with nuclear weapons could hit the magic origin, that is, when the Eyes of Magic, Mr. Long said I'm a little nervous before, we do not destroy the magic eye, but now, we, or you, have such power. Vivian raised her eyes, staring at Chris with clear eyes. Chris ranging from opening, she continued self-serving, said, I want to be able to destroy those demons. Destroying the magic eye, but do not want to destroy you in the eye almost endless magic atmosphere. That's what I asked you here. The reason, I want to hear your opinion. What do you think I can? Am not Chris Li Yuanfang in the heart to cow bit, but not exposed on the surface of what is broken blossoms come. In his opinion, the easiest way is to use a supernuclear bomb, or to be safe, 10 supernuclear bombs directly killed the magic eye. Destroy it completely, leaving nothing. As for nuclear radiation pollution, let Kraken near the Eye of Magic and the Puppet Empire enjoy it. Anyway, they are all advanced magic masters who are not afraid of radiation. It is not a problem to live in a radiation environment for 3 to 5 months. Then, without the Eye of Magic, a power bank that provides charging, magicians will not have the possibility of replenishing their magic power. The curtain of the Age of Doom is opened, and the rejuvenation of spiritual energy will go to hell. As for the future, everyone will play industry in the future. Alan Hill reminds you that there are thousands of coughs and coughs on the road, and it is time for everyone to play industry together. If Alan Hill still can't play well, then Chris might as well find a higher castle and jump again. Go through the reincarnation. Lucrative, and it will win a final this way put in front of Chris, and it seems really effortless victory in there. But Chris always feels that things are definitely not that simple. If you let me say that directly launch a nuclear bomb is the best choice. Chris thought about it for a time around, before the opening of Vivian said, "Not over, after all," is also related to the world of magic out of life and death, so I think I should think about it carefully. His Great Justice Sling Ran finished these, stood up, went to the door. "This thing not to tell anyone, I need time to think about it carefully, early child rest, Vivian." When Chris Vivian's room in shut the door after he stood in the doorway watching this fan beautifully carved wooden doors patterned, to spit out a long breath. I have to say that these things Vivian said were really tempting to him. Can be enough breath off the end of the war, but also to help ordinary people build a solid foundation of the rule. The most important thing is he seems a short distance from the position of the top of the world. As long as he orders and launches a ready nuclear bomb, everything seems to be at your fingertips. But his eyes in the flower when carving intricate patterns on flowing lines, he strongly pressed his own greed. These days, there are so many secret stories that he has come into contact with, so many that he can't tell which is true and which is false. As a monarch, a palm control with a powerful emperor country's future leaders, he felt he should be careful. You should use a real tough heart, to tell them the news around him. Standing at Vivian's door for a long while, Chris finally took a step forward, firmly walking towards his bedroom. Inside the door, Vivian had been looking at the closed door. Her face was full of loneliness and sadness, and this expression made her look weaker and more lovely under the background of the allure of the country. Balcony window was opened from the outside. Longsard lay I Big Magister into the room. It seems he was more than I wanted, but also there firm. If he is not immortal, I really wanted to get Drew. I can give him a person who can withstand the temptation. He must be a great person. Next time, don't let me do such a thing again. Vivian's face was very ugly, and her voice was full of anger and unwillingness. Remember what you promised me. You won't let me violate Gricken's faith is gone. I'm sorry, Vivian, I will not let you lie. Hope Chris Majesty our high hopes, will not make stupid come let us down. Longsard lay I slowly said, this the test is whether Alan Hill can continue to exist. 234 killing achievements. Last night's sleep okay? Standing on the city's Says castle wall, Longsadlai Mage looked at Chris. He asked. Chris looked askance at the white-bearded face of Longsadlai. Laugh. Next time do not let were called me at midnight to listen to the story needing what's going on. You will regret it. Ha! Drew Icon without limiting the magic teacher Nanhunvjia. If you make love Vivian, I'd like to this old man for you matchmaking. Longsard lay I thick old head was worthy by Slizai walls. Put the topic went in another direction. Labronia Majesty. Empire Defense Minister, Admiral level, Higgs Grand Duke, your most loyal Kastner, requesting a military parade to start. Standing in a convertible's command car, the handsome Kastner stood at attention and saluted, reporting loudly with his chin held high. As for the Alanxia belongs to all armed forces commander-in-chief, I began to command the parade. Chris stood in the city head back to a standard military salute, loudly ordered through loudspeakers. His command back in the sky swing, opposite the city of the first 10 times the size of the airport to greet marching band orchestra Longsadlai Great Mage, began their forceful sonorous playing. Pound, 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 pound. Row snare drum is neatly drums, so that the music is more rhythmic. Front row forward, is the military honor guard, the force Longsadlai Mage seen, but today look at, but also seems to have different. The troops in front of them are more numerous and their paces are more tidy. With a command, all the troops shot forward and took a positive step, which opened the prelude to a grand military parade. Amid the majestic and continuous sound of military music, this troop moved past the reviewing stand like this. The first unit to pass through the parade square was an Alan Hill Grenadier unit. Their equipment also maintained the style the first time set up Grenadier troops, standard M42 helmet, as well as front can install 3 grenade shells canvas bag in after reviewing stand when the leader of the officers shouted loudly your young slogan, and at the same time put their march into a goose go. Look to the right. All soldiers entire swing together with uniform head, The helmet is a helmet along an inclined angle, a person looks like. With them kicked out of Goose, the soldiers planted a thorn in the hands of the military Mauser 98K step gun, also a hack gun action. Oblique point to the sky. Knock boots hit on a slate sound like percussion in the human heart. The soldiers move forward step by step, for the first time to see such a parade of long Sadlai. Involuntary focus on these soldiers our body. The second walk through the square of the reviewing stand. Handheld STG-44 sudden strike rifle, every soldier full of energy, but not the classic action hack gun. They carrying sins already from moving weapons, step by step through his own front of the Emperor, followed by the phalanx of guards at his square, as Aelanxia most elite escort the Emperor. The soldiers have been replaced on the new helmet, holding hands nor STG-44 sudden strike rifle, and is pure black M4 sudden strike rifle, the latest type of night, as the equipment. Now our soldiers, already battled in the night for them, and the day is no different. Chris raised his arm to point to the nearly fixed on the helmet of the soldier guard's new equipment, introduced to Lansadlai. Hearing this introduction by Chris, Lansadral looked even more shocked at the black night vision equipment that looked quite large. Unfortunately, before he could see clearly the equipment, the guard has gone through the square inches front of him. Indru icon have been exposed over the surface of the paratroopers behind guard square, the same marching pace. Long Sadlai appeared in the eyes. Their equipment is nothing unusual, but the goggles on the helmets make these soldiers look very contemporary. After the paratroopers, there was a phalanx of the Marine Corps. After the phalanx of the Marine Corps walked past, there was a phalanx of city guards, followed by a strange phalanx of female soldiers. Druican magic back then was the division are very familiar with the phalanx of troops, the giant horse cavalry square. These looks are very well trained cavalry magic. Tap the pace horse is a uniform. These magic cavalry holding a long lance, one side of the saddle hung STG-44 sudden attack rifles. Heavy armor actually make them look majestic. Following these magic cavalry is the mechanized troops of Alan Hill. These troops rumbled across the square and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The front is a motorized infantry, to clear the way is motorized vehicle communication unit, then the army jeep, then followed by a neat square of the truck. The top trim was full of soldiers. Dragging the back of the truck 105 towed howitzer. There is a whole phalanx lay to 155mm towed howitzer, immediately behind the truck. The trailer is of special drag directly under Army 203mm caliber Garnet projectile gun. All sorts of strange artillery vehicles passed through the review platform one by one, including Katyusha rocket launchers, and improved larger caliber rocket launchers. Following these artillery phalanxes are M4 tanks and M4 self-propelled anti-aircraft artillery. Back then, is Aelanxia latest infantry fighting vehicles, the Soviet Union BMP-1 Type Shu with infantry fighting vehicles, which has just put into operation did not take long, a mechanized infantry use of means of transport. But also the infantry and tanks collaboration spawned out of tactical weapons equipment. The same kind for the first time in front of people, as well as 155mm self-Garnet missile and artillery. Use M4 tank bottom plate manufactured M40 pomegranate missile and artillery also a classic design, in order to meet on the battlefield artillery support fast growing demand. There were also medical carts, cooking carts, and the commanding cart. Chris spoke dryly, but Lansador listened with relish. In fact, this was also his first systematic study of Alan Hill's weapons and tactics. After careful study, he discovered that this mortal empire was powerful. Originally rough infantry finger command system, has been developed in front of the mortal empire to the extreme. Every soldier seems to be playing his role, and an army has become a terrifying whole under such coordination. Pass through strict division of duties and communication system, a huge number of Aelanxia army was able to methodically order as arms of war to mobilize their own troops. However, the enemy faced by such an efficient army is basically an old army with an outdated command system. Even in the face when the puppet or the devil, efficiency and powerful firepower let A-Lynx military capability. They just need to follow weekdays training, play their own level. It is already the invincible. Oh, this is a short-range Scud ballistic missiles. Chris pointed to those who have been converted into a solid rocket motor flying hairy legs tactical ballistic missiles. Large Magister introduction of Long Sadler said, this should be seen new. That's it. Yes, the first 9 sets regiment army has such weapons, but many. Long Sadler nodded, then stared into the square to see the Scud missiles. He saw more Scud missile launchers with stout missiles. And these missiles are marked with the mark that makes Lancelot quite taboo. I have improved nuclear warheads. These missiles are now equipped with the above, our greater equivalent of a nuclear weapon. Chris from Goozy introduced from the performance of such weapons. In fact, most of these missiles, which are also equipped with old-fashioned nuclear warheads, the power of the first 9 sets nuclear warhead group of almost military use less. Don't worry, if you are not interested in this, there are still good things behind. Chris saw Lansadira as if he had eaten a fly, and felt that he was in a better mood. Look, the mission of the Dongfeng HM5 strategic nuclear missile is bound to be achieved, and you are not deceived. Chris looked at the special trucks dragging the flat panel display trucks, and continued to introduce Lansadlet. Long Sadler smile. Did not speak about nuclear weapons, continue this topic, and pretty soon, but let things interested him appeared in the Sky Sayers city. A formation of 12 MiG-21 fighter jets whizzed low above their heads, and the roar of the huge engines even overwhelmed the music of the military band. In looking at the sky all the time, another 12 MiG-21 fighter jets roared past, with indomitable momentum. Neatly arranged in the sky has become a 4x3 square array. This time the Capital Air Defense Force can be said to have come out in full force. The MiG-21 fighters, which are not popular in other air forces, turned out to be like mannerless swans. One formation after another flew over the Ceres castle. Most eventually, a full 10 such a fleet of aircraft from the square swept over, so civilians who issued a ceremony of a wave after wave of cheering. Subsequently, a helicopter square array for the first time appeared in people's vision. UH-1 utility helicopter spin turning over slow propeller through the square. Everyone was these aircraft hover in the air seen stunned. In the impression of the Alanhis, their planes are all very fast and can only fly forward. Now, an aircraft that can hover in the air like a giant dragon has appeared, which makes them feel it's very interesting. Along with these helicopters through the square, there are 12 Tiao giant dragon. The dragon knights who control these dragons wore traditional armor, which vaguely reminded the ordinary people of Alan Hill of the fear of being dominated by these primitive behemoths. How is it? Are you more confident in our final victory? Chris asked sideways with a smile. Long Sadler Mage nodded, ultimately did not say anything. He felt that, at least in terms of how to kill people, Alan Hill's 3 years of accomplishments have eclipsed the world's thousands of years of experience. 235 LL Division, chug, are holding M4 Sudden Strike Rifle Guard soldiers, using standard shooting positions targeting, facing the target, pulled the trigger. Between him and the target, there are 2 layers of magic defense. A huge magic circle is spinning slightly, and behind this magic circle, there is another defensive magic barrier waiting. What's different is that this M4 Sudden Strike Rifle bullets to break out, there is not even blocked by the thick magic barrier, but these barriers is difficult to eliminate. The top left bullet holes, ripped this layer of magic defense. Immediately afterwards, these bullets fired through another seemingly strong magical barrier and hit the dummy for testing. When the bullet penetrated the dummy target, it immediately sprayed a crimson-dyed liquid, which leaked to the ground one by one. That bullet was horrible. Parameter view of an experimental look to the generals standing beside Chris, open praise, can actually penetrated too. Magic defense barrier layer. Nothing as long as willing to spend money, even ordinary soldiers, to improve individual combat capability approach. And a lot. Chris looked at the 2 hands behind looking pale removed to the magician, opening comfort, You have it's already done very well. The new depleted uranium armor-piercing bullet, and the redesigned shape of the armor-piercing warhead is very difficult to process, so it is expensive. Chris explained to the guards nearby, the price of the depleted uranium alloy bullet for this magazine is enough to buy a few. The ordinary steel case of 10 ammunition has been shot. Joined Huey on depleted uranium penetrators, more penetration, but also additional burning effect. Simply penetrate artifact magic defense barrier. Because small caliber bullet is faster, so M4 step power of the gun compared to the use of large E-caliber ammunition STG-44 power more strong. At Chris spoke, the other side of the test group has started another round of testing, this time M4 step gun fire at close range on a violent, direct breakdown of the 2 magic protective barrier, ignited the dry target. According to this penetration, the general senior defense magician not be able to live in this new ammunition. A technology artisan look at burning up the target, very confident said, "You know, this kind of special ammunition called depleted uranium armor-piercing projectile is a key research and development project, not only for the Air Force and Army, but also for the Emperor's personal guard." After testing, the Air Force equipment, 30mm caliber depleted uranium penetrators, breakdown plate thickness Vivian amazing if such a magician with the old cannon shells to estimate the power of a new cannon shell's penetration, it is estimated will die is difficult to see. With the technical art advances, ground air defense artillery began a large-scale equipment, radio proximity fuse, and these new varieties of ammunition, so that the effectiveness of air defense forces increased by at least several times. Let the magician who flew air defense Alanxia, it's even more dangerous when it's on the ground. The Alan Hill infantry with more powerful armor-piercing capabilities can also cause more trouble for the magician. In other words, the magician must pay at least several times the original price when defending against the attacks of these soldiers. Now processing technology is not yet crossed the border, but we can immediately in a small caliber rifle equipped with APDS up to that time. May magician's defense magic barrier, and low-grade body armor on almost a technical operation. The personnel looked at the steel plate pierced by the armor-piercing bullet enthusiastically, and exclaimed with satisfaction. Not only is this armor-piercing, there is a more interesting bomb. We have used the front line. Another technique artisan then words road. Phew. An aviation bomb out of B-52 pylons of the bomber, in an airstream, shaking hurtled to the ground. This bomb was followed by a second bomb, as well as countless bombs of the same model. After these giant bombs were separated from the pylon of the B-52 bomber, they dropped their own height little by little, and finally opened the outer skin of the bomber to set height. Numerous small bomb wind spread, scattered in the dense Alanxia on enemy positions in front of the attacking forces. Alanxia grenadier staring at those who really fell like a rain of bombs on enemy positions, subconsciously retracted his head, covered his ears. Shen boring explosions as though it were 1,000 endless sound of firecrackers. Thousands of pieces scattered off a small bomb on the puppet soldiers guarding positions bloom, and instantly cover a whole segment of the defense. The M4 tank with a defensive magic barrier on the front rolled its tracks and started the attack first. And directly in front of these tanks, those cluster bombs falling from the sky are still exploding. A fence. In the trenches, an officer brandished a pistol and gave his soldiers the order to attack. The Alanville grenadiers who had bayoneted their rifles crawled out of the trenches, and followed the tank carefully and stepped forward. The huge body of B-52 formed a phalanx that covered the sky and sun, and threw countless bombs on the defense line of the puppet empire. The new style cluster bomb is simply the best tool for slaughter, and it can eliminate most of the puppets on the ground with one coverage. Even defensive performance is not wrong. Puppet tanks. The defense is not strong on the top of the head. Several aircraft B-52 call after the tsunami and over, everywhere on the battlefield paralyzed puppet tank wreckage. Those poor, still also pointed to the sky in 30mm anti-aircraft guns. almost to B-52 not constitute any threat to the bombers. Puppet soldiers can only use it to expel those IL-2 attack plane hit, but could not reach A-Lanxia heavy bombers. Regardless of the B-17 or B-52 bombers, the combined forces of the Holy Demon Empire and the Puppet Empire did not have very good defensive measures. Even if they take off the seismoelectric fighters that have already passed the road, they basically have no effect. In the altitude of 10,000 meters, P-51 Wild Performance Horse Fighter not lost electric shock. Even if you count the blessings of the rocket booster, using better quality of gasoline, P-51 Wild Horse Fighter does not strive. A few round fight down, scrambled to intercept the puppet fighters suffered heavy losses, but let the air combat experience more A-Lanxia Air Force pilots up record. Therefore, in the past few days, the so-called Air Force of the Puppet Empire has given up the idea of fighting for air supremacy on the front lines. Even when the Holy Demon Empire took off the Dragon Knight to fight back in suicide, it was rarely covered by puppet fighters. The general environment is already like this, and Alan Hill's bomber troops unscrupulously carried out bombing missions over the battlefield as if they had entered an uninhabited territory. Except for the few 30mm anti-aircraft guns of the Puppet Empire, there was hardly any form of resistance. Seeing the explosion as B-52 aircraft of the enemy defense line has been extended to the depths of the defense, A-Lanxia soldiers stepping on the soft soil of the crater also slightly hot side. Not much to live on occupied of. He opened fire with tanks in the back, standing on the edge of the trenches have been horrendous, carrying weapons inside the trenches still struggling toward a puppet wreckage. The soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire who were among the puppets also stopped breathing in a continuous shot. In less than an hour, under the sound of the rumble of cannons, these lines of defense filled with puppet soldiers became the testimony of the victory of the Alan Hill soldiers. When the surrounding puppet troops counterattacked, a tragic offensive and defensive battle officially began. This kind of battle has been going on repeatedly recently. The Alan Hill forces broke through the defense line of the Puppet Empire with powerful firepower, and then the Puppet Empire's counterattack began frantically, etc. After A-Lanxia soldiers to build their own defense, ready ammunition, have the clear edge on the number of troops there will be a puppet, then stormed excluding the loss of a few hours, until the disastrous lack of a successor force so far. But today, such a counterattack seems to have stopped. While the soldiers had built a line of defense and waited for the Puppet Empire soldiers to counterattack, the counterattack that broke out frequently within a few days did not come. Then, the Alan Hill soldiers guarding the position saw that in the woods at the other end of the defense line, a M4 tank with an eagle emblem on its frontal armor was driven out. Following this tank, there were some nervous Alan Hill soldiers. "Hey, you are the first 2 sets regiment army?" Lying in the trenches, one of the first 3 sets group army soldiers shouted loudly. The human soldiers near the forest shrank their necks subconsciously when they heard the shout, and then fell down a lot. In stop after Dayton a few seconds, these moments of tension with the soldiers before resuming the first 3 sets group army soldiers cry, "I have the first 2 sets group army 22 infantry 1st division 1 groups, which you the army. I have the first 3 sets group army, 13 armored division, 2 groups." Trenches inside, stepping on a puppet officer wreckage, screaming loudly replied, "Damn, I just almost hit-'ll shoot you." Across several trenches, the first 2 sets soldier shouts army regiment in with cheerful tone. The first 3 set group army soldiers quietly to the top of the barrel bullets drained away, and very cheerful retorted, "Forget it. Do not brag that you marksmanship can only hit 50 tanks meters away." On this day, A-Lanxia new type of depleted uranium alloy penetrators experiment is successful. A-Lanxiaman weapon of mass destruction promoted by Emile. This kind of ammunition specially prepared for killing magicians can indeed penetrate the magic barrier in the experiment, and the effect is very amazing. The same kind on this day, a Boeing 707 airliner carrying Druagan magician who left the A-Lanxia capital says, the 8 MiG-21 fighters escorted ran a lap in vain. because on the way back, the fighter jets of the Puppet Empire did not take off and intercept them. Also in the day, the command of General Lester 1st 2 Sets Group Army Command and General Wilkes 1st 3 Sets Group Army Victory Reunion, the industrial city encircled Duo Camus, completed their strategic objectives. 236 Ambush. In an auto parts factory in Dokam, in a temporary headquarters, several armored officers are staring at the map with a sad face. Jaeman, led by General holding the helmet, his face bleak, spoke and said, "Mr. Who, just before more than an hour, we were completely surrounded. Alanxia troops are reinforcing their defenses. The current situation is very bad for us. Puppet Empire in the periphery of the complete failure of the counterattack." His mouth, one side is pointed to several kilometers thick. Alanxia surrounded the defensive line and said to his men, "The officer in charge of the Dragon Knight troops has almost become a bear commander." He shook his head and said, "The Dragon Knight troops have been unable to continue to fly into the air. We have suffered heavy losses, and there is very little left. I rely on empty think the military law or forget it." Although Dragoon troops played very brave, but to great loss indeed. The organized forces have been wiped out, reluctantly continue to fight this case. Diane suicide is no different. Another will lead decadent looking more and more thick encirclement said. No Dragon Knight support, ground forces how to fight. Before Vapid lost can recapture part of the position, and now we lost from it, refers to the general's command infantry staring. Krugman asked. Before he was still reinforcements, and other parts of the Empire as well as contact Trinity. How much can get some additional loss? Although they looked at a lot of troops now, they had already been nailed to the ground. Reluctantly drawing some troops out to break through is not impossible, but you must use the squeezed out troops cautiously. It is foreseeable that as the encirclement is reduced a little bit, their positions will become more and more crowded, and Alan Hill's terrible Air Force bombing will become more and more precise. At that time, the loss will increase exponentially. I will have to, for my command 21 Kodomian, keep troops in charge of Gammon holding helmet standing still, strong body shaking under the lights still thick and stable. He opened his mouth and said to his subordinates, "So, this time I want you to come here to ask everyone, do we continue to stay here and use our lives to buy more time for the motherland, or choose a decent surrender? Why we should fight to the death in the end. We want Alanxia human blood for blood." An annual light upon her fist. Generals looked at everyone and said, "Why of the war could not be so casual exposed in the past." Because of the terrifying effect of the nuclear strike on Bellevue, the Holy Demon Empire has no way to cover it up. So they changed away and publicized the matter, trying to arouse the hatred of all the magicians. Although the effect is very good, but there are many magicians worry Alanxia will expand nuclear attack that his city. Seeds of hatred had been planted. Many magicians hate Alanxia is an inevitable thing, and this time they can only rely on the emotional part of Huayru means to heal. There is no good way. Rely on dead war. Those of us who 130 garnet and caliber bullet gun. Yesterday we played about 300 pieces of artillery shells. No Alanxia answered many of our shells to 3,000 pieces. Caliber also bigger, even more powerful. Great. The officer in charge of the artillery painfully stated a fact that made him depressed. The two sides did not fire on a grade Alanxia of an infantry division. There were more than 10 men. 155 mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery. Count their family members to strengthen the artillery. Artillery belonged to the group, often in front of the assault. Alan's ISOL department team can build at least 200 more large caliber guns of various types, including the 105 mm Garnet projectile gun, 155 mm caliber Garnet projectile gun, 203 mm caliber Garnet projectile gun, and a greater number of 120 mm forced blow gun. If you count the Katyusha rockets, Alan Hill's firepower is almost 20 times that of the Holy Demon Empire. With such a huge gap, the artillery troops of the Holy Demon Empire were struggling to fight back. Apart from gritting their teeth to complete the tasks explained above, they had almost no practical effect. More so that everyone is worried, though still Duo Kama factory can produce, but the store has been running out of raw materials. Unable to replenish iron ore and coal from Misak, the production of Dokam was about to stagnate. No raw production, there will be no ammunition complement the already small reserve of shells, and now it is stretched in this case. Go and artillery Alanxia the fight consumption. It is simply a joke. I have surrendered to the military, so you still not a Trinity Empire. How can we surrender to a group of mortals? That officiating Jiang fight to the death in the end. Generals angry shouted, as a for the military, we must fight. Fight to the end. Never surrender. Dead war in the end? That does not make sense. In addition to the increase in casualties, Kadomian will be in ruins. Another will lead, the opening retorted, is to lay waste to. We cannot be left to Alanxia. We Duo Kama labeled as a city of the dead. Let them get nothing, exclaimed the Advocate General's hysterical fight to the death in the end really angered Alanxia. Duo Kama become a dead city also needs you to fight? Beely, why just destroy, do not you know? And another will lead, the opening lap joined the war of words. That in light of the war party banging on the table shouting and said, that, let them try. I do not believe that level of attack. They want to have as many. Do not need too much. He had as long as there is a nuclear bomb, we should Duo Kama wiped off the map. Another would lead, lenging a cry, full of contempt voice interjected. He was very worried that Ellen Hill would really throw a nuclear bomb into this encirclement, because he didn't want to die here so meaninglessly. It's really meaningless. Ellen Hill doesn't even have to lose any troops. And Dokam will become a ruin with no vegetation. Bligh has been wiped off the map. Up. Do not forget you hate it. See more and more anti-people of their claims, more and more of the young generals angry. In his opinion, Bellevue's hatred must be reported, even if he fights for it. He will not hesitate. However, it is obvious that other generals do not think so. Most people are thinking about how to solve the predicament in front of them. There are fewer and fewer ammunition, and the soldiers are getting tired as they fight. In their opinion, whether they can break through, whether they can hold their positions, and whether they can surrender are the options they should make. Since the conflict around hopeless, hold positions not of any good results, and that surrender is definitely a choice worth considering. Even if the war is over, the captives will be exchanged or redeemed, which is a better ending. Then you also want to become a second Beely Duo Kama. So, when the Lighthawks generals again angry, more generals stood up to speak. He had then let the young generals more weary, and he pressed himself to the hilt, staring at those generals who fight to the death in the end, the opposition. This is treason, is contrary to their large consuls of command! Enough. Gorman knocked on the table. Let the quiet throughout the headquarters. He glanced his officers, spoke and said, I are now to discuss countermeasures, not in a fight. I think this question there is no need to discuss, and we should fight to the last minute. Even if it is dead, we must pull Alanxia soldier to die. That in light of the generals still ton of bricks. If you can change one for one, you can continue to fight. The problem is that if we add all of them now, we may not be able to replace 10,000 Ellen Hill soldiers. Jiman said with a wry smile. I have 10 people that they would switch to as long as I'm alive. It is impossible to end the war. In light generals clenched his fists said. Glang is heard. Jiman out of the waist sword between. Everyone did not react in time to the sword empire, the war party of the young generals. Young officers caught off guard. Until the sword cut in, I subconsciously wanted to hide in front of me. German's voice reached everyone's ears at this time. Then you go to die. Unfortunately, due to too fast, before he could make any response, that the sword left a long, thin scar on his neck. Puff. Blood spurted out from this fine scar and sprinkled on the map. The young general was holding his neck with the other finger pointing at Jiman, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he could only stagger down on the table and close his eyes forever. Okay, Now everyone is talking about whether we surrender or continue to fight. Returning the long sword to its sheath, German stared at the men in front of him, ignored the corpse on the ground, and asked, "Tao, you have done this step. What is the point of asking such words?" A general took off the sabre around his waist, pressed it on the blood-filled map table, and said, "I won't fight anymore. I will lead the team to surrender when I go back. I do not hit surrender." Another will be the military to take off his sword, looked at the table full of blood, direct throw sword in his feet, turned out of this factory warehouse. With these two people taking the lead, the others also took off their accessories and made the wisest choice. Kodomian package in the first enclosure is encircled 3 days. 21 Kodomian keep troops abandoned their defensive positions, surrendered their arms and surrender to Alanxia troops. On the same day, the Puppet Empire increased its troops by 1 million to the front battlefield, and countless puppet troops crossed the bombing zone and joined the war. They suffered heavy losses in the middle of the road, but still have a partial quantitative advantage. The war continues in the Holy Demon Empire, destroying the lives of everyone here. 237 Cardunia. Val Stewart face situation than before to be much worse. He's the first one. Set group is responsible for army westward along the railroad advance. Captured the northwestern border town of Street Magic Empire Cow, Virginia. The key defensive direction of the Saint Demon Empire was also here. After all, after the Holy Demon Empire had decided to turn their faces with Alan Hill, their offensive focus was placed on the Northwestern Railway line. The mission of the Puppet Empire to the Holy Demon Empire is also very clear. It doesn't matter if it is lost elsewhere. The important thing is to stop the Alan Hill forces trying to reinforce the Grikan and the Eternal Empire on the Westward Railway. Strategically, this is a puppet of the Empire Union's main combat direction. Therefore, the Saint Demon Empire has the most elite troops and the most prepared phase than to know nothing of the Puppet Empire. Alanxia penetration of Trinity Empire is more deeply. Under this circumstance, it was not an easy task for the chief consul of the Holy Demon Empire to hide from Alan Hill's spies. Therefore, on the side of the Holy Demon Empire, their preparations for war are not sufficient. If you prepare to mobilize troops in advance, then it will definitely arouse Alan Hill's vigilance. Therefore, the Holy Demon Empire only mobilized a part of the army and drove to the west for defense. This mobilization paralyzed the intelligence department of Alan Hill. As a result, who could have imagined that the original goal of these troops was to advance westward to the railway? And they drove westward to occupy and control Corner, an important transit station of the Westward Railway. It can be said that the Holy Demon's Empire that has the heart to provoke war was successful in its initial strategic cover-ups and troop mobilization. But in a macro on the concept of strength, with a huge gap Alanxia Trinity Empire, not the means of some small tricks can make up. The first one set group in the early stages of military attack is very smooth. The 1 armored division in the first 11 armored cooperation division, all the way west along the railway, unstoppable rampage. Trinity Empire troops blocking hard, still not able to reach the first block 1 set group army offensive pace. However, to the final stages, the first 1 set group army soldiers because of continuous fighting tired, but also sent oil and other air ammunition, as well as the construction of such things as frontline field airport attack aircraft troops, slowed down the pace attack. As a result, the reinforcements of the Puppet Empire rushed to the frontal battlefield, and Cornea became the core battle area that the two sides focused on. Trinity Imperial Puppet and Magic Masters here put a lot of troops. The first 1 set group when the army launched the offensive again, it becomes difficult to promote them. One side is the main Alanxia in the main, the first elite 1 set group army. The other side is the last elite side's puppet of the Empire as well as the main Trinity Empire here desperately cross-phase attack hit. Alanxia Hope 1 Cow Virginia, opened West Railway, stabilize the already tight supplies of 9 sets regiment army. Puppet Empire can Hope card check Alanxia Unia, as they swept the Eternal Empire to gain time. If Alan Xia in advance to get through the defense, then the first one set group army into the Eternal Empire, Puppet Empire westward along the railway. Think about winning. It is not so easy thing. And if the first step to win the Puppet Empire Eternal Empire, then west into the railway was almost completely cut off, the first 9 sets regiment army will be disastrous. Subsequent strategic posture fundamental change occurs. Let the 121st Infantry Division go up. Clean out the troops outside Cornia. Staring at the map, General Walter gave the order to throw in new combat troops again. The previous 2 infantry divisions had lost the ability to continue offensive due to 3 consecutive days of fighting. To replace these tired troops with new forces and maintain the offensive strength of the troops is what Walter must do. However, his command in front of him is also very helpless. His reference to Seek Long stood beside him, opening cautioned, "The first 121 Infantry Division has just taken off 3 days to rest up. Zading this time I'm afraid. Let them first hit Day Cow Virginia to destroy a portion of the perimeter defenses. Seeing the weather to change, and then drag on, rain weather, not the air cover. How could you not a puppet of the anti-strike war technology worried said. Because for the battlefield westward along the railway. So here is Alan Xia reluctant to use nuclear bombs to clean up the battlefield. Once the use of nuclear bombs, this area cannot be used in a very long time, which is eager to open up the West Railway. We want to immediately. Alan Hill, who put the Westward Railway into operation, was unwilling to accept the result. Therefore, the above death order to Walter is to use all available power to capture Cornwall as soon as possible and open up the Westward Railway. Of course, due to the main direction of the attack, so the first 1 set group army also strengthened many infantry division, is to be able to trench warfare. It cannot count the loss of the battle to achieve goals faster. The last 2 days of the time, Cow Virginia peripheral has repeatedly changed hands. Walter here puts 7 infantry divisions, over 10 million people, is still not able to reach from the hands of the Puppet Empire. 1. The city traffic cannot drag on indefinitely, so the first 9 sets regiment army was still waiting for us. Staring at the map, the Chief of Staff is a look of worry began. The weather the next few days may be the current rainfall, so that Alan Xia powerful air support will be very passive. This is tantamount to strengthening the defense of the Puppet Empire in disguise, making Walter and other commanders very upset. To solve this trouble, the best way is to seize the outer positions as soon as possible in the last few days and advance the fortified battle to the urban area of Cornia. Anyway, if you entered the city, bombing is not so important. Street fighting will not rely too much on air support, and Alan Hill's powerful offensive will not be weakened too much. On the other hand, as long as the train station on the edge of the city is taken, the railway will almost be broken through. Walter can clean up the rest of the city without too much rush. Let the Air Force also bombed here. Puppet troops destroyed artillery positions that may exist. Let the first 121 teachers to advance as quickly as possible for Howe Heights. Destroyed puppet firepower that near. Fertile Stewart once again strong tune his command. Reference to Seek Long nodded, they can choose not many. The time is hanging over their heads the sword. In this case, it is their best choice for the infantry to seize the outer line of defense as soon as possible. He has cracked a gap through the soft soil, and then spliced into a wood carving from a finger-yielding soil breakout. Immediately afterwards, a puppet's palm protruded out of the mud, revealing the smooth and slender arm behind it to see the style. The puppet's arm was just like the stool leg cut by Alan Hill woodworking machinery. With the help of Alan Hill's production technology, the speed of the Puppet Empire's production of puppets has increased to an incredible level. Many of the original production of parts by hand only, can now direct production machinery, which can be a terrible upgrade. The puppet struggling to climb out of the topsoil in the shelling had just been Alan Xia positions, and from out of the dirt next to where they have been buried more than half of Morsian 98K steps guns. He started end of the gun to pull the bolt, totally do not care about his lower body had been broken shell's legs. These legs have lost the ability to walk, so the puppet soldier can only crawl on the ground with his arms. The puppet soldier wearing the mask shook his head and saw an Alan Hill M4 tank next to him was slowly driving forward. The heavy truck ran over him not far away, and the rumble of the engine was rhythmic, engraving on the car in front of a huge tank armor plate with exquisite magic defense shield barrier brakes. Most of the room was a nice hollow eagle emblem. On the side of the tank's turret, the three white numbers are next to each other to form a number representing the unit where the tank is located. The puppet saw that there were soldiers from Alan Hill following behind the tank, so he subconsciously held up his weapon and wanted to fire at those soldiers. But when he was aiming, he also saw a grenadier from Alan Hill holding a weapon and aiming at him with a black hole. He had no fear or hesitation, just mechanically pulled the bolt with his hand, hoping to pull the trigger before the Alan Hill soldiers fired. Regrettable that he was half a beat slower, that Alanxia grenadiers already loaded a bullet in front of the puppets to buckle under the trigger bar. With a crisp gunshot, the ordinary puppet soldier of the puppet empire was shot in the head. The bullet shattered the mask on the puppet's face, revealing a combination of magic spar and various charms. The ugly head comes. Child playing in the magic spar left a hole, cut off those cracks, scattered work with magic symbols. The puppet lost soul, like paralysis in there, hand still clutching the quality looks good Morse 98K step on the gun. Boom. Open gun Alanxia grenadiers side, the other human soldiers carrying weapons, facing far hit a shot. Not far away, a puppet struggling to stand up fell on his back in the sound of gunfire. Tanks grind over a puppet, corpses piled together, these puppets' bodies still vaguely visible below the bodies of soldiers of the Empire Trinity. Trinity Empire in the bodies of the soldiers below, and perhaps Alanxia bomb-throwing corpses of soldiers, and under the corpse, there may be many corpses. Every inch of land here has gone through repeated struggles. Every trench here has countless people sacrificed. However, today, Alan Hill once again occupied this place, and countless leather boots stepped on the wreckage of the puppet and controlled it. This area is no different from the surface of the moon. At the far end of this place, a black golden eagle battle flag was erected by the soldiers, and a huge flag fluttered in the wind. 238 Sanluniu OC Bridge. Room between great enough thick oak decoration. It is suitable for two requirements. Look here, furnishings of 10 machines, workers sufficient enough, we can immediately produced. Pointing to the spacious building is not, the salesman talked to two businessmen in Alan Hill costumes. Accounting Colocodomian battle ended less than 3 days. There has been a scene of prosperity, and countless hoarding supplies here. Part of the railway has been through, from Measake shipped steel raw materials, have piled into the train in the warehouse next to the station. Perfect. And continued complete it. Of course, the magicians here are very willing to sell their land. They are also rich people here. I heard that they immediately applied for the documents and went to Veronza. Go to Veronza. Rich people. It seems that they have transferred a lot of money here for more than a year. The two businessmen looked at each other and said enviously, now Veronza is a good place. It is the first territory controlled by Alan Hill with magical atmosphere. It has good infrastructure, beautiful environment and pleasant climate, which is very suitable for magicians to live. Many hope that their children can have a future special magic. Long rich mortals will move here, because after all, there really is more than other places suitable for the development of children's growth. You know, although Ceres or Naru are very prosperous, the industrial pollution in these places is also very serious, and there will be thick smoke from the smelter floating in the city at every turn, and the smokers can't breathe. Compared to the better environmental governance, Longsar region is relatively less pollution, as well as strong magic atmosphere. It is suitable for the whole family to live with. Wealthy now to Longsar on over. The land prices are getting more expensive day by day. Push land sales. Staff smiled. Opening agreed. What is not, you think? In Trinity Empire this poor birds do not shit place, able to open a plant of this size. How has earned it? 100 things wait. Duo Camu everywhere a thriving scene. This time under the rule than the Trinity Empire much stronger. The locals also discovered that there are really too many job opportunities here. If you are willing to help transport lose something, you can change to eat and drink there, if often work together, but also to prove that he can get to attitude of cooperation proof. With this proof, check the army is going to be polite few. Alanxia occupation did not bring any bad things to here. So we all calm acceptance of the reality. Listen, say Trinity Empire residents of the city of Jalachi has begun to Alanxia the people itself. They sold a lot of things to the army and the workers in their dealings, and they made a lot of money and got a lot of benefits. Their children can go to school to free Long Saria, if awaken magical talent, and immediately be able to have a good future. Even if it's just a little talent for cultivation, in the future, you can go to the Knowledge Magic Ball production factory to get a quality inspection job, and you will be able to live without any worries. Shark because of rich iron ore, the speed of recovery faster. Anyway, they all went down to mine, and the local miners resumed work partially the day after the Alan Hill army occupied it. The under that generous rewards must be brave husband. A few days there, not destroyed much of the iron ore plant to resume production, but also in Alanxia technical support, as well as improve productivity trends. This time, Alan Hill's troops captured Dokam without blood, and immediately made these iron ore useful. After all, in Dokam, there are arsenals, machine tool factories, and many other supporting facilities, including power plants, water supply plants, and so on. Built by the Holy Demon Empire. Because these facilities are not destroyed, the city instantly revived it, though not immediately supply weapons and ammunition to the frontline troops, but to solve many practical problems Alanxia forces. Parts breaking lost tanks, car, or even a simple frontline fighters, attack aircraft, which is where students can produce parts repair, overhaul and even these weapons. In this way, Alan Hill's logistics supply base can advance hundreds of kilometers along the railway line, and the compensation speed of weapons is relatively faster. What's more, after the capture of Dokam, the inland town of the Holy Demon Empire west of Dokam, Ludna, the second largest city of the Holy Demon Empire, has become a half-encircled isolated city. Luthalul further west, is a wide river, the north by lush mountains, south of the city is a huge lake. From a geographical point of view, this city can be regarded as a three-sided dangerous place, a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is a pity that this Ludna is now almost equivalent to being completely surrounded. Alan Hill's forces controlled the east position and captured Kadam, which is equivalent to half encircling Ludna. For the first Alanxia of 2 and 3 set group army, the current situation is excellent. Just in front of them captured Luther Canal, they would almost beat a third of a Trinity Empire. Kadomian businessmen in the city who are choosy of carving up the Trinity Heritage Empire when, within Kadomian Santo, the first 3 sects regiment army headquarters in the forefront, Wilkes and his generals are the Air Force liaison officer discussed the bombing. The requirements are very simple. We dispatched enough planes to bomb the bridges on the west side of Ludna. As long as we destroy those bridges, we are almost equal to blocking the road for reinforcement of the Puppet Empire and the Holy Demon Empire. Kessie, pointing to the mark on the chart, said. Air Army liaison officer nodded and said, yesterday I had took off B-17 reconnaissance. Detection of the tall bridge called the Bridge of Shengla-Nuosi. From Krugman will surrender the military there. We got the basic situation of the bridge. It was originally designed is very large, is a very solid masonry structure. Parameter record reports on Seeking Long pointed to the table open mouth said. Yes, Jateman said the general, before the war began, Trinity Empire in strengthening the bridge. Kessie nodded his head, looked to the Air Force liaison officer. The other side obviously aware that this bridge is very the key. Air Army liaison officer picked up on the desktop statistical information about Shengla-Nuosi bridge, brow wrinkled up. Trinity Empire put their own hand to change into, a very low-yield 130mm anti-aircraft guns deployed in around the bridge, so that nearby Trinity Empire became a rare high-altitude area defense has. Moreover, if nothing else, the Puppet Empire must also attach great importance to this bridge. As long as they do not stupid, this bridge will certainly increase the defense forces. It might. This neighborhood has at least Ministry Department hundreds of doors anti-aircraft guns. In addition to anti-aircraft guns, this important bridge has a city-level magical defense barrier from the beginning of its design. From a structural point of view, a few bombs will not pose any threat to the bridge. If you calculate the air forces deployed by the Puppet Empire and the Holy Demon Empire, attacking this bridge can be said to be a very dangerous combat mission. You should know that the fleeting fighter force of the Puppet Empire left a deep impression. Although hundreds of seismoelectric fighters were shot down, the fighter force of the Puppet Empire died down for a while, but all the signs showed that the Puppet Empire has no plans to abandon the Air Force. In the vicinity of the bridge, there must be a puppet of the Empire Field Airport. Certainly, as long as the puppet troops deployed fighter ground stations found a Lanxia Air Force bomber, will certainly notice these fighters intercepted airport. Although a large number of escort fighters are used, and they are not too afraid of the Puppet Empire's seismoelectric fighters to intercept them, it may not be impossible to stoke the opponent's Air Force's hornet's nest. This has not counted the traditional Air Force bombing. How many bombs must be poured on such a target in order to accurately hit a hit rate of this kind? If a large-scale Air Force is deployed, dozens or even hundreds of aircraft may be lost. Not two. That was before. Empty military liaison officers to report placed back on the table, with a smile, looking at the two army generals. Easy opening, said, if a year ago you showed me this, I'll tell you heavy, we should probably out 300 different types of bombers, try to tear open the air defense net of the other side, and do the cost of losing 100 planes before it is possible to try to destroy this target. Or, 6 months ago, I would build recommendations, put in a low-yield nuclear bomb, destroy, ensure this goal, anyway, is not the city. Although the water may be contaminated, but not particularly serious. That were empty military liaison watching the tube. The black and white photo of the bridge casually talked about too early tactics. Now what? Why? Cassie looked at this Air Force liaison officer, always feel each other look at him, as if looking at a redneck. Nakhan military liaison officer shrugged his shoulders, self-confident, spoke and said, afternoon, I contacted the Air Force Command. 24 small. When the inside, you can see that the bridge take away the photos. After all, before Dokkan was captured, the Air Force had already begun to attack the Street Unos Bridge. They transferred the new B-52 bombers that had just entered service. These bombers were the most advanced bombers held by the Air Force. Well, I'll wait for you have heard from the Air Force. Because for the first 2 sets Regiment Army already began planning attacks against the west of Fez, so only Luther Canal task falls on the first 3 sets group in the army. Wilkes said so. The other nodded, took the report as well as photos. Santo left the house. Looks rich, beautiful, stately hall. Today, Long Ling is not in the state, and I owe you a chapter. I must make up for it. I'm really sorry. 239 hound. Question mark, is not it in order to destroy a bridge? From Flight Engineer B-52 bomber. A man ground staff while finishing equipment front, while on the side of the leadership. Dukao said. Really big scene. No way, the hit accuracy of the new weapon is really worrying. The old technical worker in charge of the ground handling command explained without raising his head. Said to be an old skilled worker, in fact, he has just turned 21. On his birthday at the airport yesterday, the captain of the 2nd Bomber Group came to celebrate his birthday. After all, he is already a veteran with 2 years of technical work experience. In the Air Force sequence, how to calculate is also a senior technical talent with quite bright qualifications. Beware of the cable. Are finishing shun and then plug back into the aircraft. These big guys, but not the precision of a good thing. And if you do not progress, some of those guys may later than you. The 21-year-old veteran raised his head and saw the movements of his subordinates, and sternly reminded him, the reality is sometimes such cruel things. The technicians who use the magic ball first have an advantage in terms of qualifications, but the personnel who use the magic ball are more solid in professionalism. You know, a lot of ground staff very beginning all maintenance checks 109 fighter, or IL-2 attack hit machine. Now, they may be responsible for the more advanced MiG-17 fighter jets or advanced jet bombers such as the B-52. Those professional training out of the Earth ground staff are certainly better understanding of the new equipment, but they also lack experience and management experience old ground personnel. So everyone complements and learns from each other, and no one has a particularly big advantage. Able to blaze this competitive environment, a way to survive, to bring Sanjay Sergeant's insignia, the 21-year-olds has over other people's calm and careful. Whether it is from the time the overhaul 51 Wild Horse fighter, or now overhaul B-52 bomber, he never had any mistakes. No, Sergeant. That were being snapped. Ground handling person staff scratched his head, embarrassed. Promise Road. For his own leader, he is one of the typical ground crews who have been messing around. In order to join the army and enlist in the army, he barely learned a little bit of technology without going to the front line. After being assigned to the ground service, he did not seek to improve because he learned about jet engines. Yes. So now I can barely keep up with the development of equipment. When such people can't keep up with the development of weapons, they will be eliminated, and those who have expired will retire and leave the army, or they will be deployed to second-line troops to overhaul those old-fashioned aircraft. In fact, Alan Hill is so fast that its weapons are updated, so the entire army's weaponry and equipment models are so varied. Initially serving 109 fighter though already eliminated, but 51 Wild Horse fighter, but there are more than 2,200 of overhead in the military service. These aircraft are now almost in an attack mission on the ground. There are more than 500 Jiajru Icon in frontline fight for air supremacy, as well as part of patrols in the south waited in vain for the task. And with this same time, there are Lanxia 300 MiG-17 fighter jets. These aircraft can be said to underachievement. We had to rush into the era of jet fighter production launched, and now because the technology is rapidly backward eliminated, this class of first-generation jet fighter is now basically in the South Lanxia service. Is that the Air Force is not willing to lose, and really dislike them perform as well as the MiG-21, Mayan strong to find a placement nothing. Compared to install equipment number, a short time cannot completely eliminate the 51 fighter. There is a small amount of equipment, but outdated despise people MiG-17 fighters. The advanced MiG-21 fighter has been in the state of insufficient quantity due to eating MiG-17 of loss. Empty Army 3've been looking forward to the technology sector exit by MiG-21 more first advanced fighter troops, so not too fast production MiG-21 to install equipment force. He had really scared looks pretty nice MiG-21 fighter, and eventually 51 Wild Horse as unwieldy fighter out of state cannot afford. Therefore, the number of MiG-21 fighters is still maintained at a very restrained order of magnitude, barely surpassing MiG-17 fighters, and about 500 are deployed. Iraq's Sol-2 attack hit the machine because performance in general has now been 51 Wild Horse fighters took away part of their jobs. Two kinds of aircraft are now in service. IL-2 majority were lost to the south, or sold to allies. Not only had the number of these now and piston fighter attack aircraft is too large, a time cannot be completely eliminated. Iraq Sol-2 attack fleet attack aircraft on several fronts. Kaorga 1600 RAC still is the main frontline support. The bomber force problem seems to be more serious. The massively equipped B-25 bombers and B-17 bombers cannot be eliminated at all. The bombers that perform the most bombing missions are the WEI bombers whose performance has actually fallen behind. In order to carry more nuclear weapons, The Air Force is equipped with 18-Gear emergency-produced B-29 bomber. It now appears that the bomber has become tasteless. The Air Force is considering them converted into reconnaissance aircraft continue to make do with. The B-52 bomber has become the new darling of the Air Force because of its superior performance, but the number is still very small. Compared with the large number of older aircraft, it is only a trivial fraction. It is also due to this, Al-Nqsir Air Force still cannot be regarded as an all-weather Air Force. It can perform missions under rainy and night weather conditions. There are too few aircraft, especially the intensity of ground support is still severely affected by the weather. This is the reason why the ground forces still have to be quick before the rain coming. Air Force can be dispatched 500 aircraft support operations, and can only be dispatched 35 aircraft support operations. There are still some differences. Transport machine aspect. The Air Force's model is still more a dilemma. C-47 transport aircraft still in service are on 1000, still or absolute main transportation. 323 transport machine is not willing to throw, still keep using. The new C-130 transport aircraft began mass production, but because the air pressure is too great, or only serve to increase capacity, simply cannot eliminate those old transport aircraft. In addition, civil aviation is mass producing Boeing 707 passenger planes, and more aircraft types are flying over Allen Hill. Fast speed out of weapons. Many types of problems exist in the Army. Only the personal weapons models have been more to the dilemma. Still a large number of second-line troops armed with Mosin 98K Steps guns. The most elite troops have carrying 4. Every time Chris reads such report, he feels that his army weapons seem to have passed through. Says stationed guards where special forces and American soldiers were about as modern, it is on its way. Long Saz Reserve Corps also wore 42 helmets and armed with a leather. On a busy road, often you can see a similar wonderful scene. Near a road designation 3 open-head infantry division soldiers had to drag the old Mule 75 infantry gun off the roadbed, to rumble through the open side of the Scud. The ballistic missile launcher gave way to the road. This state has caused headaches for the logistics department, but this is an inevitable stage of development, and everyone has to grit their teeth and persist, hoping that this state of equipment chaos can end sooner. Of course, this kind of schizophrenia is still not so obvious on the Navy side. After all, the Navy's coal-burning warships have been used for 4 years, and there is no upgrade plan for equipment. Tools to the last screw thread. Screw down. Carefully checked the aircraft housing maintenance hatch cover, the tool inserted into his lower back in a special pocket. Notice refers to the command center. The plane is no problem. In his body side, responsible for weapons and equipment. Ground this time also just completed a weapon mount operation. It is not the same as the internal bombs mounted on the B-52 bomber. This time the bombs mounted by their technicians were hung on the B-52 wing pylons. Moreover, compared to those previously stout bomb, the bomb while this particular seemed to be more special, because it is not so much a bomb as it is a jet fighter. In addition to having no cockpit, this special bomb has triangular wings and a turbojet engine below. A good look. This thing called Super Greyhound, and air military equipment Sparrow missiles, is a Kang-guided weapons to attack. It has a range of 30 gongli. I have the bombers in enemy air defense gun outside the range. The safety of launching such missiles stood rocket weapon special body side colleagues, facing a good overhaul aircraft. Young Master Chief to show off-road. Seen in light. Master Chief size light. Surprised that ground officer patted egg white missile. Opening continued. Not 2. Drawback is not without. Hit accuracy of this big guy only 200 dom. Not much more accurate than Scud missiles. Not wrong. 200 meters, to attack a bridge, it pretty good. In light. Non-commissioned officers face a smile. What's more, this time you want to breath out 10-gear B-52 bomber it! Exclamation mark. What is not above this time is enough attention that ground weapons officer smiled and agreed. a full 10-gear B-52 bomber, a breath-hanging 20mm Super Greyhound. As long as a hit, that big bridge would be finished. Not just you, I hear, is called to the tall bridge program. Shenlan UOC prepared, very much. In light, non-commissioned officers went on strike across the lawn. You have to busy there. 10 points Zong. The attack is about to begin. In the remote far west Duo Kamu, Alanxia control area of a chip peripheral villages, as well as forklifts roller stop. Just busy work. A worker looked at his watch and loudly reminded his men, there are 10 minutes left. Gentlemen, hurry up. 240 Scud. When the heavy machinery and equipment on these construction sites were assembled and started to withdraw from the construction site, another pile of heavy equipment wheels rolled up the smoke and dust, and rumbled into the leveled site. Fall car. Reverse. Continue down. Down. An officer holding a baton directing a huge fluorescent special truck slowly reversing. Car giant truck a little bit into your specified location, next to the truck, and the other commanders in front of another outside a same truck. Vehicles waved, signaled the driver to stop. Stop. That vehicles emit heavy car screech of brakes. Then rows of road wheels stopped shaking in the distance. Some command vehicles have been parked, charging vehicles are also ready. Countless cables were thrown to the ground by the soldiers. The Scud missile launch vehicle has begun to erect missiles, and there is a busy figure on the entire position. Everyone is doing what is at hand, preparing for the final launch. He had to be in a few hours' time. The liquid fuel charged to bomb the missile body, so that these missiles have launch capability. These fuels are poisonous and very dangerous. They need to be carefully poured by professionals and there can be no mistakes. After the cable is connected, the professional staff immediately input the attack coordinates for the missile. These attack coordinates are measured and calculated, which can be said to be very accurate data. With these data, Alanxia of Scud ballistic missile forces can make play 200 Dow 300 hit accuracy meters. Its real Super Dog and air-launched missile also does not have much difference. Super-class dogs are out on the basis of improved Alanxia American Dog ground missiles on precision ground missiles. An improved focus is weakening range missile, emphasizing the missile hit accuracy. After all, compared to the original use environment of this kind of missile, the enemy that the Super K9 missile has to face does not have a long-range air defense weapon such as an air defense missile, nor can it fire and intercept Alan Hill from dozens of kilometers away. Strategic bomber. Therefore, for the Alan Hill missile, the range is not a very important performance index, and because there is no satellite guidance for the time being, the hit accuracy has become the data that the Alan Hill Air Force most hopes to improve. You know, empty military strike targets more than half of all land. Alanxia immediately occupied in these projects use nuclear weapons on the label, is simply the destruction of their homeland. Therefore, to enhance shooting accuracy, become Super Endeavour's level dogs. After some effort, if B-52 bomber in 20 running over a distance of about a kilometer grade dog missile, the missile hit accuracy will be raised to 100 meters to 70 meters between. To do this, in addition to inertial guidance, it also includes various other guidance technologies. In order to make the Super Dog up to the standard that can be used, the Air Force has even installed expensive new radar detection instruments in this missile. In the era when there was no satellite guidance, such guidance conditions were already very powerful. And the Super Dog also lived up to expectations, becoming the most powerful presence in the Air Force's ground strike weapons. Of course, it's real Fritz X system guide bombs equipment to the Alanxia the Air Force, but this is obviously not suitable for bomb attacks. Shenlan UOC Bridge. After determining the goal, Alanxia Air Force decided to use the more expensive Super Dog, rather than the more expensive Fritz X system guide bombs. In order to ensure the destruction Shenlan UOC Bridge, Alanxia this time out of breath and missile forces to launch 40 missiles. It can be said to be a huge momentum. According to plan, the Scud missile launch position will pour gold 20 missiles, these missiles carrying cluster bombs, greeting enemy air defense positions in the vicinity of the entire bridge. After cluster bombs destroyed these air defense positions, the B-52 bomber launched Super Dogs and destroyed the bridge. Immediately afterwards, large bomber units will be dispatched in groups to bomb the enemy air defense positions near the destroyed Street Unos Bridge. At the same time, the bomber will finally dispatched with Fritz X system will destroy all the remaining bridge structure guide bombs. The reason for drawing up such a complicated bombing sequence is to reduce the loss of the Air Force on the one hand, and to completely destroy the bridge on the other to prevent the other party from repairing this important bridge. Now, this bridge is the only way for the Puppet Empire to reinforce Ludna. As long as this is destroyed, Ludna will be completely isolated, and it will be easily captured by ground forces. Air forces that had taken off, our side can be fueled up. An officer saluted to his superiors reported on the latest news sent. It generals back to a military salute, then nodded in acknowledgement and said, "The relevant department team can be evacuated fueled, ready to launch it." "Yes." The officer stood up and saluted again, then turned and walked out of the small command room of the command vehicle. Soon, a group of soldiers wearing white isolation suits and gas masks lined up neatly and ran to both sides of the refueling vehicle. The refueling hose was installed on the valve of the vehicle, and the other side was connected to the body of the missile. Risk Insurance Start Fuel Filling. These missiles were previously produced liquid rocket engine type, consumed at the moment. It can solve production funding. You know, all the missile models reproduced by Alan Hill are already equipped with solid rocket engines. When the fuel loading filled out after the completion of those wearing Jilifu, with poison mask soldiers began to retreat. The missile is ready for the launch. Under an order, in the command launch vehicle responsible for initiating the missile, the non-commissioned officer responsible for launching the missile pressed the launch button. Was injected via a missile erected huge plume, leaving the missile body in a deafening roar. Missile launcher, a missile of the sky, dust shield off its emission. Missile launchers. Only more than 50 meters away from another missile launch vehicle, another missile was ignited and launched, and the other Scud missile expelled huge smoke and rushed into the high sky. The third missile rose into the air in the distance, roaring towards the target 200 kilometers away. The fourth missile also jumped into the sky after a short while, disappearing into the horizon with billowing smoke. One roar after another, 18 ballistic missiles roared into the distance, and the last two missiles left the missile launcher after a few minutes and flew towards the same target area. There is one more update today, you can watch it tomorrow morning. 241 hit. The last two looked into the sky. Scud missiles. A young officer standing missile launch car, opening asked softly, "I have to do, is not liable to retribution." "Why do you say that?" "As a soldier, you should take killing the enemy as your own responsibility. Should you let those opponents kill your comrades?" The middle-aged general in his 40s held his hands behind his back and stared with his chin open. The white smoke trail left by the missile in the sky, gradually dissipating, asked rhetorically. "But the army you use such weapons that your young people was a little worried," opening explained. The middle-aged army interrupted his words. The opening preempt said, "But not Xni." Sol Colonel nothing but Majesty, as Alan Xia eradicate all enemies, is my meaning of life also, is you. The meaning of living. Yes. The Army Excellency. In young people put away just a bit worried expression, erect, chin no longer speak. Under his gaze, the tracks in the sky gradually fade away. Good long while, the middle-aged army before telling their own stories of open, explains, do not. There is only hatred. Magic empire of us mortals have been oppressed, magician exploited for thousands of years. Without their exploitation, we are. How many children will not starve to death? How many of our friends would not be killed? It would be military. Clenched his fists, snapped, asked. His child is due to starvation, died in the Yalanti, if not obstruct magic empire. Alan Xia, his son, starved to death in that year. Will be able to. Yalanti entered the area, improve living conditions there. It can be said, or that is what he thought, that the Holy Demon Empire killed his young son. Therefore, for him, throwing a 1 million tons of nuclear weapons at Bellevue did not offset his hatred of the Holy Demon Empire. If you operate according to his ideas, every city in the Holy Demon Empire should be erased from this world. Those glorious cities, those rich people, were built on the hills of blood and corpses through the exploitation of mortals. Here each brick, each piece of tile, where there are human soul, has mortal flesh. I see. The army in young people gently nodded. Opening solemnly replied. Although he doesn't empathize like the middle-aged general, he still agrees with the general's words. The scars of hatred can only be wiped with blood. He understands this truth. When is the matter of retribution? There is no need for soldiers like him to think about it. All he has to do is take revenge and use the weapon in his hand to quell hatred for his compatriots. Anyway, the estimated count no one would survive from that environment down, is not it? A middle-aged the army looked at his subordinates, blankly stated a fact. Of course no one will survive the attack of this weapon. This is a super weapon just developed by our chemists in Allen Hill. Its scientific name is S2-diisopropylamethylmethylthiophosphonic acid. Ethel. Another finger command ministry. A white-coated technician's proud of several generals to explain the road ahead. He held a beautiful-looking glass ball with his hand, shook it in front of a few people, and said, as long as I throw this thing on the ground, you don't even have time to wear a gas mask, and you will fall to the ground and struggle. Die. His mouth, while he also threw up the glass ball, then hand catch. In a series of his actions, all the generals standing in the room turned pale with fright and did not dare to question any of his actions. After all, these generals were also scared. The other one accidentally dropped the glass ball in his hand to the ground. There are many madmen in this empire, and the man in a white coat in front of him is undoubtedly the most terrifying of these madmen. He is an expert in imperial chemical weapons, and his research is very confidential and very dangerous. Listening to said that they had weapons because someone leaked died in office. Many people know that in the midst of the quarantined empire, one does not know the name of the mysterious forces. They test out weapons and equipment, above all the hideous deformed skull as a sign of danger. Whose chemical name is too long. This thing is real. I do not want to say it's a mouthful, but it also has a shorter and more mysterious names. The ex-god by the poison gas. Sandwiched a monocle on the bridge of the nose, a grey-haired old man with a smile on his face. He kept throwing the frightening yellow glass ball in his hand. In everyone's eyes, he threw the glass ball high into the sky, and then retracted his palm. Now, if this glass ball is real, everyone is dead. The glass ball fell to the ground in his voice and fell into a piece of powder. Crystal shards splashed everywhere, and the liquid inside evaporated into the air visible to the naked eye. Everyone died in place, because for them to feel that they ran too late now. It's not that they don't want to run, but their legs are already trembling at their command. Not over, this time wearing a white lab coat. Crazy laugh. Open to all laughed. Well, everyone. The ex-poison gas storage environment and more demanding than you might think. And my hand, this it's just an alcohol glass ball. In the eyes of wanting to kill him, the scientific madman twisted his neck twice and walked out of the Air Force Front Command with his hands in his pockets. As they walked, they complained, "It's boring." Don't people here know what humor is? What is your humor? A group of officers glared at each other, staring at the bastard's back, and kept sending him out of this command post, which was crowded with generals and school officers. When the seemingly crazy technical tycoon walked away, a general swallowed his mouth and said, "So it seems that the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire near the street Munoz Bridge will not be alive anymore. Great probability. He who will be killed by poison gas in place." Another empty military commander looked askance. Ask questions, generals. Opening replied, "Not over. There should be many puppet soldiers. These puppet soldiers is not expected to be wiped off the gas." The third opening speaker was an intelligence officer. He pointed to a map on the edge of a piece of information, introduced the opening. There are about 1,000 puppets stationed near there, probably 20 after the bell. there will only rest of the puppet soldiers. Led by generals looked at the foot of it, broken off pieces of glass ball. He shook his head and said, "I never wanted to before. We can use more terrifying means than magic to kill people." "Yes, I can kill faster and more decent. More can be more cruel, bloody wreckage of life. I will receive access." Channel is saying, "Of course, from my point of view, I have to kill the faster the more decent, more recent distance that we won." Headed by generals smiled, trying to make up one of indifference to, if you count the nuclear bomb. Now his command of the Air Force might have been more powerful than all the military past of all humanity experienced in the use of war. He can destroy a country with only a few dozen nuclear bombs. Near the waiting street, Munoz Bridge, beside the high-pitched anti-aircraft artillery, several Holy Demon Empire anti-aircraft artillery are lazily yawning. Although the front line fighting and not so well, but those who are responsible for the air defense mission behind the soldiers, there is still relatively safe. They don't have to fight against the terrible air anhil army. They just need to be stationed in a safe place. This is definitely a good job for the Saint Demon Empire, which has a high frontline death rate. Unfortunately, I heard that Kadam has been surrounded, and they are getting closer and closer to the front line here. Fortunately, there is a huge city ahead. Ludna, the second largest city of the Holy Demon Empire. Fortunately, these days, they have seen countless puppet soldiers passing through this bridge towards an increasingly tight line of defense. Countless puppet soldiers are still piled on the bridge. These puppet soldiers walked across the bridge in groups and rushed in the direction of Alan Hill's troops. If I were here, so much flak may Alanxia those who already sent bombers to blow up here. I stared at the side of the door. 130mm caliber anti-aircraft guns. A Trinity Empire soldier's a face of pride exclaimed. He had this anti-aircraft cannon in front of Trinity Empire is based on Alanxia provided tools, improvements to the strenuous hardships, large diameter and height of shooting is very high, is effective against B-17 and B-52 few weapons bombers. With this weapon, they can sit back and relax here and guard this important bridge. Hey, look what is? Canonical prepared to answer his laments, his gunner sitting across from frowning, staring at the distance constantly clear a little black. He began to ask men sitting around the road. The subordinate rubbed his eyes, and then he could see clearly that the little black spot that was flying was a black spot that was getting bigger and bigger. It was a bomb. Look at the flyover of what it is, that men exclaimed loudly down. It was a bomb. In his fearful cry, the Scud warhead suddenly exploded, dispersing into dozens of small bombs. These bombs dispersed in the sky, and then scattered in an area nearly 2 kilometers in radius. Immediately afterwards, the second missile also scattered in the sky, and countless bombs also scattered, falling from the sky, covering a barracks not far away, and dozens of anti-aircraft guns on the air defense position. In the eyes of all people, panic, fried hail of bullets so that noise down. Those were about the same thickness and arms, too, almost the length of a single missile bomb in the body spread, hurtled to the dense rack full of anti-aircraft positions. Then, the explosion started like this, the continuous explosions one by one, as if to plow the land over and over again, spreading rapidly from one side to the other. Before these poor Holy Demon Empire anti-aircraft gunners had time to evade, they were enveloped in the thick smoke raised by the bomb, and their figures were blurred in the black smoke that was constantly churning. Cluster bomb in time to destroy large area of defensive positions. It is a very useful weapon. I saw these bombs covering everything nearby like a carpet, extending from this side of the bridge to the other side of the bridge. The next second, magic defense barrier on the clock on the bridge lit up in bright light, shaking explosion. A huge shock for the whole bridge shook up, as soon as collapsed rock. The puppet soldiers on the bridge who were still crossing the river shook with the tremor of the bridge. Many of the puppets on the edge even plunged into the river water and fell into pieces. Then, these cluster bombs that spread into the river stirred up a column of water higher than the bridge in the river. Amid the deafening explosion, the San Lunos bridge dropped some rubble, but it did not collapse. In the billowing smoke of the explosion, the magical defensive barrier that was originally shining extremely dimmed. As a magical defense barrier against this bridge, it has collapsed and shattered, and it can no longer serve as a defense. Explosion as loose soil was broke away from the inside by the local away. The gunner of the anti-aircraft gun who first spotted the missile flying in the distance just now slapped his clothes with a dusty face, still muttering words, greeting the parents of the distant Alan Hill enemy. Continue to rise. Tang smoke rolling in the tomb. Finally scarred missile warheads launched in air is broken off. Countless yellow fist-sized glass ball in the air or broken, or fell to the ground. The liquid inside suddenly disappeared in the air. "Hey, are you okay?" The artillery commander did not see the warhead whose sound was much smaller than that of the explosion. He lowered his head and was pulling up a subordinate who also did not die in the cluster bomb attack. The man shook his head, and before he could speak, he saw the gunner pulling him up, bowed his waist and retched. He determined to go up to help. Spanking can suddenly between his mouth and felt something was twisting. Stomach began badly. Unable to hold back for a while, he also lay on the concealed sandbag, spit out his tongue and vomited. Oh. When he vomited a lot of gastric juice and felt that he could barely hold back the vomiting, he struggled to turn his head and found that his gunner was already sitting next to the anti-aircraft gun. His facial expressions were distorted with pain. The artillery wanted to speak, but found that his mouth had no feeling. He tried to reach out to grab something, but he couldn't lift his arm at all. In his desperate gaze, the familiar gunner in front of him has calmly leaned on the cold shield of the anti-aircraft gun, and there is no sound. Has been no effort to struggle, feels that he has lost all intuition of this gunner's, can only sit down and leaning on sandbags, quiet, waiting for darkness to his own completely eroded clean puppet. A broken arm from a Toby becoming dead bodies next to stagger through it, tilted his head and looked at, and staggered toward the distant Go 242 not exist. What is going on here? Holding his nose, a magician saw a mess on the ground after being bombed. Although a bombing of this scale would cause heavy losses to the entire position, it was impossible to kill everyone. But now, he did not see the living people struggling on the battlefield. Only the puppet was still clearing the battlefield, moving back and forth. He frowned, then suddenly smelled a faint smell. A wire into the alertness of his mind. His subconscious breath stopped breathing. Then, the magician wanted to use magic to dispel the uneasy smell around him. But when he mobilized the magical aura in his body, he found that he could no longer control these manic and restless magical auras. He comes from a puppet of the Empire, but also a high-class magician, where he was ordered to guard the bridge, blocking all possible incoming attack. However, before him, a Trinity Empire of high-class magician has fallen. He died under the explosion of a nuclear weapon when Bellevue was attacked, which made all the senior magicians of the Holy Demon Empire feel dangerous. Although the magician was also scared and worried that Alan Hill would use nuclear weapons to directly attack the bridge, but the people above told him that Alan Hill would not easily use that terrible and tyrannical weapon. Pass through the Drew icon, Alan Xia and Puppet Empire formed a tacit understanding on a performance. As long as God Puppet of the Empire or the assassination of senior magician no longer Alan Xia level, then Alan Xia executives also will use restraint nuclear weapons. With this guarantee, he was ordered to come to the street Munoz Bridge and barely accepted the task of protecting the bridge. However, everything in front of him suddenly made him, the senior magician of the Holy Demon Empire, feel the danger. He stopped breathing, only to find that he still seemed to be affected by something. His God-through seems to have been damaged, and he wanted time to continue breathing, but found himself breathing system does not have a reaction. This is a state of fear, and he desperately wants to recover his breathing. So he reached out to grab his neck, but a sense of feel no pain. He wanted to enjoy the comfort of the air entering his lungs again, but he couldn't do it no matter how hard he tried. "What's the matter with you?" A senior puppet with a mask came over, looked at the magician who was violently clasping his neck, and asked with a weird emphasis, "What's the problem?" "Russia locks up. You talks to me." The magician tried hard to say something, but used up the remaining energy in his lungs. His face was even paler, and his hands were already scratching his neck and bleeding. "Can I help you do something about it?" That high-level puppet holding out his hand, hoping to totter about this magician. The other party has been stiffly fell to the ground. There is no sound. "Magic, Mr. Teacher." "Mr. Sir?" The high-level puppet on one knee waited at their executive side, opening the inquiry over and over again, not knowing how to do what they should do. Unfortunately, the senior magician who fell in front of him could no longer give any orders. He could only lie down like this, feeling that everything in front of him was gradually dimming, until the darkness swallowed everything about him. Away on the distant sky, B-52 bombers had occupied the launch position. All the bombers were prepared to attack. Well, their purpose is to attack Shenglan Uosi Bridge, completely destroying the target. "I have been close to the target area. Coordinate radio show we are able to launch missiles." The aircraft, the pilot looked at the instrument in front of him. According to the intercom to his captain confirmed driver road. Machine Long pilot rechecked the coordinates and then rechecked the status of co-pilot of the plane. Only a thumbs up. Aircraft steady state can fire missiles. Frontline commander in the cabinet issued command to continue fighting. Open the missile launch to determine the coordinates of the insurance. Check the status of the missile. Throw bombs hands thumbs up. Report to the commander around and said, "Missiles all normal coordinates have been entered. You can transmit." Launch the Super Dog. Long live Alan Hill. The officer squeezed his fist and commanded loudly. Launch. Cast bomb in front of a hand pressed a button, and then felt the plain large-size B-52 strategic bomber fuselage gently vibrate a bit. This is no small effort. You have to know how huge this B-52 bomber is. It has more than 200 tons from fly weight. Because the body is too large and slender, when it is parked on the ground, its body is slightly bent due to gravity. Such a huge bomber can still feel a slight tremor when launching the missile, which can clearly know how heavy the Super Dog air-to-surface missile is mounted under the wings. It has a ton of regular rules explosive warhead, containing the latest development of high explosives. As long as such a missile hit one, Shenglan Uosi Bridge will be completely broken. Do not have any other possibility. Missile launch is completed. In the second indicator goes after off, Bombardier cried loudly. Then, with his shout, the B-52 bomber began to climb. Another B-52 bomber on its side began to drop bombs, and two Super Dogs rushed out under the huge bomber wings. Coupled with the inertia of the bomber flying forward, these missiles are quite fast, and they rushed towards the bridge indefinitely. A missile fell into the river while turning, but the missile next to it passed the agitated water column and continued to rush towards the important bridge. The huge turbojet engine noise echoed in the canyon, and then these missiles were scattered across the sides of the bridge. The first hit the big bridge missile through a bridge opening of the bridge fell into the river water. All of a sudden second missile hit the piers of the bridge. An explosion set off clouds of flame. The seemingly sturdy bridge pier shattered and collapsed in the explosion, but the bridge deck did not show any problems during the violent shaking. Although the puppet troops walking on it fell off the bridge in large numbers, there were still more puppets who had crossed the bridge and reached the opposite bank. The third missile slammed into the magical defense barrier that was only a little bit left. It suddenly smashed the barrier, rubbed the bridge deck, and rolled down into the river on the other side of the bridge. The fourth missile still missed the target and hit an anti-aircraft gun position on the shore, setting off a huge black mushroom cloud. More than 1 ton of high explosives is no joke, and the power of the explosion is definitely not trivial. Most of the missiles did not hit their target. After all, 70 meters attack hit accuracy, not how accurate data. However, under the attack of more than a dozen missiles, the San Luno Bridge still suffered a lot of damage. The bridge deck has cracked, and one of the bridge piers has also broken. The only reason it has not collapsed is that the main load-bearing structure has not been devastated. Another missile roared and rushed, and this time it accurately hit the bridge deck. A huge explosion damaged the bridge deck, and the entire bridge began to collapse and tremor. Countless puppet soldiers and puppet tanks on the bridge fell into the river water, and a section of the bridge deck also shattered in the explosion, collapsed and fell into the raging waves. Sanlun Uoc bridge over. After such a terrible explosion, the main structure of the bridge has been a collapse. Puppet Empire plans to loot the canal bridge through this endless, completely become a talk. After cutting off this bridge, the plan to attack Lubna can be carried out smoothly, and the Puppet Empire wants to repair this bridge, but does not know when it will wait. Boom! Another missile was the icing on the cake and hit the bridge deck. The huge explosion caused the two bridge piers and the middle bridge deck to be destroyed together, and fell into the river billowing south. Under the gaze of all the puppets, as well as the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire on the other side of the bank, the road bridge collapsed again while shaking, and the broken bridge surface fell into the river water in sections, stirring up a path. Road water column hit head mark, hit the target. A portable camera at the B-52 bomber in sparse gunfire confirmed the attack effect of these missiles. The bridge did collapse, and it was so destroyed that it could no longer be destroyed. Amid the roar of the engines, the B-52 bomber group began to return, and on the other side of their return direction, the conventional bomber group had already assembled in the sky. The vast sway, clouds of B-17 bombers flying over the throngs of defenders positions Puppet Empire and Trinity Empire. To see these people on the front scalp dingle. A lookout. Trinity Empire soldiers put down the hands of Wang telescope, looked to the commander behind their own, said loudly. Executive found that a large number of bombers across the front of his direction should be to bomb St. Leavenworth Bridge. Behind him Chief also very nervous, and quickly ordered the opening. Fast free. Radio transmitters remind behind the troops to prepare them as soon as possible, ready to face the fast air. In street on the other side Sanlun Uoc bridge, watching the collapse of the bridge, a Trinity Empire pressing officer sword, long face from where his men took over an intelligence from the front. Sir, frontline observation post came the news. So we are ready to empty engaged as soon as possible. Send love. Newspaper officers, carefully reminds us. Not necessary. The officer I smiled, very quiet, and looked at the other side's position, as well as those who did not disperse the smoke, shaking his head and said, I have something to guard, no longer exists. 243. The second bomb. Originally, in order to ensure Sanlun Uoc the bridge was destroyed, Alanxia level and also prepared a bomb for its bomb. It's alright now. Those B-17 bombers from afar have not yet reached the vicinity of Dokiao, and this vital bridge has been completely destroyed in this way. In the eyes of countless people, the indestructible bridge, along with its proud, defensive magical barrier of the city, was shattered, broken and damaged in such attacks, and fell into the billowing river. I took a look. At least half of the anti-aircraft artillery positions have been destroyed. The terrible bombs that can be dispersed in the sky are simply the weapons of the devil. An officer walked over and spoke to his commander, the Holy Demon Empire Anti-Aircraft Gun Commander's summary report. He had just searched the whole position, just found the missile attack. Almost the whole position is covered, and the other side to now there is no contact signal to pass over the bridge and they have collapsed. They lost contact now and opposite. However, it can be judged without actual contact. Even if the damage to the anti-aircraft gun position on the opposite bank is the same as that on this side, it can be described as a heavy loss. About 300 men, various types of anti-aircraft guns deployed in the side of the river, including the Puppet of 30mm anti-aircraft guns, as well as Trinity Empire of 30mm anti-aircraft guns for improvement out of the 130mm anti-aircraft guns. These anti-aircraft guns combined, the number of anti-aircraft guns that can threaten the Alan Hill bomber is actually not many. After the bombing is over, they can only barely find a dozen large E-caliber anti-aircraft guns. Even if you add the opposite side, there are only less than 30 anti-aircraft guns. How can this deal with so many bombers? The commander of the Holy Demon Empire took a look at the puppet next to him, and said with embarrassment, he still doesn't know that, in fact, all the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire on the other side have been strangled on the ground by an invisible hand. There was dead silence there, and only soldiers from the Puppet Empire remained active. No one knows what happened. The Saint Demon Empire army on the bank only knows, and the friendly army on the river has made up for it. With the development of technology, telegrams are no longer advanced technical equipment. Many civilian-level telegrams have long been spread to various countries. As early as after Alan Hill sold related technology to Griken, this thing-related technology is not what its secret. Everyone is using civilian telegrams, so the principles are gradually being mastered. The Holy Demon Empire also has its own telegram equipment, and has also designed a complete cryptographic system following the example of the Alan Hill military. Just a pity that ES password in front of the second generation of computer Alanxia, it would be no secret at all. Even if it is the most confidential telegram, after encryption, it is no different from clear code transmission. Of course, the Holy Demon Empire still retains important communications to be passed on by word of mouth. Otherwise it is possible that the previous sneak attack with Alan Hill would be successful. And then to the other side sent a telegram. Let them return it. If you have not news, it would prove their telegraph breakup. Refers to the commander helpless under the order, let his men to try again transmitters. After all, he couldn't see that on the air defense position on the opposite bank, in the Concreter enforced command post, beside the bicycle responsible for generating electricity, there were several soldiers responsible for generating electricity, by the side of the telegraph machine. The officers responsible for transmitting and translating the telegraph were all lying in front of the machine, and there was no sound for a long time. Confidential pieces and some statistical reports on operational deployment were scattered on the ground, and there was a battle map near the bridge hanging on the wall. There are no more living people here, and a few puppet soldiers passed by these buildings full of corpses and did not stop. They are trying to find a way to incorporate the better anti-aircraft guns that no one controls, because they know that, soon, a larger scale. The battle is coming. The puppet soldiers were right. After they were ready for battle, a dense cluster of Alan Hill bombers appeared on the horizon, like a dark cloud. In the buzzing sound of the engines, in the desperate eyes of everyone, above 10,000 meters above the sky, all the B-17 bombers flying over the street Munoz Bridge have slowly opened their bomb bays. Throw bombs begin. Bomb begin. No radio inside. The commander gave the order to bomb. All the bombardiers' fingers' heads have touched the control button to start the bomb, and then his eyes posted on sight. Within the engraved crosshair, they saw the target they were about to attack, as well as the Holy Demon Empire's anti-aircraft artillery position that had just dissipated from the explosion smoke. The next second clock, which switches bomb bombardier pressed, as soon as the metal friction sound. A next one of the bomb from the B-17 the bomb bay. These bombs were scattered in the airflow, and finally formed a straight line with the flight trajectory of the aircraft. Because of the resistance, these bombs quickly headed down and rushed towards the pitted target positions below them. As one bomber after another passed the anti-aircraft gun position, the bomb explosion began. A huge flame burst on the ground, and countless shrapnel collided everywhere in the towering anti-aircraft gun barrel. Boom! Although it was very weak, on the ground, the desperate Saint Demon Empire anti-aircraft artillery troops were still fighting back desperately. They loaded huge artillery shells into the barrel, then fired directly, and shot a shell into the sky. Has been desperately fired artillery had not had time to look up at his victories. Where they were was a bomb hit. The huge explosion lifted off the sandbags and the bodies of some soldiers nearby. Many people broken down beside the twisted gun side. Manlian Shiksu gunner opened fire, still desperately shouting slogans. In his were not far behind, manipulation of the 130mm anti-aircraft guns. Puppet Empire soldiers who, in a bomb blast in the fire, methodically filling the shells, put another one in the ammunition magazine, to hit the sky. Not over, and they flew bombers overhead. Comparison. They fire these thin and young, really not constitute any threat. Tell the truth. Then ALANXia development of 30mm anti-aircraft guns of the time, not to deal within 5,000 or so meters high throw bombs B-17 bomber. Then ALANXia may not need such a formidable enemy confrontation. That time ALANXia army is to take this anti-aircraft guns fast enough to deal with those defense forces, not high Dragon Knight. Those Dragon Knights are really not as fast and sturdy as the B-17. Therefore, the earlier the birth period, although the performance is not behind, but really there is no advantage of 30mm anti-aircraft guns in the face when the old club ALANXia. It is no advantage at all. I have been aimed at in a slightly bumpy B-17 bomber. Bombardier with a special eyesight has been damaged very seriously. Bridge, opening softly. His hand pressed on a special rocker and then the other hand pressed the launch button. Following his actions, a bomb with wings left the modified magazine of the B-17 bomber. In order to make these old bombers make the best use, many of B-17 bombers have been refitted to become a special bombers. Than as saying carry Fritz X bomb special type of bomb. Bomb carrying a special model, or aerial reconnaissance of particular models. The plane carrying the Fritz X glide bomb B-17 dropped a new type of bomb, its side. Another plane B-17 same kind of dropped a Fritz X bomb. In the case of insufficient hit accuracy, such early gliding bombs are actually very useful. Several aircraft dropped aircraft with Fritz X bomb, then these heavy bombs once again hit the rest of the bridge deck. The precise attack caused most of these bombs to hit the target, and the street Nunos bridge began to shake again in the explosion. Now, the bridge is not even necessary for rescue. The high explosive carried by the heavy bomb broke the bridge. Originally, only a third of the bridge body collapsed, and it completely fell into the water. With the huge roar, the entire bridge now only has a few piers left in the river, and everything that is left no longer exists. And the B-17 bomber, which was like a locust transiting through the airspace, turned around in one direction and left here. In the smoke, the few remaining Saint Demon Empire anti-aircraft artillery struggled to stand up and watch the terrifying bombers leave. Filled with awe. Alan Hill's attack methods are increasing. They are also more than 200 kilometers away from the front line. The attack distance at which Alan Hill can easily attack them has been exaggerated to the point of numbness. I hope that the big consul said, with the puppet empire to join, we have the opportunity. Shameful. Really, standing refers to the command unit, watching the devastation of anti-aircraft positions. The commander Trinity Empire Painful said. Yes, if I had known, and ALANXia there may be a sudden destruction BLY bomb, I will not to provoke them. Stood in the collar around another young officer, while beating there the dust on his body complained. In behind the headquarters, on the winding road, countless puppet soldiers stopped. The bridge they were going to cross was destroyed, so they couldn't continue to reinforce Ludner now. Accompanied by a command, these puppets began to turn and took their own steps to the north. Yes, beside a tank followed by a puppet, he began to turn up. 244 media! Your Majesty that sent the laboratory, the latest equipment. Luther will appear and a grenade bomb almost the size of a small device. Peng Dao in front of Chris, you can personally test there. Chris held the device in his hand curiously, weighed it, nodded in satisfaction, and exclaimed, not bad. It seems that our recent efforts are all worthwhile. When he finished speaking, he looked at the note next to the device, and according to the numbers on it, he clicked the button on the iron bump, and a familiar feeling emerged spontaneously. As the series of numbers were pressed, the familiar standby sound came into Chris' ears. Dedrong, Chris Hand's thing is ALANXia latest communication contact tools, that can move with the latest equipment for calls. In order to achieve this kind of communication, Alan Hill used the latest rocket technology to continuously launch 3 communication satellites and built several signal towers near Ceres to ensure signal coverage in some areas. It's real signal. This is not a practical technology, but a technology of the future signal verification as well as reserves. With this signal transmission technology, Alan Hill can embark on the fast lane of information construction! Your Majesty, the phone sighed, ahead of the laboratory of exciting sound up. The other obviously know that this time the experiment was immediately greeted. Can you pass? It really is a tremendous honor. Through the word of good quality Ming significant other can distinguish the sound characteristics. Chris nodded, opening praise and said, "You are very good. I hope you can continue efforts to better our home building." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Save the Queen 1 years old." The phone sighed, heard encouraging design as subconsciously stretches the body, trim head held high, loudly replied, "At present, this kind of phone is only a test product, and there are many improvement projects. Even more extreme, some magicians are already studying whether the magic spar as a power source can replace the battery technology widely used in Alan Hill today. If this kind of research is successful, then Alan Hill's energy will be even more terrifying. Imagine can be used continuously for 3 and do not need to charge electric cell phone. And then think about the car with plenty of power, raw power armor. Even submarines, with more advanced and efficient battery technology, may become more terrifying and powerful. In the 21st century, the power bottleneck restricting the development of human electronic equipment seems to have loosened here in the Alan Hill Empire. As long as there are so-called magic battery, many components come in order to make smaller. Many devices can be more reliable. Many technologies can be developed faster, and Chris, in these technical direction, we found the future of the future. The magic technology, art and science and technology to find ways together. Chris thought he could go further than the magic Ming, then the industry must go farther. Sealed with magic closing radiation matter how the schedule? And hung up the phone to see Chris Luthor. He asked. This is a problem he has been more concerned about recently. After all, many soldiers in the guards have begun to carry new-style depleted uranium bombs to perform protection tasks against magicians. The new armor-piercing bomb, in fact the amount of radiation is very low, after all, is in a warhead-wrapped state. Luthor heard Chris' question, immediately opening replied, soldiers training are also usually use conventional warheads, have not undergone large-scale training on depleted uranium bombs, so the amount of radiation can be controlled. This kind of bullet has a very good sealing performance. There is a shell to protect the bullet, and there is almost no radiation when it is closed. In addition, the magic department is studying the method of using magic to seal the radiation, so there are still many solutions. In fact, when depleted uranium is used as armor and as ammunition, the amount of radiation is very low, and it is actually in use. After firing, these munitions lose their original sealing properties and will produce radiation. That is to say, without the use of these munitions, but to carry, does not really affect anything. But if you take it out to fight, especially if you take it out to fight for a long time, it's not easy to say. Chris nodded when he heard the result, then looked at the working secretary aside, and continued to ask, is the plan to influence the spread of the plan ahead? I heard that the color TV production factory, has it been auctioned out? Yes, Your Majesty. I have to 23 the price of 100 million gold coins, will be built in the television production plants, and supporting research laboratories, sold Leiden family. This Leiden family seems to have a great idea of controlling the media. I heard that their newspapers are very popular. Chris lowered his eyes and asked softly. Luthor Heart Deity Will Bowen said, yes, he is selling pretty good newspaper, but always, and we have deep cooperation, but also my content. They can always control. Very good. Chris clicked his head again and looked at the work secretary and continued to ask. The arrangements on the TV show should also be paid close attention to. After all, this is another brand new entertainment platform. The radio is now an entertainment device for the ordinary people in the Alan Hill Empire. Because the price is cheap, it is very popular with everyone. In the beginning, it was an exclusive gold and precious thing for the nobles, but now it has spread to the civilian class. Chris knows everything in his hand. most will eventually spread to every corner of the world. When society develops to a certain extent, even the internet and computers will become relatively cheap. Due to scientific and technological tree, there are countless correct paths of development. Chris course, you can set up a super huge business empire. No one can count exactly how much money the royal family has now. Even people talking crazy Dragon Tate Group, it is only recognized civil Alanxia largest chaebol, not the true sense of the most strongly chaebol. The strongest one, it seems that there will always be only one, and that is the Alan Hill Empire Group held by His Majesty the Emperor. I have prepared a 7G television channel. Channel mobilization says best they can do is almost all-day TV program. Work secret book was very fluent replied. Capable enough to work around His Majesty, everyone is being tempered out of the elite. Your Majesty's ideas are unconstrained. If you are not proficient in the business you manage, you will definitely make a mistake. His Majesty do not like happy go wrong. So people around His Majesty will not go wrong. Those guys who made mistakes have now been transferred to other departments. The movie theater now has a large-scale popular frontline popular images sent back after the clip. We all like to see the magnificent world of magic. There are those arrogant magician waving lays out of the magic array screen. And love movies, because there is support for the afterlife script. Also subject to countless people welcome and sought after. The ladies like Romeo and Juliet the most. After the art is processed, the story of a handsome young man who knows magic pursuing an aristocratic girl has moved these women. Those parameters army war movie, let a lot of young blood have a very fanatical. After each new military movie is released, there will be an upsurge to join the army. Everyone hopes to be able to make contributions, and finally to heroically kill the enemy and embrace the beauty. When Chris asked about the media, an officer knocked on the door. Dang dang dang. Chris looked at the door and said, "Come in." The other party pushed open the door, walked quickly to Chris, and placed each piece in front of Chris. "Your Majesty." This is the conclusion report on the attack on the street. Yunos Bridge. He spread the photo and report on Chris' desk, and introduced the news we just got. The radio communication of the Holy Demon Empire we intercepted, confirmed that their street Yunos Bridge was indeed destroyed by us. The photo is also there are signs of movement of puppet troops, which also indicates that the bridge has been destroyed. In addition, the other after checking anti-aircraft positions, has lost about 50 more than the soldiers. Another 30 people were heavy injuries. They suspect we are using a new weapon. His mouth, pointing to an enemy from intercepted, said the telegram piece. Oh, frontline troops use chemical weapons? From the hearing officer's report of mouth news, Chris immediately realized, it could be frontline troops used chemical weapons attack. In fact, Chris gave an order to the frontline troops. The commander of the group army has the right to use chemical weapons directly without reporting to him. The prerequisite is that they cannot be used on the first line. After all, chemical weapons propagate in the direction of the wind, and magicians can change the direction of the wind in a short period of time. Even if there is only a slight risk, Chris does not want things like the X-gas to float on his own ground. Therefore, if it is used in the enemy's hinterland far away, then there is no problem. Even if the effect is not achieved, it will not be accidentally injured, right? Anyway, chemical weapons are time effective. After 3 days, there will be no pollution, and there is no fear of accidental injuries. Yes, Your Majesty. The first 3 sets Wilkes Group Army General approved the use of chemical weapons. Very good. Whatever he had, since Shenglan Uoc Bridge has been completely destroyed, and that the first 3 sets regiment troops occupied Luther Canal is easy. As long as the first 2 sets group control of the army Mahfouz, that defense can basically stable come down. Chris said, his fingers head on the table and gently beating, which is used to his thinking time. Nobody beat disturb him, let him have been so beat down. Good long while, his fingers head stopped down, and then he looked up, opening ordered, let the first 11 and second 12 2 sets group troops continue along the West Railway. If the enemy counterattack in Cow, Virginia, then we will let them know what is called number advantage. 245 has been extremely smooth on the highway built. Then a truck is slowly moving forward. These trucks are dragging heavy howitzer, a new top with black spray paint, 155mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery. Current production capacity has been very impressive, and inside the newly formed troops, many are equipped with such a howitzer. A roadside, on the flatbed trailer on the railway, one next to one of the M40 type self 155mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery neatly parked, with the train forward, there is an entire battalion of the M4 tank. The 1st 11 Sets Regiment Army is advancing westward along the railway. Part of the repair through the West Railway now has most firmly in control in the hands of Alanxia. The original plan for an offensive along the westward railway has been drawn up, but now it's just following the steps. Many senior Alanxia all know, the 1st 1 Set Group Corps and 2 Sets Regiment Army has a plan, drawn up in detail after the war broke out, the first time to seize the West Railway, opened to the Eternal Trinity Empire. The battle plan between the lines of communication. In order to implement this program, and that makes the 1st 1 and 2 Sets Group troops deployed in the North Line, hoping that they can initiate the most violent attack in the most convenient place. Of course, this plan is definitely not so simple, so the 1st 1 and 2 Set Group of military attack would be finished. The whole plan includes parts, from the war mobilization to the subsequent destruction of the Holy Demon Empire. Every step is complete. According to the original plan, Alanxia, the 1st 1 Set Group after the military offensive opened a breakthrough. The follow-up attack mission will be handed over just completing the formation of the 1st 11 Sets Regiment Army, and 12 Sets Regiment Army. Accounting for consular district policing, all subsequent mobilized to the 1st 19 and 2nd 22 Sets Regiment Army. These 4 subsequent army groups are not small-scale army groups, but large-scale army groups comparable to the main army group. If you look at the real organization, it is no problem to call it a group army. The 1st 11 Sets Regiment Army troops under the jurisdiction of 30 million and the 1st 12 Sets Regiment Army slightly less. There are 27 million people. Followed behind them in the 1st 19 Set of Group total military strength of 32 million and the 1st 20 Sets compiled Army Group 31 whole. This is only the number of ground forces participating in the battle. If the air force is included, the number has already exceeded 1.2 million, which is definitely considered strong. Then count as through input operations on a set of Group June 40 million. The 2 Sets Group June 41 million, of 3 Sets Group June 37 million, after continued South 1st Reserve Line 18 Sets Group June 30th million and soon to be transferred back to join the fight in the 1st 4 Sets Group Army 38 million. Alanxia put directly on the Trinity Empire combat troops on the ground. There are more than 301 new army, with the addition of the Air Force and other logistics units, train and rail transport personnel. The total force is almost 3.5 million. You know, before the birth of Alan Hill, mankind had never formed an army of this size, nor had such a terrible war erupted. At the beginning of this world war, the mortal empire fired a nuclear bomb to wash away Bellevue, and then violently attacked within the Magic Empire, and the casualties on both sides totaled hundreds of thousands. Such a scale and such a fierce battle has appeared for the first time in recorded human history. What's more, this is only a partial battlefield of this world war. Although it is a veritable main battlefield, it is really just a battlefield. Partial. You know, on the southern battlefield, Alan Hill has also invested hundreds of thousands of troops, and on the Normu Empire, there are also hundreds of thousands of troops in reserve. If you count the domestic mobilized troops, only Alan Hill, the force is already close to 7 million. What is even more frightening is that if Alan Hill hopes to expand the war, after full mobilization, this force can be doubled. Yes, that's right. Fully doubled. This is the first time that human beings have done it. A country's military strength can reach 10 million. On the other side of the railway and the highway, there is a temporary dirt road that was trampled on. On this dirt road, countless soldiers carrying their bags, mixed among the mules and horses, walked forward step by step. Every soldier must carry with gas masks and weapons, as well as the standard 100 rounds of ammunition, as well as household items, and armed with helmets. These things add up to the weight of almost 50 pounds heavier, but not too dispersed to bear in the body. It is relatively easy to carry some. The sea of people line the military scenes, so that all look to these forces who have heart to tears. If you pass so many troops in one day, the local people will not be surprised. After all, they have seen many scenes of troops going out. However, since the outbreak of the war, almost every day, they can see such a scene. The stretch of infantry cannot see the end at a glance. There are mules, horses and tanks and armored vehicles everywhere. Every day, as long as he had his window open, you can see such troops advancing westward. The next day, still in the same army to the west, still the third day or so. Except for the faces of the soldiers, except for certain equipment, except for the planes passing by in groups from time to time, they all seem to be numb to the scene in front of them. He had to see if you can to Alanxia Sr., had to ask the question, is what we really want to destroy the enemy, to force out such a scale? Yes, in their opinion, with so many troops, even if it were to destroy a country, it would be too much. I have crazy killing. We have been down the pace. Shadows behind you, is my hiding place. Side, carrying STG-44 sudden strike rifle soldiers began to sing aloud together. He had a hoarse voice. Live on both sides of the road. Civilians who have become accustomed to, they endured such noises, and even liked the masculine shouts. You know, now in Alan Hill, everyone is proud of joining the army, and everyone is advocating force. After all, as mortals, or as people in the special Alan Hill Empire, they grew up by force, and they also rely on force to make sense. No theory is magician or just the mortal worth mentioning. As long as life in this country before, most people will be proud of being Alanxia. This is the cohesion of this country, and this is the superiority of modern society. I have never put away the weapons, until your blood clotting. We never forgiving enemies, because we are born cold. Another side, carrying a 98 step gun grenadiers were also followed up screaming raw. Compared with the automatic weapons troops, their numbers are superior to the apartments, so their voices are more disturbing to the people. This kind of square dance is performed every day along the railway line between Grachi and Noble, and the local residents of the Holy Demon Empire have become accustomed to this kind of life. He who was carrying a basket dressed in local traditional dress, standing on the edge of selling the Team Alanxia soldiers, waving his hand eggs or something else, earn even more than they normally farming gold. You know, all the soldiers in Alan Hill are rich people. Their wages were not low, but now they are transferred to the front line, with allowances and additional subsidies to buy a few eggs or consume some local specialties. There is still no problem at all. Another reason for them to spend money so happily is that the increasingly sophisticated postal system will transport their personal belongings back to the rear intact and delivered to their families. In this way, soldiers prefer to spend money to buy something and then mail it home to express their concern for their family. You are very hard to believe. These people 2 months before all mortals workers here are fed along the Dragon. Appeal the eggshell young officer sit and watch those who Aboriginal Trinity Empire, open mouth said to colleagues around him. The officer caught the new thing on his lips and spit out a sip of white smoke to enjoy. This new thing is really exciting. Don't mess around. It's not that they killed your brother. They are just civilians. It does not matter. I'm looking forward to him. They rebel, and I have reason to harbor criminals, with troops put their entire village buried. That in light of the officers stripped the last little shell, whole eggs into in his mouth. He was chewing as if venting his hatred. As far as 100 years ago, as recently as the day before yesterday, it was so light that the magician snatched a pancake from a mortal, and it was so heavy that the nuclear weapons flattened the hatred between Bellevue Alan Hill and the Holy Demon Empire. Bad debts, whose hands are stained with the blood, whose ass do not dry clean. So now the best way is whose fist hard who to listen to, whose sharp knife who to listen to, there is no other way. Trinity Empire of Magic Masters waiting to report. Why blood feud? Forget it. You have to line up to get revenge. There are countless people here in Alan Hill who are waiting to repay the hatred owed by the magicians back then. Oh, forget it. We have this Strand City's herd to hit it. Cow Virginia could not have come back to life. Do not know. You do not think to take civilians to avenge his hatred of things. That smoking the officer patted the young officer on the shoulder and comforted. I am not afraid of death, even death. I would have to kill enough of this. 10, 100. Enough. That year-light officer chewing eggs containing paste. Unclear stood ruthless words. The smoking officer threw the remaining cigarette butts under his feet and crushed the sparks on it with his soles. He smiled and looked into the distance. Don't worry. Indispensable. I'm afraid there will be too many people for revenge, and you will not get enough. Count it. In his time they spoke, the distant sky, rows and rows of neat new MiG-21 fighter aircraft, flying from the sky roared. After accumulating a certain number, these latest jet fighters finally entered the first line of combat, and their arrival also marked that Alan Hill's Air Force had already been on the road to full-blown jet. 246 Focus Station. A puppet poked his head out of the position, seeming to be observing the surrounding scene. Cornea's outer positions have all fallen into the hands of the Alan Hill army, and the puppet soldiers trapped nearby are also fighting fewer and fewer. Although there are hundreds of thousands of puppet soldiers fighting in the city, including the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire, there are nearly 200,000 people in total. But the face of the first one-set group army when such a strong force, or some stretched. These puppet soldiers moved cautiously among the ruins on the edge of the city, because if a large-scale puppet activity was discovered by the observation post of Alan Hill, it would immediately attract intensive shelling. That after the shelling kind of overwhelming the earth was moving, it will instantly cover a large area, puppet at many times such a loss, and finally learn some clever, not fall appear on the front. Alan Xia forces. After seeing the faintly visible Alan Hill soldiers over the ruins, the puppet retracted his head little by little, and turned his head to give a signal to the puppets behind him. Several puppet cautiously backed away. He came here, just want to take a look around here. Alan Xia defenders. How much strength. Not only had they see the situation, so that their commanders are very disappointed, Alan Xia penetrate into more and more troops in the city, which gives the puppet soldiers caused considerable pressure. Next to the collapse of the housing side, a senior puppet standing next to Trinity Empire. Several generals, discussing about the defense of the city, work together. This is a real contest that everyone is afraid of. Yesterday a field counterattack, Trinity Empire killed 300 people, puppet lost thousands. However, after this battle was over, there was no change in the positions of the two sides. The exchange of thousands of puppets and hundreds of soldiers was nothing more than a powerful but useless battle. Trinity Empire refers to commanders who are already very tired. They are very upset and unwilling to fight this war, but nonetheless they have around puppet soldiers. Their unilateral surrender is not able to play a role in ending the war. Yesterday I come here to put a lot of troops to fight back. But we failed to recapture the neighborhood. I will lead on the map with a finger outlining. Ironically, the map he is currently using is still a tourist map drawn by the Alan Hill Tourism Bureau. The military map of the Holy Demon Empire is not as accurate as the one in front of him. The drawing method on this map, as well as the precise scale, were all invented by Alan Hill, and now he saw it with an unusual irony. Then such a counterattack down, or how long, we do not have a reserve against attack. Another Trinity Empire collar opening told Road. He personally commanded yesterday's counterattack. More than 200 soldiers rushed to Alan Hill's defensive position behind the puppets with their weapons, but they soon fell in a pool of blood and became the position between the two armies. A cold body. Then, rejoin the red front ranks of another 100 more than soldiers, never to return. as in order to test the bullet-intensive Alanxia victim. The battle fought from the afternoon to the night, and when it was almost dinner time, the Saint Demon Empire stopped the attack. But this morning, Alan Hill's counterattack came as expected. The opponent launched an attack in 3 blocks, laid down several magic towers, and occupied some workshops and shops. The most frightening thing is that these Alan Hill soldiers are getting closer and closer to the train station. That side has always been the focus on deployment areas Trinity Empire, but even so, it cannot be enough to stop the pace of Alanxia forward. Now, the nearest Alan Hill defensive position is only more than 300 meters away from Cornea railway station, which makes the defenders of the Holy Demon Empire very helpless. No matter how their defense, Alanxia here can always take advantage of powerful fire-tier notch. Whether it is tanks or other weapons, Alan Hill has an absolute advantage. This advantage is so desperate that the senior commanders of the Holy Demon Empire have nothing to do. Today I will fire Puppet beginning of a full counter-attack near the station. I will invest 1 Puppet soldiers. At least he should have come back to defensive positions on the day before yesterday. Puppet Empire responsible for directing these senior Puppet soldiers began. When speaking, the puppet's tone was full of firmness. The voice came from behind the mask, and it sounded full of discordant emphasis. I have no troops have been deployed to follow the puppet attack together. Heard even fight back. Trinity Empire commander here first reaction is denial. He didn't want to waste precious troops anymore. He was afraid that his troops would really be annihilated here. Cards large-scale near this city, and now most of them have been shelling in ruins. But Alanxia just want the train station fills, the rest of the stuff may at any time to rebuild. There is no need to fight to the death with the air and her people. This is the common aspiration of most of the commanders of the Holy Demon Empire's garrison in Cornea. It is a pity that there are hundreds of thousands of puppet soldiers who cannot surrender here, and there are also a group of diehards who threaten to fight to the last minute. Do not need to. I have launched the attack alone. I do not need your cooperation. That means the puppet commanders looked at several Trinity Imperial generals, though awkward tone, but can still hear the disdain of flavors. Hearing that the other party said that they do not need their cooperation, the commanders of the Holy Demon Empire breathed a sigh of relief. You don't need to actually take the lives of your own soldiers. This is great news. Not to. I need you to install explosives to destroy the entire railway station at the train station. The puppet then opening said, this station can no longer stay. Mr. Puppet, I have already given up too many things to blow up the station. Cow Virginia, it really is not left anything up. A Trinity Imperial officer objected. Are you going to leave it to Alan Hill? The puppet asked rhetorically with a sneer. When several Saint Demon Empire officers heard this rhetorical question, they all bowed their heads and said nothing. They knew that it was almost impossible to guard the station, but it was still very distressing to let them blow up the things they had worked so hard to build. Well, raising fried medicine, ready to blow up the station, led by officers, rode final decision. He had most probably to bomb destroyed the station Alanxia aspect. The first 121 in the division headquarters, the generals R. Walter and 121 Division continued to attack the train station to discuss the plan of attack. Staring at the map, the commander of the 121st Division spoke. Do not worry, he blew up the station. Are things in our program. We have a good cement hoarding, as well as the corresponding repair of railroad tracks. We do not want the station intact, but to enable them to make out the station. War Stewart smiled, and opening comfort of your own hands. With the current ability of Alan Hill, it is really easy to build a railway station in a few days. If transshipment capacity is not pursued, this station can even be repaired faster. Engineering team has long been ready to go. Even then the forces have attacked the railway station should be prepared for the full number. I have been ready. The enemy's first layer of defense we have studied almost less. The remaining question now is, we wait for them to attack, or are we a direct hit in the past? The 1st 121 Division commander listened after the commander of the group army said this. He immediately expressed his determination to attack. I have to attack. And so they too slow. I'll give you afternoon artillery support. Before the evening, we will break through the enemy's frontline defensive positions. War technology under of the command to attack. Yes, sir. The Army 121 Division saluted opening replied. Been reinforced in the first one set after the military group can now be said to be rich and powerful. Breath eat tens of thousands of soldiers to add their abundant troops, and fighting to recover quickly. Now, Walter ready to mobilize 3rd Division. More than 5 million people in the department team stormed Cow, Virginia, the other cracking the urban area, eat a little bit of division. As for the periphery is already the world of Alan Hill. 3 days ago, Alan Hill's field troops completely encircled Cornier and made contact with the Eternal Empire forces operating west of Cornier. Cornier is now a truly isolated island. Go Quasi. I want to prepare it in here. Watching the attack unfold. Went to the bunker next to the side, next to Walt General Conspire artillery mirror. He looked far from those houses were controlled puppet. Opening exclaimed, true short. A few minutes after the bell, he was gathering puppet. Soldiers looked up at the sky on the back of the ruins of the open space, to see the flyover 155mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery shells. The enemy's shelling started like this, without any warning. The huge explosion opened longer cracks in the collapsed wall, causing the rubble on the debris to roll down to a lower place. A massive offense kicked off, and everything lingered in the explosion. Away from other positions away, a young soldier Empire Trinity neck exploration would like to see the shelling look. His side, veteran Trinity Empire sleepy hazy jumping to see the direction of the smoke, then rolled over and stumbled and fell asleep. Are there any good? Alanxia offensive, artillery bombers, tanks rushed. Flush tank artillery boom finish artillery tanks rushed there any good. Another soldier Sourfall opened head to talk channel. The reason for saying this is nothing more than that their holy demon empire does not have weapons and equipment such as tanks. Really Shunliu. His body side, the recruits are constantly surprised a moment. Opening commented. That is, don't look at who made it. The soldier said proudly. Just when he was arrogantly boasting, a cannonball roared over their heads, causing everyone to shrink their necks and close their mouths. Soon after, the second shell fell, then the third, 10th, hundreds, thousands. 247 Cardunia Station. Do not come up to expectations. A M4 tank's guns before has not completely eliminate off. They smashed the wall. Kankian appeared in front of the puppet defense. Followed by, in addition to an M4 tank same kind of run over the track with debris, followed by the second tanks go hand in hand. There is no magic inscription on these tanks, and at first glance they are the models equipped to the troops in the early days. In the face of numerous puppet, the two Liang M4 tanks began with machine gun fire. The weight of the puppet soldiers could not lift their heads. When the tracer shells continue to reach the puppet soldiers, when the third vehicle M4 tanks out now, then the fourth and fifth vehicles cars, Alanxia tanks, do not like to put the same money into street fighting. Countless infantry behind the tanks, he had occupied the ruins of both sides, commanding at every step. The puppet troops retreated steadily, and they simply couldn't organize a decent resistance. However, these puppets, who were not afraid of death, still madly launched a small-scale countercharge against Alan Hill's troops. Several puppets rushed towards Alan Hill's tank with bayonets, and were then screened by the machine gun on the tank. The broken bodies left by these puppets still held up hand grenades and wanted to die with the tank. Unfortunately, he had no such opportunity. After all, anti-tank grenade was unable to play the role. Even if it is stuffed into the track, it will not blow up the track in most cases. After all, it is a weapon used by anti-infantry. In most cases, it is killed by fragments, and it has no damaging effect on heavy metal tracks. Of course, if you are unlucky, your tracks will still be blown up. Therefore, Such puppets still need Alan Hill's infantry to help clear them out. Most of the Alan Hill soldiers on both sides are responsible for this kind of work. Along the way, Alan Xia street fighting capacity building is very fast, attacking Jailer Chi when the attack Nuo Bear, when the first one set group army played very simply, so they have a very rich experience in street fighting. Unfortunately, complex hybrid environment for itself on the lack of flexibility of the puppet soldiers even more stupid. They couldn't adapt to this kind of battle situation that required flexible cooperation, so they performed even worse. These puppets move slowly in the rubble and alleys, and most of the time they can only fight on their own, so most of the time they will become the living targets of Alan Hill's offensive forces. On the contrary, it can be manipulated vertical magic. There are a number of hot weapons Trinity Empire teams, Trouble Alan Xia soldiers manufacture, than the dull puppet troops some more. These flexible squads are very powerful and can often fight and run. In a war, only one side can only be beaten, no matter what the circumstances. The inferior side will do its best to fight. Even with indigenous methods, awkward, they will find ways of trying to attack the enemy. Moreover, as long as the good, a grenade bomb, a sword, there may be a deadly threat. Stairs, puppet soldiers carrying weapons to stop the Alan Xia soldiers rushed the stairs. They are stuck with a bayonet. Morsion 98K steps guns opened fire desperately. Because of their large numbers, Alan Hill's soldiers couldn't rush up for a while. But he who insisted not last long, because they have limited bullets. Alan Xia soldiers is not no way. Soon, it was not the soldiers of Alan Hill who tried to rush up the stairs. They chose to let 2 grenades go up first to see the situation. After a huge explosion, the corridor was filled with ash dust. The Alan Hill grenadiers with bayonets rushed forward and occupied the half-collapsed building. They swept house by house, removing all the puppet soldiers hiding in the house. In the other collapsed building, there were more puppet soldiers. They were stationed in their positions, and they were ready to fight to the end with the Alan Hill soldiers. But they soon discovered that they still thought too much. A strange pipe leaned into the door, and then fuel was sprayed into the room, and when it passed the beating flame in front of the pipe, it turned into an extremely hot flame. Then, the violent burning filled the whole house, and even because of the pressure, flames gushed out from the windows on the other side of the house. The M4 tank with the eagle emblem painted on the front armored steel plate rumbled past these windows, and its huge body was flushed red by the flames. Who has still struggling ignited the flame of puppet soldiers, carrying bayonets they want out of a narrow corridor. The result was already waiting there. Alan Xia soldiers attack, and so the house is about to put out the flame off when Alan Xia soldiers swarmed this, the rest, but also move the puppet soldiers fight back parts of the state. Finger Puppet Empire. In the command section, a group of generals Trinity Empire worried about looking at the map. In front of several senior puppet opening said, enemy attacks more violent than yesterday, your defenses have been penetrated. No way. I can only command a puppet nearby to continue the fight. After all these puppet, SU2 complex task cannot be executed. High-level puppet is still the kind of people uncomfortable voice, no hint of the tone of your liking panic. He also does a real need to panic. Even if an atomic bomb came down, he is not a loss of life, so he did not need to be afraid. However, this kind of battle situation made him a little awkward, and the place where the puppet soldiers could perform a little more normally was in the wild, where there are so many obstacles and there is no way to coordinate and mobilize. It really makes the senior puppets who command the puppets have a headache. If these disabilities soldiers can truly train soldiers as human beings, that can produce an unlimited number of puppet, would not it be invincible? In fact, it is impossible without flaws, and some flaws are normal. If this continues, your troops are losing out. I will lead frowning, pressing the waist of the sword, opening quipped. If normal people labeled as such has already collapsed. Yes, if you are, that the train station has been lost. High-level puppet side over his head, opening quipped. You, that the Holy Magic Empire collar angry. but eventually his companions' pressure down. Everyone's persuasion from left to right finally restored the atmosphere to the point where we could discuss issues. Looked at his colleague, another will be brought against the Puppet Empire opening, and said, "Mr. Puppet Me, they got almost all of the city, but from explosives to destroy a railway station, there is still a lot. I cannot wait." How much on how much? Fried main part. Can tear down all the tracks are removed, carried away. Puppet, pointing to the map, to those not willing to fight, but the logistics very fit the Saint Demon Empire officers ordered. Yes, that will lead, nodded his head. With his own people left the headquarters. After these people left, the puppet sneered and complained to the puppets around him. The only thing these bastards care about is their own lives. Yes, the soul offered to the origin of magic, for them it is impossible to do. Insincere serve, nature will not be rewarded. Another puppet low-head replied, "Those mortal magic will not serve. Must eliminate." After-headed puppet emphasizes a hands on the map. Then put 10,000 team him going to the train station, mingle scorched earth. Hello. Hey. I was a camp. On. Him in the position. Grabbed step telephones. Alanxia 1st 121 Division 1 Group 1 loud report their position to promote the camp commander behind the ruins. I have from the fire. There are about station 100. I have meters by the train station you can see. He grabbed the microphone, the other clutching his ears, forced shouting into the microphone. In front of him is not far away. The explosion has not yet dispersed the smoke, just some of the Trinity Empire detonated explosives, can destroy some stations. The situation is not yet entirely clear. Exploration. Alanxia frontal attack did not stop. I have been to make 2 moves forward, even it do not know will not have a second blast. We have to be careful. Yes, yes. I before dinner, the station will be able to win. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Made Paul later card. He hung up walkie-talkie, binoculars and grabbed his chest. Look to the other side where the fighting is fierce. A puppet-controlled buildings within buildings, numerous puppet soldiers are crazy, returned fire. Trying to stop Alanxia troops crossed their defense. However, under the suppression of the significantly stronger Alan Hill forces, the attacks of these puppets became weaker and weaker. Let rocket launcher troops quickly eliminate those buildings nearby are shabby. Keep what's the use? He looked down the telescope. On the side of the officers told, "You, with people from the flank to go around." That officer gently nodded his head, then carrying his STG-44 sudden strike rifle back down. Fire warehouse near the station also has factories, as well as building. These buildings are Alanxia-style buildings, most of them building up emergency housing is not too strong. Therefore, when Alan Hill's troops hit this neighborhood, they also seemed to have returned to their familiar hometown. Every building here looks familiar. Before the war broke out, this neighborhood was the most prosperous neighborhood in Cornia. There are bakeries and candy shops, as well as shops selling cloth and all kinds of Alan Hill specialties. However, now there are only ruins left here. Those who opened shops are no longer there, and the magnificently decorated buildings have become scorched earth. In the scorched earth of the distance, a building had collapsed on top of more than half, hung a huge plaque can still faintly recognizable, top with the entire continent generic prophecy, engraved with a beautiful geographical terms. Carjunius Station 248 Station Fight wins. RPG. Alanxia's soldier in front of his comrades behind shouted loudly, so that all his caution down the body. Directly in front of him, an Alan Hill shooter carrying a bazooka, pulled the trigger. A rocket shells flew toward the target. A huge plume of dust blowing around. He has narrowed his eyes, waiting for the rocket hit the target of loud noise. Rocket shells flew in the window across the waiting room, and then explode inside, issued a deafening want-deaf sound. The whole house was crumbling in the explosion, and the glass that had shattered a long time ago was now shattered more thoroughly. Inside the house of puppet soldiers all bombing destroyed. Only a small number can continue to operate to fight. These puppets held their weapons and continued to fire, but they were smashed into their heads by the oncoming tracer. In MG-42 machine under the cover of a gun, carrying arms crossed, Alanxia soldiers bent over pre-war railway station square, leaning against the wall of the external walls of the train station, big-mouthed, and gasped. He had rushed all the way over, braving a hail of bullets, very difficult. Above them, there are puppets shooting constantly. A bomb hit the wall, gravel flying, people blink. These Alan Hill soldiers who rushed through the line were also afraid that the puppet would lose the grenade, so they could only bite the bullet and rush into the building. For them, it is obviously not a good choice to stand in place and wait to die, so they overturned the exterior wall full of bullet holes and jumped into the building from a collapsed windowsill. Vertical and 7 on the ground erected a puppet of some of the wreckage of 8 backwards. These puppets are mostly rockets nipped in the house. Stepping on the wreckage, the soldiers of Alan Hill held their weapons and walked cautiously to the door. Suddenly between their puppet ran outside and found them inside. The house has been well prepared to fight the enemy. The puppet stopped and was shot in the head by an Alan Hill soldier while turning his gun. A puppet fall. Weeks surround the puppet on the discovery of the situation. The densely packed puppet soldiers rushed towards the lost house with bayonets. Alanxia soldiers carrying STG-44 sudden attack rifles, guarding the door in this room, non-stop in front of the house. Fire. One after another, the puppets were shot down and piled up in the corridor to form a parapet of puppet remains. Relying on such a breast wall, the puppet soldiers can be regarded as controlling the situation, but as more and more Alan Hill soldiers entered the building, the defense line here is in danger and may collapse at any time. Grenade bomb outside the walls has crossed the line of fire of more Alanxia soldiers. Took the oval grenade from his pocket, opened the ring safety catch, made a throwing motion. In the machine under the cover of the gun as well as assault rifles, a row of grenadiers uniform sideways grenade will lift, walk away and thrown into a row of windows on the second floor. Then, the soldiers retracted under the wall with their helmets on their heads, waiting for the grenade they threw to explode. In fact, when they threw the grenades, they delayed the time to prevent these grenades from being thrown back by the enemy. The next second clock, the row of windows which have undergone violent explosion, the airflow out of the window, rolled to the sky with dust. A huge shock raised a cloud of rubble. Out of fall hit M42 on the helmet, crackling, jingling. In the explosion, the wide on the other side of the field, a M4 tank out of the alley, and soon the second tanks to follow reveal his slender barrel. More Alan Hill soldiers joined the attack sequence, and heavy weapons were already in place. Chug, chug. Broad on this side of the field, a puppet tank suddenly rushed out of the bunker. 6 have been hidden in the car behind the wall above it with a tank-mounted 30mm caliber anti-aircraft guns. Violent against the beginning of the bike, Alan Hill M4 tank fired. Artillery shells hit a crowded M4 armored tanks on steel, because of the distance, and some even left a deep crater on the plate. One shell hit the tank track chain on the bar, uttered Guixiang. Track tank crashed and broken, in the place quickly paralyzed. Seaplane head bike M4 tanks were destroyed, closely followed by the M4 tank on the front of the bike. Puppet tanks opened a gun. The heavy armor-piercing projectile pierced the magical defense barrier on the puppet tank, pierced its thin armor, and directly detonated the magical energy inside the puppet tank. The huge explosion blew up the turret of this puppet tank and even blew up the surrounding puppet soldiers. The thick smoke rising from the wreck obscured most people's sight, and the firepower of the puppet was also weakened. Lu was interrupted with the tank behind the infantry group members as well as by M4 cover tanks under guard jumped out of their tanks. They bent returned to the alley behind. The rest of that vehicle M4 tank bypass. After removing the wreckage of his companion, he continued to drive towards the station. Following this tank was another M4 tank that had driven out of the alley, and an armored personnel carrier. More Alan Hill soldiers clustered around with these heavy weapons and equipment, and killed the Cornea railway station where only the ruined walls were left. His Majesty the Emperor 1 year old. In one wave after wave cry, The Alanxia reinforcements took over the first 121, and began to proceed to the station onslaught. This time into battle can come from behind the supplementary soldiers. They are high-spirited and energetic. They are not the puppet troops that have become the end of the crossbow can contend. The new Ministry of Reinforcements team carrying weapons stormed the train station. Puppet Empire in this arrangement, defenses near collapse. The puppets in each house were eliminated. In the surrounding streets, the puppet soldiers were still desperate to reinforce the vicinity of the railway station, hoping to contain Alan Hill's attack. The office are filled with wreckage puppet. Also in the evening when the Army Trinity Empire launched a symbolic counterattack. However, their efforts were really limited. They only regained part of the factory and warehouse areas and were forced to stop. He had lost about 10,000 puppet soldiers. There are about 200 of Holy Magic Empire soldiers, but still did not hold Cowbaloney train station. It is now occupied by the soldiers of Alan Hill, and a temporary line of defense has been established. The first 211 divisions of troops to go up, put down the phone, walked in front of Walter's chief of staff. Ease of opening, said he. They had taken control of the station. We are trying to put nearby enemies eliminate. So, to maintain this offensive into the evening, tomorrow, we can dispatch engineers to rebuild the station. Cow Virginia. War Stewart also loose a mouthful of air, smiled and asked, yes, the army. We finally within the time required by His Majesty, opened the West Railway. The first 9 set group army saved. Ginseng Siklong replied with a smile. The first 121 headquarters division in a relaxed atmosphere, after all, be able to win Cowbaloney railway station, almost equal to the first Alanxia be said to be isolated and surrounded the 9 set group of army rescued. Not only that, from a strategic point of view on the whole, the first reinforcements Alanxia 9 set after the military group, not only can increase the defense Druican, but also opened up the route to reinforce the Eternal Empire. As long as Alan Hill wants, they can transport weapons and equipment, even personnel and supplies, directly to the Eternal Empire. The situation of puppets raging in the Eternal Empire will be largely contained. Breaking through the Westward Railway also marked that Alan Hill, Gricken, and the Three Kingdoms Alliance of the Eternal Empire were connected geographically. The Puppet Empire Alliance strategically divided the 3 countries of the alliance and the favorable situation was reversed. In short, this battle determines the strategic posture of all countries in the future, and it is a very heavy battle. Over time, the first one set after the group captured Cow Virginia army was in full can be said to have been almost a foregone conclusion. The occupation of Cow Virginia, Alanxia the West Cluster even completed his first strategy task. To withdraw out of the first one and the first 11 and second 12 3 sets group army, will get a strategic choice. They can continue to advance westward, enter the Eternal Empire, and help the regressive Eternal Empire stabilize its position. The card can also be directly Unia south, where the distance is not far from the capital Bili puppet of the Empire, as long as almost twice sudden forward, we can reach. Although Bellevue is now in ruins, it is the capital of the Holy Demon Empire after all. If Alan Hill can occupy this place, it will undoubtedly be a major blow to the Holy Demon Empire. As a result, either the West or the South, highest level of mechanization, the most powerful piece of a set group of military, as well as follow-up to the first 11 and second 12 2 sets regiment army, there will be a Puppet Empire Trinity Empire. Such countries cause tremendous pressure. With these pressures, whether it is the puppet troops in the Eternal Empire, or the local troops of the Holy Demon Empire and the reinforcements of the Puppet Empire that stubbornly resist in the Holy Demon Empire, a large number of reinforcements are needed to stabilize their defense lines in several directions with increased strength. Even if it is a puppet of the Empire, will also feel the pressure! Let eliminate enemy troops as soon as possible, right around the warehouse district south, as well as the original Alanxia Street. Recapture Val Stewart, staring at the map, opening ordered isolated industrial areas to see these puppets. but also the guys from the Holy Demon Empire, dare not to stay there and wait for death. Yes, sir. I will command the artillery interdiction shot hit all the areas in the vicinity of the rainy season is coming soon. I will secretly ordered all troops reinforced the defense as much as possible. Ginseng Seek Long Opening A. Replied. Val Stewart nodded his head. Cannot let the puppets to the train station to go that we cannot recapture lost it ready message. The good news immediately. Tell His Majesty the Emperor. 249 War makes people grow. On a quiet street, tile gravel around the crater as well as within the scope of the field of view can be seen. The battle for Cornea became very fierce as the station changed hands. The Holy Demon Empire and the Puppet Empire were unwilling to accept this fact. They hoped to retake the station and stabilize their positions. However, the continuous day's fierce fighting. Both sides are exhausted. Puppet Empire near the station lost a full 113,000 soldiers. Still no way to recapture lost ground. Puppet is set near the knot. Watts Gravel behind a finger commanders issued a telescope in his hand, in front of his comrades, said, while possible, there are also a hard out. Never mind, above reinforcements have been too, and we are not afraid of them. His colleagues looked at a new weapons behind. Triumphant said. He who really should have such confidence. After all, the Army's heavy weapons and equipment replacement cannot fast. What can be called a new weapon is definitely a very terrifying killing machine. The guy opened up. Deployment here. Wait a minute, if the Puppet Empire attack. Here fire to suppress their main direction of attack. To lay down their observation telescope. Officers loudly ordered. In the other side of the ruins, Alanxia soldiers had occupied the high ground. They set up a machine gun position in a master tower is not completely collapsed. There erected 2 MG42 machine gun. Then, the defensive position stretched to the front of the position. About 100 soldiers deployed the defensive line along the rubble. With the support of mortars, the entire position could overlook the enemy's attack direction. After a series of urban battles, these soldiers have accumulated rich experience in urban street fighting. Now the defensive positions they deploy are typical urban street fighting positions, which are very effective against the puppet soldiers of the Puppet Empire. Heard the finger command commander. The other side of the car group members put up a thumb. This car armored tracked vehicle is started up, the tail spitting out black smoke, and then began to move forward slowly. Aside moving, while nearby a few soldiers to help find a suitable location. You can hide in a majority of the body. Can also promote local fire. This car looks very impressive. Armored vehicles stopped. Its front is very crowded, because of issues such as the splicing angle of the steel plate, and other mounted items. Even the magic defense barrier can't be arranged. Such a strange-looking guy just calmed down again, lying in his position, waiting for the battle to break out. Soon the battle just started. The Imperial puppet soldiers did not go through shelling ready. It launched the assault crowd, because it beat Alanxia artillery. These Puppet Empire of 130mm caliber cannon, I didn't fire much for a long time. Boom. On the front, the first sound more than 98k of gunshots echoed unexpected, and then heard the gunfire as if getting the same signal intensity up, broke the calm of the neighborhood. Countless puppet soldiers began to advance along the street, and the dense crowd became the best target for machine guns. This time, the puppet troops also used puppet tanks and a giant puppet doll that is rarely seen. The huge doll is about 3 meters high and wears heavier armor, which can withstand the attacks of many light weapons. However, these puppets are often the targets of rocket launchers in the hands of Alan Hill soldiers, so their actual effect is not good. No quasi-prepared offensive Puppet Empire started that way. After a volley of Alan His mortars, these gunfire puppets approached the position of Alan His garrison. A road ambush in the side has already done on Alanxia combat readiness of new weapons. Vehicles group members have been ready for the battle. They pointed their weapons in the direction of the puppets' attack, and 2 slender barrels were aimed at the enemy's crowds. Su-572 make has a new Alanxia self-serving anti-aircraft artillery. The number of equipment which is real is not much, but the power of a strong anti-aircraft speed is high. The air defense weapon temporarily become many forces. Unfortunately, due to Alanxia Air Force really powerful, very long period of time, Alanxia not find the target anti-aircraft troops to die. The Dragon Knight, who was once fearful of 3 points, now appears on the battlefield less and less times. So, more and more part of the team is equipped to send their own anti-aircraft guns, as a kind of infantry of the large E-caliber cannon chariot to use. Anyway, the enemy does not have any decent anti-tank means. This self-propelled anti-aircraft gun can play the role of an armored vehicle most of the time. Fire. In aiming the head after the standard car length gave the order to fire, 257mm caliber repair-long artillery began to violently vomit forth flames. The large E-caliber artillery shells rampaged through the crowd, knocking countless puppets into parts. Large E-caliber artillery shells hit the tank on a puppet, 2, can play a breakdown of results. 2 tanks are moving puppet paralysis on the road, emitting smoke blocking the puppet soldiers behind. After this fierce burst of fire, the soldiers of the puppet empire rushed up like a tide, and then retreated like a tide. In less than a minute, almost 100 made 57mm cannon shells storm hit the general population puppet soldiers. The losses can be imagined. On the battlefield, the soldiers of Alan Hill uttered a burst of cheers, and they hardly paid any price, repelling the counter-attack of the group of puppet soldiers. Unfortunately, he's not cheering for 10 seconds. Retaliatory shelling puppet empire began. A 130mm caliber pomegranate on missile and artillery shells landed Alanxia soldiers stationed in front, followed by a second gold and third medal. Damn it. When did the puppet empire learn to fight like this? Seeing that his position was covered by artillery fire, the commanding commander of the battle turned around and asked his deputy. The puppet empire had always ordered artillery to attack before the battle, but at this time, it would often be suppressed by Alan Hill with artillery fire, and it would have no effect. Later, the Ministry of Puppet Empire teams simply do not fire, lest Alanxia signal to prove himself to be attacked, but also the risk of being counter-attack. They might be more down to catch a lot of artillery. However, today, the Ministry of Puppet team have actually learned, immediately after the withdrawal of fire attack Alanxia positions, so you can Alanxia the effective strength of the killing is still valid positions. He had more playing experience, richer, smarter strike. Another officer looked at dozens of shells falling, opening gasped in admiration. It is not only Alan Hill who has improved, but the puppet empire is also learning about war in the war. Originally silly stupid puppet soldiers blankly, but also numerous failures, summed up many useful skills clever. Although these skills have not yet been compared with the skills mastered by real humans, they are indeed improving. Just when everyone was shocked, Alan Hill's artillery began to counterattack. Greater caliber 155mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery, as well as street fighting troops to reinforce the 203mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery. Artillery might start to puppet empire in which the orientation of the fire. Dozens of pieces of artillery shells whistling past the front Alanxia control, then fell on the distant street area. The moment the explosion destroyed many buildings there, in the midst of the deafening noise, and a collapsed half, the magic tower, like a chimney, collapsed in the sound of cannons. I do not know really being hit, or was terrified. Puppet Empire gun attack stopped down. Only Alan Hill's shelling continued on the battlefield, as if tirelessly. In the future, repulsed puppet of the Empire after the attack, pay attention to let the soldiers concealed aside climb up the smoking of one's own defensive positions, while the name of the officer behind the battalion commander ordered. Yes, I will write a report later and send it to the command of the group army. This kind of thing must be notified to the whole army immediately. The officer following the battalion commander nodded, giving a deep kick. Walking on the opposite slope of the ruins, bent over and agreed. No time to retreat. That car's just built feats of Su-572 own anti-aircraft guns were bomb-hit, scrapped in situ. 3 of the crew members were killed in battle, and the 8 people who were killed in the simultaneous battle became all the personnel losses of Alan Hill in this local battle. The sudden artillery attack let Alan Xia troops felt the cruelty of war, realized his face was not their enemy, thought it would be easy to deal with. Artillery strike is not over. 4 Jia Yi Sol to attack aircraft to bomb hung low altitude just passing the crossfire of the war zone. As soon as the fighting broke out, the Air Force sent its own aircraft, but unfortunately the response speed was not so timely. Chasing defeat Puppet, Il to attack hit launched a massacre, these aircraft to bomb thrown on his head. Puppet soldiers of the Empire, the defeat of the Puppet blown upside down. Although the model is old, but for the time of the attack, the Il-2 attack hit the machine is still very useful, at least compared to fighter jets, which are durable, low requirements for ground support equipment. Let troops to move forward 50 meters. Control that side of the building, where a ring-shaped arrangement of defensive positions. Check all places. Do not let the Puppet soldiers infiltrated. After the battalion commander inventory losses of troops, with hatred ordered, tidy up their weapons and equipment preparation. The first to start a company. The soldiers carrying weapons and ammunition passed by the remains of the fallen soldiers placed in a row. Seeing their companions lying quietly on the ground, the smiles on the faces of these soldiers had long disappeared. 250 Pipe World. Sometimes, human thoughts are actually very simple. This can be clearly seen from the development of certain weapons and equipment. In the beginning, human cannons were all made of one tube. Then, naturally, in order to increase the rate of fire of the artillery and increase the power of the weapon, some people thought of adding a tube to increase the power. Reason it real simple, is to use the most simple mathematical principle. You see, 1 plus 1 will always be equal to 2, right? So, people like in many cases, they begin to do addition problems in this direction. Single-barreled anti-aircraft guns can't work, so add a barrel to become a double-barreled anti-aircraft gun. Look, has the firepower density doubled? Then, after some progress was made, mankind began to go farther and farther on such a road of no return. Double-barreled gun most eventually became a 4 guns. So the army after the latest air defense weapons appeared, we were happy to discover, or the familiar formula, or the familiar taste. Su-572 flak update generation product, it becomes a matter of course Su-254 type. Yes, the double-barreled gun has become a 4-barreled gun. The latest anti-aircraft gun is the famous foreign version of the Schalke River self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. Because the relationship caliber, Alan Xia's own version of the 4-mounted anti-aircraft guns were refitted to become 25mm caliber. Some considered to enhance the power and caliber are more pleasing to the eye of some. Of course, in order to increase the firepower, this kind of addition problem is far from the end. In order to increase the instantaneous firepower pouring ability, the number of barrels flew towards 6 tubes. A brand new and exciting super machine gun has been successfully developed and is being deployed to the army. This weapon has a very tall name called Vulcan. Yes, born from 66 years of Vulcan cannon, it has emerged in Alan Xia of weapons in the sequence. What's more interesting is that after the birth of this Vulcan cannon, the first weapon to be equipped turned out to be an Evil Road aircraft, which is really dumbfounding. Yes, Vulcan Institute issued after, the first object of equipment, the Ares converted gunboat, which is Alan Xia of AC-130 type attack hit machine. This improved alien version of the gunboat uses the Devil and the Puppet's less powerful anti-aircraft capabilities, and is also aimed at the Devil and the Puppet's slightly exaggerated human sea tactics. Research development of such weapons when the Air Force is the ideal state. Alan Xia first used B-52 or B-17 bombers carpet bombing of a theater, and then, after the destruction of the enemy, using AC-130 to suppress all ground targets. Pretending prepared 2 Vulcan 20mm cannon with time. IC-130 aerial gunship is also equipped with 275 Garnet caliber bullet gun. The reason is not installed equipment 105mm caliber artillery, mainly all because the retirement system and other issues plagued, plus fire control system immature. We do use more mature 75 guns instead. And due to the caliber of the problem, another door of Bofors 40mm caliber rapid fire guns, the same kind there is no need to install and use, so that the final pieces of artillery, with another door 75 alternative M caliber artillery, that is to say, outside a version of the AC-130 installed equipment is two 20mm Vulcan cannon, the two men 75mm caliber gun infantry firepower despite playing some discount, but focusing on one voice, adequate logistical support. The most interesting is that the HAV-6 Guan Vulcan cannon when ALAN-XIA engineers do not meet them in the latest attack aircraft developed when using a new 7 Guan 30mm caliber cannon. This kind of cannon is very powerful and can easily sweep all targets on the path. Its weight is amazing, and its rate of fire is terrible to shocking. It came out entirely to equip Alan Hill's most advanced attack aircraft. Who can imagine that the human imagination is so limited? When they increase their firepower, they just stack all their hopes undecidedly on the increase in the number of barrels. You know, the double-barreled 57mm anti-aircraft guns rationale on rate of fire per minute and only 200 or so hair. And with the latest issue of the Army Air Defense Force Troops Su-254 own anti-aircraft guns, the rate of fire had been reached alarming 1,000 rounds per minute. Wait until the 6 Vulcan cannon of time, IC-130 management can pour onto the target per minute 2,500 rounds. 2 Vulcan add up to 5,000 hair. Use a 7-barrel of gun 8 gun, although the rate of fire reduced to 2,000 rounds per minute, can break out of it as 30mm aircraft bombs. In theory, pouring fire grew stronger. This is in fact just the beginning, because there is a future naval weapons systems developed within the technology sector. There are 11 Gen barrel. Every minute clocks will pour exactly to the target 11,000 issued 30-gun shells. Ever since I saw Senior Maj Vivian, Alan Hill's phobia of lack of firepower has pervaded and penetrated into every corner of his bones. Who would have thought that the various weapons and equipment that have been developed to this day are still worried about their lack of power? You know, this kind of future artillery can pour more than 160 rounds of shells at the target every minute. If necessary, these shells can be armor-piercing shells, enough to break high-level magical defense barriers in an instant. The barrage of such weapons formed within a few seconds, you can cover the whole magic trajectory division of just give it a 2-second reaction time. It can end out of range of anything into it. If one day, people like to enhance their firepower, he invented a 22 over the barrel of root-level artillery. We must not be too surprising. After all, this is a unique understanding of the human weapons, but also the essence of humanity out of the tube. Of course, this is just an idea of a kind of weaponry that will equip the troops in the future, and the troops still can't enjoy the firepower advantage brought by such terrible weapons. However, whether it is the Su-254 self-propelled anti-aircraft gun or the AC-130 aerial gunboat, they are all new weapons in service. After these weapons appeared, Alan Hill's firepower advantage became more obvious. This is an overwhelming advantage, especially in the direction where the combat intensity is not so strong. The advantage is even more obvious. Do you remember the fear that the Dragon brought to mortals? Now, when one took Kaorgo 10-ton ammunition AC-130 aerial gunship out of the sky now ALAN-XIA south of the theater, who can imagine dominance it brings? When this AC-130 flies around a city, it looks like a giant mechanical dragon, staring at its own thing. That, can this damn guy beat down? In his own waist sword between the city's hedgy Sinuo Empire, a general opening some depressed asked his aides. The army, whether all catapults, bows and arrows or soldiers, have to take the big guy does not have any way to an old aide opening replied. I who have tried, no weapons that can hit height. I have here, but from the front 100 Dorian hinterland city are enemy, so come in. That defenders will lead resentment, pointed frame AC-130 yelled. The main part teams are deployed in the front line, equipped with Mauser rifles as well as 30mm anti-aircraft guns of the Ministry. Of the team is of course impossible to remain stationed in the heart of the city. In order to prevent Alan Hill from breaking through the border, most of the troops equipped with firearms were in the north. In order to invade Par Lake Empire, Empire G Sinuo remaining troops are fighting in the south, so now garrison here. Basically 5 years ago, no two samples. 5 years ago there was no such an empire as Alan Hill, so you can imagine the level of weapons and equipment here. Ballistas and catapults are arranged at the city head, and soldiers are equipped with bows and spears. Well, anyhow they have a heavy armor, just don't know if they can withstand the 20mm Vulcan machine gun. This is simply the most ideal place to use aerial gunboats, because the anti-aircraft weapons here basically rely on animal tendons as launching power. On Earth, even in the 21st, on the most isolated of the most backward battlefield discipline, IC-130 have braved face the risk of Stinger anti-aircraft missiles. But here, IC-130 just need to be careful, do not be a rock into it. So, in slightly within bumpy airplane, a few soldiers relaxed thumbs up head, shouted loudly against the tape recorder, IC-130 aerial gunship to suppress the first attack. 22 times. Real test began. Tutu, tutu, boom, boom. This AC-130 flies around the city like a vulture, with 2 Vulcan cannons on one side and a 75mm infantry cannon, thus playing a magnificent movement. Tracer shells along with the trajectory of the aircraft, woven into a huge funnel-shaped screens in the sky. The city was shrouded. Shell's moment was chaotic dust cover, no longer blind to its original condition. I had majesty exactly how to think. War against such an enemy, city head-on, according to the general's sword at him in my entire life, had never informed of the fire. Stunned aides questioning around. I do not know how he would like to. Also promised him crazy, maybe we crazy old aide to swallow a mouthful of saliva. The city saw a head tracer was beaten into a sieve, then a 75mm caliber gun the bullet hit, collapsed, and replied melancholy. In his view, even a giant dragon, want to destroy such a city, you should have cost some of the strength it. This monster pouring ammunition around in a circle in front of him is simply more terrifying than a giant dragon. He who does not know, because some cities do to keep weapons testing ground, where they are still lucky. Just behind them, those from the front 200 kilometers of the city, faced to the sky in clouds of B-25 bombers. These planes were eliminated from the Western Front, and now they are all sent to the Southern Front. If the mortal Empire just knows good days, it is over.